Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the two guys lagging right now, and in beside me, Walker the Talker, Alan Reynolds.
Good afternoon from McGoldricks Sports Bar for the IPA Masters.
It's Championship Day. We will crown our winner at some point this evening. And we do have a massive array of talent on show, and the first of that is Liam Dunstan and Chris Boron. And as you can hear, Craig just muttering away in the background there. He likes the sound of his own voice, that boy.
So, Stevie, the way the draw is this the way it works out then? The winner of that plays the winner of this? And
yes.
So on. So for any of yous that want to go into Q-Score, you'll see the full draw. For anybody just watching, I'm sure Stevie will give the names up if you can see them.
Yes, I can. Mark Boyle, Mr. Magic, will go against the main man from Isle of Man, Dave Adenall. Scott Gillespie, Goobsy back on the IPA tour. He's going head-to-head with Ross the Riot Fernie. Mark Big Ray Farnsworth against Cian Monaghan. That is on one of the other stream tables, so that should be a cracker. Two guys know each other really well. And another all-Scottish affair, Robert Stephen. This is his home venue, and he's against Morgan McInnes, the main man with the break cue from On Q World. And then we've got Liam Dunstan and Chris Boron, as you can see on your TV screen right now. Jake Dillon Newlove, he's had a couple of really tough matches. He's playing Andrew McPhee, and that's actually 1-0, Jake Dillon Newlove. That was quick, Renzi. And Gav Robinson, the defending champion, against our Grand Prix finalist, Christian Phillips, who played against Mark Farnsworth in that fantastic final not so long ago. So he's comfortable in here. And then Gareth Ibbott, the Godfather. What a guy, what a player. And he's playing Rich Swaffield, who beat me in Isle of Man not so long ago. So a fantastic array of fixtures, Renzi.
That's a really packed field of players, stacked field of players. Probably the one that I know pretty well that isn't a household name as yet is Andrew McPhee, who is one down against Jake Dillon Newlove, but he's a good player. He's a practice partner of the guy on the live stream here, Liam Dunstan.
I actually mentioned a couple of guys were on the floor, if you want to say, on the outside of here, asking me about Stevie Cochrane, who never showed up this morning, to play Andrew for a place in the last 16. And I says, well, it might seem to a lot of people a favourable draw for Stevie because he beat Ross Fernie and George Henderson. He says, but Andrew, maybe not known to some of you guys in here, is a practice partner of Liam and a very, very good player. So it would have been a really tough ask for Stevie nonetheless. But Andrew is in the last 16 and he's got Jake Dillon Newlove for his troubles.
Very impressed with Jake, to be honest with you, Stevie. I watched bits and bobs of him. He played an unbelievable shot last night. He had Phil snookered himself and just played a full swerve shot round to Potty's last ball. But I've been a very, very good amateur, and I think he's another one that's now in the professional ranks.
Yeah, he was asked the question for a number of years why you haven't turned pro, and he said it was ruining his pool life in the local leagues and the local tournaments. Certain things he wasn't allowed to play in, and he says, I just want to play pool. I didn't want to be that guy that couldn't play because I was a professional. And he says people always thought there was some kind of sinister reason for it, but it was just the fact he wanted to play pool.
Liam was snookered on the red shirt behind it.
That's incredible.
Yeah, he went through. Well, you see his face there. Look at the replay. That's just incredible. 4 runs, he goes through the gap. That's it. That's it. A nearly chance for Chris. What a contrast in these two.
Yep. So I spoke to Chris. Chris was one of the first big winners on day one when he beat Keith Robertson. Keith was not at the races. Chris actually came in and said, I don't really know Keith that well. He said, I had heard that he's a very tough opponent. I said, well, Keith is at the top end of the Scottish rankings. And I didn't even finish the sentence, and he went, well, that tells me enough, because the Scottish top end of pool is absolutely stacked. So he can obviously play, and Keith wasn't at the races, and Chris was absolutely ruthless. And we did have a good chat after it, and he's feeling good. This will not be an easy match for any of these two, but Chris, as you say, more attack-minded. You can see with the shots he played there. And Liam, a bit more methodical.
Yeah, if he's feeling good, he has to get these then. So, although it's early in the match, you need to punish Liam for any mistakes, because he doesn't make mistakes normally.
Yeah, that's the thing. I actually spoke to Gio. He was in here doing a match with me yesterday, and we spoke about how the minimal mistakes that he made against Morgan that were really ruthlessly punished, and they stand out that bit more when there's guys that don't make that many of them. It seems like Liam doesn't make mistakes. Obviously everyone does, but they are so limited that you have to punish every single one you get. I think Chris has been feeling it all weekend. He had a phenomenal World Championships at the start of the year, beating the quarters of the main event, the final of the seniors, and by his standards and what he thought he was going to have a great year, he kind of drifted off the pace a bit. But
He's got nice rhythm,
yeah,
Stevie.
he has, mate. I think he's really talented, and he's an underachiever this year for me. But the year's not over, Renji.
No, it's not. It's good to actually see the other two stream games. Obviously, the one we're commentating on is Dunster and Bourne, but Gav Robinson's fighting. He's fought all weekend, to be honest with you. And it's nice to see that, because a lot of people would say we're surprised that Gav is in the winner's circle. But he's defending his crown excellently.
I would say, in fact, obviously I don't know, you might, but since the double elimination thing has become very popular, and rightly so in certain tournaments, Gav losing 10-0 to Robert Stephen and going on to win it, I don't know if anyone could ever dig up anything that even comes close to that in a double elimination. Maybe someone out in the first round and then had to play so many top players to get there, maybe, but to lose so ruthlessly to Robert,
yeah.
I mean, that would be a dent in almost every player's psyche going into any game after it, and he just dusted himself
Absolutely.
off.
I think I'd have been ruined with that.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think there's a lot better players would have been ruined with that, to be honest with you. So fair play to him.
Yeah, exactly. And he goes on to win it. And he did say to me yesterday, Stevie, they're going to have to rip my cold dead hands off that trophy, because I am going to fight right to the end.
Good afternoon to you, Jimmy. And Darren Orr, afternoon to you as well, mate. What's your tips? Very interesting. You talk about for these matches, yeah. Darren, or you talk about for to win?
Maybe he's wanting to know what tips on my queue.
Yeah, all the tips. On my queue, it's an ADR tip anyway, who have just partnered in with the IPA.
Yeah.
I really like those tips. You get them in super soft, medium, hard. I've always used the medium, I always will. And the great thing is now you can get them in an array of colours.
Yeah. And the thing for me, I do not use one of those tips, but I do use an ADR queue. And my snooker queue is an ADR, so it's great to have them on board, and it just goes to show the array of things that they do have. Not just a plain tip, but they do have loads of other stuff as well, so it is fantastic to have them on board with the IPA.
Okay, Dan, so see, because I'm looking at the draw, my tip for the title prior was probably Martin Boyle, to be honest with you. I just thought he was, but he's got the toughest, in my opinion, he's got the toughest draw. If he beats Dave Adeno, he would then play Gillespie or Fairnet, and possibly, and saying that, I mean, I'm looking at the scores just now. Mark Farnsworth's 2-0 down to young Keane Monaghan.
Yeah.
But it's races to 10, and Mark's been there and done it, and he'll not be worried about being a couple of frames down to the young man. And then the winner of that game, Mark Farnsworth, Keane Monaghan, plays Robert Stephen and Morgan McInnes. So that is one stacked quarter.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
Down, I mean, it's just so difficult. But Liam Dunster, if he was to beat Chris, would play either Jake or Andy. Gav Robinson, Christian Fart, Dennis Garrett. Listen, I'm going to go for Mark Boyle, Dan. I'm fudging about here. Mark Boyle for me.
I said yesterday, Morgan was sitting next to me, and he was it was quite funny, because he had said he fancies Mark Farnsworth because he feels after a big money match, the amount of frames in practice and what you've put in, for some reason it just seems to be a big tournament one comes after it. And I said, it's funny you say that. Steed and Johnny played. Steed won the East of Scotland, Johnny won the West of Scotland within a week of each other, and maybe there's something in that. And he said, okay, Steve, who do you fancy? And I said, okay, I'll go Liam. And he went, I'm playing him next. And he busted out laughing, and I went, and I made a joke as if I was just, but Liam's just always there, and he's been in a bit of form over the last while. But I've actually, since yesterday, I did say I was so impressed with Chris and the way he started the year. I think if Chris gets through this match here, he could be the underdog that I had mentioned at the start that could come and go all the way.
Yeah, but Liam's just missed there for the second time in 2 frames.
Yes.
So I don't know if he's just like he's drove in, or it's very, very. He never does that.
Yeah, it's un-Liam-like.
It's so un-Liam-like, you know, for him to miss not just in 1 frame but like 2. And Chris is going about his business here, and this could be a 2-0 lead. Oh dear.
Oh, he's all right. He's on that, I think.
He just flirted with disaster there, though, Stevie.
Wait a minute.
I think he's on it, but he now needs to play the 8 ball pretty much in the same bag. He needs to come out left here. Yeah, I think he's okay. Shot. But it was the shot before it. Is he on that?
I think he's just settling himself.
It's not like Chris, to be honest. So fair play, because now he's looking at it. I think he might need to play this with a wee touch of right hand side. No, he seems okay. Oh, wow.
He banged it in.
I tell you what, he settled himself brilliant there.
Yeah, he has.
So, right on cue for you, as you were talking about him.
I think you mentioned it 2 minutes ago there. He looks like he's a player and he's got a bit of rhythm. But I noticed that from the start this weekend. And when he came in, I remember saying to you, that was a really good chat we just had there. That was excellent. And it was, you get that buzz off someone that they're in the zone, they're feeling good. He just seemed in a good place. And every time I've watched him, he actually looks in a very good place on the table. So he could actually put it on my Walk of the Talker page. I would like an underdog to come through.
Very much like last year then.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. An old statement, Steve. The crowd are outside talking about the commentator. Stevie's just like becoming like viral nowadays, but so he was getting paranoid there sitting next to saying, "Are they talking about me? They're leaving somebody else alone, Stevie." That's it.
I just heard my name there.
I think it was good things ever seen.
It was funny last night. There was about maybe 20, 30 people. It was crazy in here. There was some buzz, loads of people just outside the commentary box watching all the pool. And I walks out and Stevie Cochran goes, Stevie, and I went, sorry mate, I'm not doing autograph today. And I walked out and every one of them have burst out laughing. They're all, and he's chasing after me going, no. Just good buzz. It's a good laugh.
Yes, I'm early running now. Liam, no, in fact, let's get right back to this match before we do anything else, because Liam's just taking his extension here. I don't know if that was Chris that broke or was it Liam that broke, but this is a very important early visit.
Yeah,
being a couple down and having had a couple of chances for
this is on Liam's break. Does that yellow drop in that middle? I don't know if it does. He's had a look at it 3 or 4 times.
He's going to remove it. That's why he's going this way.
Yeah.
It's a similar difficult starter. Has he get through enough? Yeah, he has. He's got to be, he'll slide it off the red, pretty much, Stevie. I think if he was a wee bit shyer, he could have maybe just potted it and come down into the yellow, but I think he'll play it off the red and open the bag up. It's always a slight risk when you're playing kick-outs or nudge-outs, but Liam seems to play them better than most because he's...
They're very calculated.
Well, he's so particular
exactly.
about the way he goes about the finishes. There you go.
Leaving nothing to chance there.
Yeah,
just
calculated.
Right
it's just a great word. That's exactly what that was.
Yeah, it's so deliberate the way Liam plays the game. It's like every shot he plays, although he's already mapped things out and his brain's like some kind of supercomputer when it comes to the game of pool. Every shot just has that degree of total.
I think he's okay here as well, because I was wondering what he was going to do with the yellow beside the 2 reds, but he's obviously going to plant it, isn't he? Plant it. If the 2 of them go, that's happy days. If not, in fact, he'll not even play for the 2 of them, I don't think.
No.
He'll play the plant, then the one that he plants. So the ball he plays just now, he's going to take after the plant. Then the one to the left middle and the one at the top. So typical kind of Liam finish again.
And I actually looked at this a few weeks back.
Yeah, perfect.
In one of the matches, Liam's footwork. So for anyone, as you know, Renzi, I've had a few sessions with Mr. Elliot Sanderson, and one of the first things he ever did with me says, Stevie, your body is facing in totally different directions to where you're aiming, and it's all to do with your feet. And I've noticed Liam's, now I don't know if anyone taught him it, but he points his two toes exactly the way he's aiming, and that's one of the first things Elliot did with me, Renzi. And I'm like, that's mad. And if you watch Liam's feet, it's incredible.
No idea what Liam's done, but he's a student.
Yeah.
He's a student, so whether he's fell upon that himself,
yeah.
One thing's for sure. If anybody has shown him that, Lee won't tell you that.
No, exactly. And
that's a you need to find that out for yourself,
yeah.
Sort of a thing.
For me, I mean, obviously nothing Liam does is by accident, and he's obviously be the first to say a lot of the credit goes your way, mate.
A little bit, but
you can't.
He's been
without the hard work and the ethic from the guys coming your way. It's impossible for you to do your job.
But this guy's a bit special, Stevie.
Yeah, no.
So there's certain people you can help along the way and things like that. But there's a few guys I've seen, young players. 3 of them really stand out to me, to be honest with you. That I seen them when they were like 14, 15, right, or before. And I was like, that guy's going to be great.
Yeah. That
guy's going to be great. That guy's going to be great. In different ways, I may add.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, which is really weird. Liam just had a brain. As a 14 or 15-year-old, his crew action and all that wasn't particularly great, but he had a great brain. And you're like, look at this wee guy, because he was a frail wee guy, and he was like tying people up in notes that had played the game for years. So what he needed to develop was how to take finishes away, how to pattern and all that sort of a thing, right? But he did have the brain. Jason Shaw was totally different. He had all the shots.
Aye.
At a very, very young age. And the third one is Gio. Gio came through to get a cue for me when he was like about 14-year-old and just instantly lifted the cue and started dishing me. I was like, wow, this is just a wee guy, and it's so aye. And the reason I mention them as well is because they're not snooker players. They're not guys that have been coached at snooker or not out-and-out pool players, if you want to call them that.
Yeah, dry break from Chris. Not what you want against someone like Liam. And it could have been worse. I don't know if I'm saying that. If he's on the red to the left middle, you're going to have a chance on these reds. And I think the outside one probably does go. He's looking at the yellows.
Phil, Tom Cousins might wipe the floor with everybody now, mate. He seems to be the best player about, so it's maybe unfair to just handpick and say, Tom would wipe the floor with this guy and that floor. Tom's world class. He's maybe the best player in the world, so I mean, you're not sticking your neck out there, really, are you?
No, exactly. A bit of frustration on the main floor. Q getting banged off the floor there. Couldn't tell you who it is, guys, but just shows you what it means to people.
It could very well be Mark Farnsworth with the look of the score line in that match. I would doubt it, but the only reason I'm saying that is because I remember watching the other featured cables. Young Keane Monaghan, who we know has got plenty of potential, is 4-0 up on Mark Farnsworth, and he's at the table. So,
well, Darren are asking quite a good question, but we did have Gio in here yesterday. We spoke about the other disciplines and if he's got any plans in future, Renzi, and he says a categorical no for American pool because he just doesn't like it at all.
What about Chinese? Did you talk about Chinese?
But he said he would, if the opportunity came, give Chinese 8-ball a go.
Yeah.
He says the only problem is, well, you can't play it here.
Yeah, well, there's one.
Yeah, and
I'm actually going to give the guy a wee shout out if that's okay.
Yeah, exactly. Because I said to him, I went, Renzi actually had a guy, Junior went for a game. Don't know who he is, but he does deserve a shout.
This guy who plays the 9-ball, and he plays a bit of snooker in the Red Triangle. Nice guy called Jim O'Hare. Originally from Stirling, then he moved to Aberdeen and he's back down in Denniston. So he's the only person that's got a Chinese 8-ball table in the country, and he has let Junior practice the last couple of weeks. Junior's also going through on Tuesday. So Jim, if you're listening to the small ball, thanks so very much. Junior's actually starting to get a wee bit better, and he's going away to the States at the weekend. So Junior's going to go through on Tuesday, but a wee shout out, Jim. So if you want to give a Chinese shape, get in touch with Jim.
Yeah. Jim, you could make a few quid here, mate. And by the way, I must say, Jim's place looked rather fantastic. Looked like he got a really good designer on Renzi.
It's obviously going to look fantastic for me and you, Stevie. But also, in fact, even more so for you. Not that, because the other side of the wall that didn't manage to get photographs of is all Scotland tops.
Oh, wow.
So it's Scotland tops and Celtic tops, and it's just it's a class place.
So another mistake from Liam. The thing for me there, Renzi, you might tell me different. I just thought the Reds were the balls.
Yeah, and it's so unlike Liam. It's just, as I say, it's just so unlike Liam. Liam always likes to make a late entrance into places. But what I did notice is there was tables available for people to have a hit earlier on today. So maybe he might be growing the fact that that's not a good shot. So that's the sort of a carelessness that I would have predicted that would have happened in this match. If you're going into a ball like that, you pretty much need to you need to know what ball you're going to be on next. Is he going to play a snooker here? Because it might be an easy one. He's played the aggressive double. Okay. So Chris can't afford to do that.
No, definitely
just
not.
Can't afford to, especially when the chance has been presented to him to do that. Mad Maz, yeah, I probably could, to be honest with you, if the place expands. That's when they would possibly have it. Not in the current climate that it's only downstairs only. But if the place expanded upstairs and they moved some tables upstairs, I would pretty much see them having everything. Because, I just know the way Paul rolls, and if there was people going out and there was a market for Chinese 8-ball, I'm sure Paul would like to have a table here. You know, even if any sponsored players or what have you, like Robert or Elliot or anybody like that was what to play it would be perfect to have it in the club.
I said yesterday, the one issue you have with it is you bring a table in like that's very expensive. So obviously for certain clubs and certain people that might be fine. But most of these venues need to hire the tables out for it to be viable, and then it's a case of obviously upkeep. Is it young kids that are coming on and causing mayhem on it? Is it families? Is it drunk guys? And then you think you've just spent 20 grand, whatever it is, on a table, and it's not. So I don't think too many clubs would want to buy one of them just to cover it up for specific players, and that's where probably the problem arises.
Yeah, I get that. I don't know. This club just seems to be different.
No, I know. But I think
I don't think I've ever seen anybody throw their cue on the table.
There's been a few times where I've personally one in particular over in table 7, and I've charged from table 3 4 guys who all had a cue in their hands swinging at the balls. And I remember saying to Andy, and he's went, you get some idiots. But I've ended up going over and having a word with them. And I think no matter where you go, you'll get them.
Yeah,
but
sure.
I will say it is to a minimum.
Very, very much so. Yeah, Ross. Yep, Ross, I'm watching it as well. The way this booth is, obviously, Stevie's over closer to the featured match. And just right on my left-hand side is Keane, and he's not missing anything. And he's actually putting maybe the favourite or second favourite to win this event under real pressure.
I remember in here one night, Craig Vegas Day came in to do a bit of comms with me, and he was well gone. He was absolutely well gone, and he was actually commentating on these games, Lindsay, and I'm having to go, Craig, it's this game.
Oh, so he's commentating on the other.
He's commentating on the wrong games. So people
yeah.
watching are writing on the chat going, what's he talking? What shot? I don't know what he means. And am I watching the wrong game? And I'm going, Craig, we're on this one. 2 minutes later, I hear a bang and I look round and he's sleeping.
Aye, okay.
And it was, and Jason Hill and all the guys are over taking photos of him. It was good fun, but because he was so close to them, Renzi, he just totally forgot about the main table. It was good fun.
Commentary's improved since then, Steve. Your guests have got a bit better. Yeah, there could have been nothing else. Aye, the guy's going to take this red, and all that was on the table was 3 yellows and the black.
And there's a good player, Hassan Mia. What a player that guy is, Renzi. Played him at one of the IPAs. We had a good match. He cues the ball like a dream.
Good
Honestly,
afternoon,
like
Hassan.
Hope to see you on the tour, my friend.
Now, just as we were praising, that's why Ross is doing sprinkler face as well, just as we were praising Keane, he's missed.
Well, the laws of averages say Mark was going to win a frame at some time.
Yeah, but no off a mistake.
No, exactly. You can't be gifting anything. You have to be ruthless. It's not the best table in the world for Liam here. However, I've been hearing it more and more. All the professionals and all the guys that come in and sit, they'll say to me, Stevie, the thing is, you just want to be at the table. Regardless of whether it's tough for you or your opponent, you want to be the guy that's in control.
No, that's absolutely right. There's always a shot, Stevie.
Yeah. Liam's going to play this into the left middle. No, he's playing at the top. Surprised at that. To be fair, he was maybe close to an off. It's just I seen him looking at it to the left middle. I know he wouldn't have changed his mind on the short, Renzi, but he's made another mistake.
Yeah, he's made a few, but he's 2-all.
Yeah, exactly, and like you said,
Liam's missed a ball in every frame, I think.
Chris has to punish them because he won't make mistakes the whole way through. If you're just tuning in, good afternoon, guys. Walker the Talker and Alan Reynolds. Over 230 already. We were floating around that last night. Saturday night, people out having a good time. The last major final in here, we ended up well over the 1,000 mark for it.
This is going to get busy later. It's going to get more busy as the afternoon goes on.
Looking forward to that.
So, another important visit for Chris. He's ran a little too far there. He's tried to nick that. He's okay.
Yeah, he's played that well.
Yeah. So it's all about angle here. If he's straight on it, he can pull it back and then play left centre for the last yellow. But he pretty much be what we play that now. The bag he's playing this into just now, Stevie, would you say? So two straight, so he now needs to play it into the left centre.
And does he pull it back and run through, or does he drop it and then go through the middle of the two reds? I think he has to run slightly left. The one into the left centre.
Okay. I think he needs to pull back so that he avoids running into the reds.
Yeah, that's
is
what
that
I mean.
What you mean?
Yeah.
Sorry, Stevie.
So he's having to run to the left-hand side of the table, giving himself just enough.
That's okay. That's okay. Now he's getting round to check. So I think if he gets the cue ball onto the cushion, he's still okay.
Yeah.
Yes, David, I will give you a rundown on the scores from top to bottom just now.
Good shot.
So the scores are as follows. It's Mark Boyle 1, David Adenell, the Isle of Man, it's number 1, 3. Scott Gillespie 1, Ross Fernie 2. Mark Farnsworth 1, Cian Monaghan 5. Robert Stephen 4, Morgan McInnes 2. The featured match that we're watching, it's Liam Dunster 2, Chris Boron 3. Jake Dillon Newlove 3, Andrew McPhee 2, Gavin Robinson, the reigning champion 2, Christian Phillips of Wales 4, and Gareth Hibbett, the Godfather, 1, Richards Swalfield 3. That's all the scores as they stand at the moment.
Yeah, some really tight matches. In fact, they're all pretty tight. Robert Stephen 4-2 ahead of Morgan and Keane 5-1 up. But out with that, every game, well, I'm saying that. 4-2 Christian Phillips, 3-1 Richard Swalfield, but a long way to 10, Renzi.
Oh yeah, very much so. Good races these tournaments as well, to be honest, Stevie. It's and it was great seeing a lot of locals playing.
Yeah, most definitely. I think some of the guys in the past have maybe been forgiven for saying, what's the point, because I can't win it or beat these guys. But the big thing, I actually remember from yourself when I was tempted to chuck it and you said, well, I think you should then. Or the option is you go and play in the big tournaments against the better players and you get your head in the game. And there's no better advice out there, even though you might not go and win it, and the likelihood is you won't. But if you want to improve, if you want to get better, playing against the best players definitely helps.
It sure does, Stevie. Tell you what also helps. Having a break like Chris Boron's. Wow. He put everything in. I hope that's not his playing cue he breaks with. Look at that. He looks up for it. He's bang on.
Yeah, mate, he does.
Bang on.
He just looks like he's got a bit of a spring in his step, and I think there's a lot to be said about going round a table with a degree of confidence.
Oh, no, absolutely. So he's just trying to map this out just now, but he's got a good chance on both here, but I think the yellows are the easier starter.
Yeah. And he's going to play a pot kick to start, so he needs a bit of fortune early on here.
Played it fantastic. Might not be available into the right corner, but it's definitely available into the left corner.
He could just pull the white back and drop it in the right-hand middle pocket.
Yeah. He could also pull it back and put the yellow into the same bag he's putting this yellow into at the moment.
Like he's done out.
He's decided to leave himself angle. Now it's when he plays it, to be honest. So he's pretty good on all three yellows here. Now, does he play it last? Oh. Is he going to screw up here?
Oh, Chris.
See, I think that's indecision. So I think he was too quick there. Far too quick there, because he was actually on all three yellows. I don't know what he played for there.
No, when he's played the stun out.
What did he actually play for there? Unless that yellow goes into the top right, but why would he have not taken it there?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, okay, it's just a strange one. Oh, what's happening? There must be an issue with the shot clock.
Yeah, it was at 28 for quite a while there, and that's it, just started. Someone has to have a word with that referee sitting over there. Kevin Chalmers is on the button, and he must have fell asleep for a moment, Renzi. Or should I say Simon Kill?
Yeah, referees are only human. You know I'm a protector of the refs. So the refs fell asleep there for a wee while.
It was funny. Renzi called him Simon Kill, and we were talking about Simon Kill, and he's went, talk about Simon Kill, and Kev's face. I'm not Simon Kill.
I think he looks a lot like
Simon
does.
Kill. Oh, Kevin Kibble Chalmers.
Kev's a great ref now. He's very experienced now, and he's actually loved his time in the IPA. He's actually working with the IPA and working with Brian and Darren and Rick and guys like that, and Fiona, obviously.
Yeah.
Kevin's blossomed a wee bit, and he's like, he's certainly the go-to guy in Scotland now that I like to get doing events. Wow. Liam just looks flustered. He's left his cell bridging over the ball.
Yeah, I mean...
The clock stopped here, I take it.
Yeah.
But that's... Right, okay, so is the clock stopped on 6 seconds, or...?
Yeah, what it is,
Is
because
it a reset?
player on the other table.
Yeah. Is he an extension of his sleeve?
And now it started.
Aye, yeah, okay. So it was, yeah, that 6 was from the last time.
It's going to be 2 reds in the same bottom left corner here.
Yeah, bang on, Stevie.
I was talking to 1 or 2 of the pros over the last while, and they think in these situations, obviously when you're on the outside tables or on the main table, it's very rare that anything kind of gets in your road. But if there is a necessity of a timeout, you should be made to face away from the table.
I agree with that, to
so
be
you
honest
don't
with
get
you.
any extra time to
But I
figure
also
things
think,
out.
I mean, when I have did any timed matches, when I've refereed them, I ask the player to take their seat.
Right.
And I think getting them down on ground level kind of helps as well.
Yeah, definitely.
No, so I'll say time off. Please take your seat, and then there you go, time running again. To be honest with you, like Liam, Mark Farnsworth, and these guys, Mark, right? I know they actually just do it without unneeded, not without having to. They just like turn away instantly and do it, and I think they're basically just looking for that reciprocated to them.
Yeah, of course. One of the guys I am giving a chance to, I don't want to jinx him. He's playing Morgan right now, Robert. He's 5'2" in front. But he, again, he's got a lease of life heading into 2025, where he is really going to give things a go. And I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Well, I just had the conversation with him myself, so he must have talked to the two of you. Probably, you were talking to him earlier, then he came over and he had the wee word with me as well, and I was like, Robert, I'm made up and I'm so glad to hear that. I'm actually looking forward to seeing where he gets to.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
He's got unbelievable ability.
When his first year on the pros was probably one of the years that me and him got pretty close. We started to practice a lot together, and that was probably an 18-month spell of some of my best pools, some of the most consistent quarterfinals, semi-finals, a final, last 16s, and constantly at the tail end, and it was massive for me. But
to get anywhere near Robert, you're going to have to be playing well.
No, exactly, and it sharpened me up so much.
It can only help you, Stevie.
But Robert, I suppose the two of us had one of the years where he wasn't playing, I wasn't playing. There's loads of evidence to show that if you're not putting the hard work and effort in, you're not going to get the rewards. But that guy's talent is undeniable, and I, like you, I'm excited to see how far he can go.
Absolutely.
When he's given it his all.
Absolutely. A couple of things. Kate, Mark is 4-1 down to the Isle of Man number 1 Dave Adderall at the moment, but it's a race to 10, so he's got a good chance. Mad Maz, I had to read that twice here because actually when I read that first, my eyes ain't the same as they used to be. I actually thought you said, have you ever warned a player for sweating? And then I just seen it was swearing, punching the table. Of course, Mad Maz, yes, of course, because it's ungentlemanly conduct, and it's I mean, there's loads of different penalties that can be incurred for that. It can go a warning, a foul, a loss of frame foul, a loss of match foul. It really depends how bad it is, to be honest with you. But no, you can do. And I don't think any player would be... I mean, if they're getting annoyed like that, obviously they're going to face the consequences of it.
Exactly.
Especially if it's pros, Stevie, because it's so unprofessional to do it, you know. But I think everybody's done it, Mad Mass. I know I have anyway. I don't know about the punching the table, but I've certainly swore.
I've never punched a table. I might have swore. I mean, I don't think I've ever swore at anybody, but I might have used a word in frustration. But I don't think I've ever actually to someone else. But I know I've been in the habit of shouting "Waka" at the top of my voice if I've made some kind of mistake. But there's something I've never actually had the urge to do is punch a table, because as much as you can get frustrated, that is one thing you're getting no reward from. You're getting a sore hand, maybe a broken knuckle. In fact, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen guys end up in hospital.
Also the same as like cue smashing.
Yeah, it's nuts. Nuts.
I mean, you get frustrated at the game, but like get that cue in the case, because it's so One, they're very expensive nowadays, right? Secondly, it's so important to you. So get that out your road before anything happens.
That's a good shout, Hassan.
You're not wrong, Hassan, to be honest. There, Junior. He's done a lot. His nickname in the snooker league is Knuckles, they call him. And it's not because he hits the knuckles with the balls, he does pot a few. It's because he smashes his knuckles off the tables.
Ah, brilliant.
The 10 seconds later. The shot clock.
I think, there's nothing wrong with frustration. Myself and you, Renzi, we've came from a football background, and having types of frustration that can make a difference in your performance. I think when it comes to cue sports and stuff and similar types of sport, you have to channel it better. And I think looking at that one there for Michael Holt, he's obviously learned to channel it better and used it to his advantage, and then became one of the top snooker players. So I think that's massive, and then that it probably shows you how mentally strong you have to be to...
Shows how much it means to you as well.
Yeah, exactly.
When you put loads of time in at something and you know you're better and you do something and it's ridiculous, and to channel that's very, very difficult. And that's why these guys like Mark and Liam and Mark Farr, just all the top guys, they channel it great.
Yeah, they do.
Because they're big winners.
I've been there. Believe me. I've had a few moments. I've actually seen some of my opponents not even look me in the eye after
yeah.
Big Colin last night was funny. He says, the worst feeling in my life is when I go in front of Stevie when I feel as if I'm going to get killed. He's some boy, Big Colin. He's played quite well this weekend as well.
Played well.
Gareth Hibbett.
It's one of the local guys, to be honest with you, and that's exactly the sort of a guy that gets a chance to play against all these guys. As I say, Stevie, this is the way I see it. These guys are paying about £100 for this double eliminator, races to 10, races to 7, and they're playing against Tiger Woods and Phil Mickelson, and they're playing the best players in the world here. So,
he's
if you're a hobbyist or not really a serious player, why not playing it to be part of this?
Gareth Hibbett actually came in for a chat, and I mentioned the game with Colin, and he said, listen, I didn't really know the guy at all. I said, you played one of the local guys, gave you a bit of a game, and he says, listen, he was playing great at the start, and it was just a few mistakes. In the end, it was the difference in the match, so fair play.
Yeah, Kate, temperament's really, really important. But everybody's got to get annoyed. I've no doubt. There's certain players I've never seen annoyed, but Hassani's actually really good. I've had the pleasure when I was over in Augusta of having a couple of games of pool with Tiger Woods. I beat him right enough, but I know I can hold a cue, mate.
We might actually have another Tiger in here later today, hopefully.
That'd be nice to get Tiger in here, to be honest with you. You're Tiger.
Yep, he's heading to the Scottish shores. I'm going to go and see his old dear. And he is hoping that if time is on his side, to pop in here.
Excellent. Okay, so I've got a feeling that Chris had Liam there. Let him off the hook. And now he's going to now it's going to be an interesting game, because he was just won the last 3 frames, 2 of them by Chris's mistakes. Oh dear. So it's all going on here, guys. We have got Christian Phillips, who's just missed an easy ball against Gavin Robinson. He's 4-3 up on the reigning champion. So Gav's looking good to level that out. Mark Farnsworth, as we probably predicted, right, is now 5-4 down. It might even be 5-all. Keane Monaghan's just potted the 8 ball out of turn with ball still on the table. So, as I say, we're talking temperament there. Keane's got to cool down.
Yeah.
Maybe go for a wee break or what have you, comfort break, and just get his head together again because.
Yeah, I mean, I think if someone said to him, listen, the game's going to be eachy peachy, but halfway through you're going to be 5-4 up, I think he'd bite your hand off. So you go and splash some water on your face and start again.
Yeah, but I'm looking round and all the matches are so close.
Yeah, it's frightening.
Maybe apart from Dave Adenau, who's 4-1 up on Mark Boyle. And that's nothing for Mark in the race to 10.
No.
So I think all these matches are going to go close. Just shows you how good the standard is. And
Yeah, it's exceptional. And as you say, Robert Stephen 5-3 and Dave Adenau 4-1. Out with that every match within one frame. So the thing that surprised me here, Renzi, was that Chris took the Reds.
yeah, I mean, I didn't mind him taking the Reds, but that last shot he's played wasn't the best because he's recovered great, but that's where he should have been the last time.
Yep.
So when he was playing this, he had a ball to fall back on. Now all his eggs are in the one basket. That the yellow needs to move away and he needs to be on the red. Now he very well could, but in this situation, just in case things go Pete Tong a wee bit, you want to have another red to be falling back on.
That was a big question from the start. I wasn't sure that it went. There's the evidence.
Okay, so that's why he needed on it earlier.
Actually, so it looked like he tried to play it clean, sliding off it. Maybe if he went cushion first, it might have. But nonetheless, Liam's back at the table, and it's not where you want him to be when he's in the opposite chair.
No, and I don't think there's actually anybody better in the game
In these
in
situations.
these situations that finding the right shot than Liam.
Yeah. Looking at all eventualities as Liam Dunster. Now, that is a big target up in that corner. So it's going to have to be a good safety unless Liam decides to be super aggressive here, but I don't see any joy in being aggressive because it's, well,
What he wants to do here is he needs to get the fight over the left hand side, but he needs to cut off the right hand angle as well. Aye, perfect. Nearly perfect. If he rolled through a ball more and he cut off the right hand side, it would have been perfect. Now there's a chance actually because
Yeah.
I think he can go before the knuckle, Chris, to get over there. You don't want to miss this to the inside and hit the yellow because even if you miss the first red, you'll hit the second red here. So, but in an ideal world, he wants to hit that red and and plant it. Oh no, he's played after it. Okay, that's okay. It's okay.
I think he could be in a lot of trouble here though, because there is a good one if Liam can get to the bottom end. Well, Liam looks like he's going to try and play safe in the bottom right corner. I just think there's two.
I think they'd be trying to put it. I mean, I'm certainly not going to try and suggest it, but I'd be trying to put this ball to get him a gudgeon.
Most definitely.
But like that, I'm not going to lie, I like that. And Liam obviously knows that he can't come inside because of the yellow. Aye, that's good. That's actually a good. You know, he's not going to play a shot like that unless he's got him.
Renoir. I think that's meant to say senior. But tell the boys about your.
I didn't say a word to you, Eddie. I was roped into that by Kevin Chalmers, funnily enough, who was saying that you were playing one of the best players that India produced, and
It was always sliding.
the guy had aye. So Kev Chalmers says to me, listen, I'm going to kid on Eddie now. He's playing an absolute legend, a professional, and blah blah blah. And
Yeah, he came into me at the commentary box and he says, did you, Renzi and I were talking about the guy I went, oh, he's class. What a player, by the way. And he's went, don't you start as well.
I heard him.
He was coming in with his entourage to play against Fast Eddie. And true Fast Eddie style. He blew him away sharpish. Was it 10-2?
10-2. 10-2. So that very cunning little clever shot from Liam.
Yeah, I would have still swerved that.
Yeah. It's pretty much going to put him into a 5-3 lead.
I just think that the shot Chris tried to play, even though the tables have been played on over the weekend, it'll take another week or so before that really big slide leaves the cushions, and I just didn't think it was on the way Chris played it.
I know, I hope I'm wrong about what I'm going to say next for the sake of the stream game or what have you. But I can only see it being one-way traffic in this game now for Liam, because I think that Chris has let him off the hook early doors.
Yeah, quite a few times actually.
And Liam will know that. And Liam will want to just punish him all the more. And Liam's break's not started working yet, and he's missed some balls, and I can't see him missing many more.
And it is 5-all with Mark and Cian, and Mark is at the table right now. So, what a turnaround in that match, from 5-0 to 5-all. And you did say, Renzi, Mark won't get too flustered, even when he is 4 and 5 behind in a race to 10.
Nah, not at all.
He'll
Not
know
at all.
If his opponent can win 4 or 5,
Yeah.
so can he.
He'll also know his opponent's a younger guy and be thinking, you can't help but do it. I'm 5-0 off on the great.
Yeah.
Mark Farnsworth, and then all of a sudden loses a couple of frames with finishes just a got, and then pots it black out a turn in the frame, and then all of a sudden it's like Mark will just be like boom, boom on him. Much the same as what Liam's doing with Chris here. Cracking game developing between the two Scots. Morgan McInnes has just pegged another one back on Robert. That's now 5-4. I'll do a quick scores check. And now Mark Boyle's just get back into the match after a marathon 6th frame against Dave Adenau. So it's Boyle 2, Adenau 4, Gillespie 3, Fernie 2, Mark Farnsworth 5, Cian Monaghan 5, Robert Stephen 5, Morgan McInnes 4, Dunster 4, Boron 3, JDN, Jake Dillon Newlove 5, Andrew McPhee 3, Gav Robinson's, it's now 5-4 actually, because he just finished the frame there. He's 5-4 down to Christian Phillips, and Gareth Tibbett is 5-3 down to Richard Swarfield, who's a pro as well, Stephen.
Yes, he is, and he's played really well this weekend. He's one of the kind that, I think he only turned pro maybe a couple of years ago. I know he's a really good player. I played him in Isle of Man. Ruthlessly put me to the sword after I'd lost my quarter-finals of the amateur to Gio. The wind was out my sails, and he took no prisoners. He just put me to the sword quite sharpish, but I got to see how good a player Richard is, and he's been good all weekend. Probably another, I mean, it's mad when you talk about certain pros as underdogs, but it's because we've got the top end.
Yeah.
And he's another one. If he gets by Gareth, who's to say he can't go all the way?
Yeah, for sure. He seems a nice guy, to be honest. I had a good laugh with him last night. He got me over to make a decision. Mark Boyle hit a red totally clean with it, and he was like, "You sure that wasn't a foul, ref?" He was actually beat at that time, so he must have been unfairly this morning, fighting on the loser side to get to the last 16.
Yeah, he actually beat Gio Edgar 7-3 this morning.
Ah, okay, right, okay, yeah.
So
I was wondering because Gio's in form and he's not here, so
yeah, it gives an idea of how Richard's playing.
Yeah. But Richard's now an established pro, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Gio obviously we know is as good as pretty much anybody this year anyway in Scotland, and I mean there's some good players up here. And obviously the IPA amateur stuff, so it just shows you it's the pro ranks next year are going to be unbelievable, Stevie.
I know it's the old cliche, there's no easy games. That is going to be the case, but there is some mega exciting games that we're going to see regularly for the first time in a number of years.
Yeah, it's going to be utterly fantastic. So I think, I don't want to talk out of turn, but I think it's 64 pros. Around about
64
that.
pros.
Unbelievable.
I'm actually hearing some rumours that there was some extra ones that I had hoped to get in, and the number was slightly higher, which is obviously not possible. So the guys are actually doing some work behind the scenes to try and figure things out.
Right, okay.
But it just shows the desire and the hunger for people to come and play in the IPA, whether it's in the pro ranks or in the amateur, because both, I'm led to believe, are overly subscribed.
Yeah, I think the background are doing such a good job, and I'm going to give a wee shout out to them if that's okay, Stevie, because at the end of the day, we've obviously got Stephen and Paul, right, who are now the chairman and treasurer, but I mean, the IPA in the process of putting quite a good team together, but the captain of the team, if you want to call it that, is a lady called Bronwyn Ward, and that lady is just like unbelievable. She is the IPA in my eyes.
Renzi, she was on last night on the chat function, and I basically said all the same stuff. Now, she might have been walking about with the chest puffed out going on that, but she is unbelievable. I remember not so long ago when the guys were explaining to me what was possibly the future, and the first thing I said was Bronstein.
Yeah, me too, to be honest with you. The very first thing I says, she's incredible, and she's been doing that for a number of years in different associations and things like that, Welsh Pool Association and what have you. She's unreal. Absolute
legend.
Obviously Craig, who is like massively important as well. He's just a big part of the team as well.
He is, and he's very single-minded. He's very particular in how he wants to go about his business, but it's the reason why in a short space of time he's got so good and had the success that he's having.
Much so. Very much so.
And another one that I said a few times yesterday, I don't know if he's watched at any point this weekend, who I was very happy that he decided to stay on board, was Mark Pickworth.
Yeah, well, I've just got to know Mark at the last event. We were having a kind of wee Mexican standoff. It's like, hey, I've been watching Mark for years though, and he's really good at what he does. So I'm looking forward to
obviously
having a close association with Mark in the future.
Over the last while, since getting involved behind the scenes, I got to see with my own eyes the work that Mark puts in, the way he organises himself, the way he really is professional, and the fact that he loves doing what he does and the way he goes about it. Honestly, I only had to spend one match with him to see how good he was, and me and him had a sit down in Isle of Man with a chat about what's kind of coming up. And
excellent.
When he said to me, he went, and I'm going to stay on board by your side, and we're going, and I was absolutely buzzing, because I think he just makes things better.
Yeah, I think for yourself as well, and the transition period, I think that's so important.
Yeah, he is absolutely.
He's been there, done it, wore the t-shirt, he does the presenting, he does a bit of commentary, he just does a bit of everything, so he's ideal.
It really did. I mean, I'm not, you know me, I'm one of the guys, I will charge into the storm and, well, throw me under the bus if you want. I'm happy to come out fighting, but to have someone like that to help you and kind of work by your side, I thought that is a weight off the shoulders right away, because he is so good at what he does.
So all the team, if you're listening in, look forward to next season.
Mark Farnsworth.
Perfect timing with Craig here putting us back on the break there. just as Mark Farnsworth stickers himself.
He's just gave the frame away.
Wow. Okay.
7 yellows on the table, and he just gave the frame away.
Disgusted with himself, and that was just bad timing, to be honest. But Mark's given it away. So anybody listening in that's part of the team, all the referees, Bronman, Picks, all of you guys, I look forward to seeing you all in the new year. Have a great Christmas. Get the batteries recharged, and then we're ready to go for 2025 IPA season.
Sean saying, can you sort out that beep every 30 seconds? Oh, it's the shot clock.
Sean, that's the shot clock, mate.
It's on every live and every TV streamed episode of any of these pool things. the live shot clock always beeps down.
What I will say though is, you don't hear it all the time, but you'll certainly hear it when Liam's playing. Because Liam's got it down to a fine art.
Exactly. He will play on that beep all the time.
If you watch this, right, you'll hear the beep, and Liam will probably play with about 2-3 seconds left every single shot. So, Sean, if you don't like it, message Liam.
Yeah, unfortunately, Liam is the guy that plays to the beep. Yeah, Paul, I'm seeing there that you've got a small complaint. We will get a complaints form sent out to your door, and you can fill it in, mate. Or you can just pop it on there and let us see what you're talking about.
Danny, no idea what you're talking about, mate.
Yeah, neither do I, Danny.
Nobody's mentioning football today, mate.
He's got some issues, that boy.
Oh, he hasn't enough.
And it looks...
Can we send a couple of requests in to you, Danny?
It looks ominous here now, Renzi. I think...
Not only ominous, but Liam's actually like it. Just like... And I'm not at it here, but he's like... his pace is increasing.
Yeah.
Because he's feeling good about himself. And
Well, I'm watching the clock. The last shot he played on 22 seconds. He just played that one on 19. Well, it stopped on 18, but he struck the ball on 19. He's averaged about 10-12 seconds a shot the last 3 or 4 shots. So, and then he's down again. So he's feeling it.
the coverage should start early. Listen, see this guy I'm sitting beside, right? He was out doing some podcast stuff and all that this morning, mate. It's hard to employ these guys, you know. We can't have them here 24 hours a day. That's not the way it works.
Yeah, I mean, the coverage should start earlier.
This is prime time, mate. This is prime time. Nobody's getting up at 10 a.m. in the morning to watch.
Yeah, I mean, there's still people in their kitchens at 10 in the morning having a hangover cure up. The last thing on their mind is pressing the button. But we might have 1 or 2 viewers. It might be worth it in future if we can maybe get up to 4 or 5. Maybe we could figure out something in future, mate, where the early morning games before the mainstream starts, we can maybe sort out something like on the IPA pool page, maybe a Facebook Live for one of the matches, something like that. So we'll figure something out in the future.
Sean, did you see that one? So that was the most important shot at the frame. He was down to 1 second on that one, mate. So that was 5 beeps, I think, you got there for your money's worth.
7 frames to 3. And Chris, if he looks back on this match, will feel he should have maybe been quite far in front in the beginning.
Wow. 6-2, Dave Adden. After that mammoth, long 6 frame that Mark won, he's still not been able to stop the momentum of Dave Adden, who had a good conversation with earlier on. Dave, Christian, Dan Davey, they're all players reps for the pros. Very important guys as well because they like interact with Paul and Stephen.
Dave's a class act. I had a good chat with David in Newcastle. He was wanting a bit of help with the upkeep of his tables. The guy that the club he uses says the guy's amazing with them, but the only problem is he's not really got a budget to get the tables done 24/7. So he came to me and asked me a question about something, and I basically gave him that little bit of advice. And then at the next event, he came over to me with a big smile on his face and went, "That is incredible, Stevie." And then the mad thing is, I then got a chap at the door yesterday from yours truly. And he says, "Stevie, I heard you've got a trick." I said, "It's not a trick, mate. It's not a trick. It's just..." And he said, "No, I just heard about it. Somebody says, go see Stevie, he's got a trick." And I'm like, "It's no magic, mate. It's just simple." And yeah, it was good. We ended up having a good chat, but...
Yeah, brilliant.
Do you know, I actually thought something... The way Liam came in and he's like, "Can you please turn that off?" And I went, "Oh, here we go." Honestly, I thought I've said something on this stream.
He was going to dig you for it.
Because he's no shy.
No, of course not.
He shouted at me across the room, "Stevie, I did mean that shot. And I'm like,
I told that.
What?
I told that story a couple of days ago.
and I'm like, what was, and I'm thinking he was talking about the match he just played, and it was a match weeks and weeks before it that I was commentating on.
Oh, he never forgets. Danny, right, okay. Oh, so the comment was referring to Mark Boyle and the talker were talking football. Were they? Right. Well, Danny, you know what you do? You stick that in writing, right? Send it to the IPA, right? Secretary, right? Put it in writing, and then I will get that in front of the disciplinary committee, who is myself, Paul Corrigan, Pope Francis, and Peter Lawwell, and we'll deal with it, okay?
No sooner is the talker in a job, and Danny Wilson has him fired. I actually remember Mark was in, and we it was good fun, but I can't even remember.
Danny, he's pleading. he's pleading insanity.
I'm starting to think Danny's made this up. I expect evidence of this conversation to be posted. Obviously on a CD sent to the disciplinary committee. Do people still use CDs? I do.
I don't even know what that means.
You just
It was cassette tapes in my day, Stevie.
Right, the kids, when they look at, obviously I've got the old car that I use for work, and when the kids get in and they see the CDs and they're like, I can't believe, Dad, why can't you just link your phone up to it? And I'm like, unfortunately, kids, that's not how this car works. Already been sent.
Oh,
Yeah.
dear.
When it
It's
rains,
just
it pours.
all gone wrong for all gone wrong for Chris. He's pushing the boat out. Liam will be sitting there licking his lips, to be honest with you.
The thing that stood out there to me was Chris was trying to get close,
Yeah.
when probably in that situation, just roll it in, find the gap and get yourself a shot. The black goes everywhere.
Mad Maz, they're equally as bad. You know, that's the thing. That probably worse, to be honest with you. I don't think they'd finish in the top 2 in Scotland, and that's how bad they are. Anyway, 6-2 Dave Adderall against Mark Boyle. Gibbsy's now 5-2 up on Ross Fairley. The winners play each other. Mark Farnsworth 7-6 up on Cian Monaghan. The winner of that plays Robert Stephen or Morgan McInnes. It was 5-2 to Robert Stephen. It's now 6-5 to Morgan McInnes.
Yeah, what a turnaround in that match.
Dunster 7, Chris Boron 3. Match for watching. Andrew McPhee 5-2 down to Jake Dylan Newlove has turned that match round as well. That's now 5-all. So Andrew McPhee is digging in. The reigning champion is 6-4 down to Christian Phillips. So Gavin Robinson 4, Christian Phillips 6. And Gareth Hibbett's made a fight back against Richard Swarfield, so that's 5 also. Still the early stages of a lot of these matches.
Yeah,
the race is 2-10.
Only a few of them are just past the halfway stage. And even in the one here, 7-3, based on the amount of frames, it's only just edged past, which is a possible halfway. So 10 frames deep out of a possible 19. But it does look very, very unlikely that Chris is going to come back here unless he can play no mistake pool and take every chance. And into the bargain, he needs Liam to make a couple and not take the chances.
No Craig Marsh in the last 16.
Craig Marsh.
Because I see him sitting over there, but
No.
who beat Marshy?
So last night,
He must have got beat this morning because he's sitting there with his gear on.
I'm looking. But
That's
he's,
a disqualification.
yeah, he wasn't in that.
There was 2 rounds this morning, wasn't there?
Or was there 2 rounds this
I did
morning?
say he's lost to Ross Fairley. 7-5. Aye, okay, so.
Yeah, 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, 10 o'clock this morning. Okay.
Oh, he actually told me about it. He says Fernie was unbelievable.
Right, okay. So, is Craig staying an extra night? Is he waiting on? Did
He's
he
here
travel up with Philly? Or
He's here to tomorrow.
is he? Aye, that's great. That's a potential to.
Oh, he's already been sighted, and he says, well, we'll see what happens soon. And I say, oh, we won't see what happens, mate. I will wheelbarrow you in.
Perfect.
I'm glad somebody notices that. Stevie puts naughty shifts in.
Naughty shifts.
Morning to night. But do you know what? People go, do you need a break? Do you want? And I'm like, if I was to have a break in here, I would talk to a few people, watch some pool, and I'm thinking, I might as well just been here.
Yeah, I get that.
I don't mind doing it, I enjoy it, so there might be people that's different to me, but that they need a moment here and there, but I don't mind it.
So guys, I'm going to put something to you. Depending on the results here, what game would you have on the stream next? That'll matter a jot to our Craig, right?
No, he's already made his mind up.
Made his mind up what game's going on next. But what would you have? What would the public have on next? And a lot is to do with the results as well. Matt Ball's just got one back against Dave Adenau. So this is the potential matches. You could have Gareth Hibbett, Gavin Robinson, or Christian Phillips, or Richard Snowfield. The games are so close, it's hard. Very lucky, mate. I was there, very impressed with your team. The Bug is a big Hibs fan. Aye, some great chances, mate. Just shows you what a class goalkeeper, even if he's an old guy, can do.
Do you know what actually happened yesterday, Renzi? There was an argument outside, now that I can remember because Danny's posted. Rooney, Big Thomas, Ryan Davey, John Joe McCott, they were all arguing over Brendan Rodgers or Ange, right? So they were having their thing, and Rooney comes in, chaps the door, says, listen, he says, Stevie, I need you out here because these uneducated lunatics are telling me about football. I need you out here. And I says, right, so, and he says, can I just ask you one question? Brendan Rodgers or Ange? Just one answer. And I said, Brendan Rodgers, and Mark said, Brendan Rodgers, no brainer, simple. And then he went, cheers, and walked away. I don't know if it went any deeper than that, but if it did, fair enough. But that was how it kind of came about.
Yep, I agree with you. However, I actually love watching his team, Andy's team play, but that Brendan knows it a wee bit more. Yeah, that can happen. That can happen, Stephen.
Yeah, that would be massive. If it happens.
Dave Adenau's just went 7-3 up on Mark, so that was a potential Mark Boyle, Scott Gillespie there as well. But
Robert Stephen with an equaliser.
Yeah, so it could be Mark Farnsworth, Robert Stephen. Okay. William Dunster could play Jake Dillon Newlove. And then we have so there's some crackers. Some crackers.
We could have a rerun of last year's final. Gav Robinson and Gareth Hibbett.
Yeah. I like that. I'll see what the Bug, what Nicole King and what Chris Ferrier have all said. That's the match that you would have. They've all mentioned Morgan. If Mark Farnsworth does win, him playing the winner of the Morgan match against Robert Stephen, that's the one I'd have on. But hey-ho, we'll soon see what our man picks. No problem at all, Danny.
What's he saying?
He's retracting his letter. Good shot. Good shot.
Does that red go, Renzi? It must. It must.
I think
he has went for a couple where there's been a tight shot and then he's...
Oh, there we go. Oh, hello, Craig. After like 3 days of right, okay, so I think he needs to swing round off two here. One,
that's a
two,
good shot.
Brilliant camera work for Craig. The only thing is now, can he float past? He could have been doing with another couple of rolls, so he was straighter on it, Stevie. Can he get this to bite and stay for the 8? Can he nudge into the yellow and stay? Or can he just go like that? That is a typical Chris Bourne shot, to be honest with you. He's got an awful lot of body movement about him when he plays those shots.
Could he just have ghosted that in off the yellow? And
I'm not so sure.
Through?
I just think he came a little awkward. And now he's got the pot into the bottom right.
He's good at these.
Brilliant.
Yeah, he's good at them.
Yeah, brilliant.
That's one of his big strengths, is they type of pots.
So the outer tables there. In the very bottom, it's Jake Dillon Newlove against Andy McPhee. The middle of the three tables you can see, The Godfather's sitting down, and Richard Swafield's at the table, and then we've got Mr. Magic who's trying to cling into this match. 7-3 down, and the balls don't look tap-ins. That looks like Gibbsy. It's just about to collect the balls down here. Thank you very much, sir. That's fine. Yeah. That's a cue. No, it's a playing cue. Sorry for the wee interruption. We've just had the chairman walk in. He's in to have a wee look at what's going on. Maybe present the trophy later. The chairman of the IPA standing in behind the commentary team here. And his man, who we were watching there, is 7-3 down. And that's maybe because I tipped the guy to win the tournament. Mark Farnsworth is now on the hill after being 5-0 down. But young Keane is at the table. Liam Dunster just broken him in off. Scott Gillespie's doing a job on Ross Fernie. 7-2 Gibbsy. Yeah. Now, you've had Gibbsy in a couple of times, haven't you, Stevie?
Yeah, so his first wee trip in was quite good. It was quite insightful. I liked the idea of his honesty. He basically said, Stevie, I was so nervous there. I know I've been away for a few years, and I know it might feel to a lot of people like just another tournament in Scotland, but it's an IPA one, and I'm obviously on the stream table wanting to do well. Last night, he didn't play great, and he was absolutely fuming with himself. But he said he'll go away, dust himself down, and come back, hopefully fresher, feeling better today. And 7-2 in front of Fernie, who's played great this morning. That's obviously exactly what's happened.
Yeah. That's just Scott for you, though.
Exactly.
Probably disgusted with himself last night. His poor missus. They were like, I'm rotten and all that. And she's like, you're all right, Scott, you're good and all that. So, that's amazing. Tiger Jason.
The main man himself.
Are you coming here, Tiger Jason? Are you en route here?
Let's get you in, my man.
Good afternoon to you as well, my friend. I hope you can make it in today.
Tell you what, he's about to get one more back here. He looks like he's got that spring in his step again.
Yeah. Yep. And I like what he's doing here. So I think he has been pretty bipolar in his performance here, and he seems to have his routine back.
Yeah.
And when he's got the routine and he's going round and checking, like he's just doing just now, it seems to be going well.
Yeah, all of a sudden, and I think you're spot on. Maybe going back a few frames, he just seemed to be rushing things a bit.
Yeah.
And
almost taking it for granted, Stevie.
And indecision creeped in. All of a sudden, he finds himself 8-4 behind when it could have been so different.
And as I say, just mind your work again here. Just, what's he doing? See, I'd be putting that A-ball in it, probably in the top right, and just playing a wee screw with left hand. Oh no, he's playing it with top. That was a very narrow gap. He's okay.
Yeah.
But wow, that was such a small window.
He's obviously felt he couldn't hold it, but he could have used the red to cushion it.
Yeah, and I thought he could have played screw with left hand side or off the left hand side rail, and then just come down with the white, maybe even on the blue spot, and just played the red into the top right. However, you never miss a ball. I fail to play position here, Stephen. Sometimes the angles aren't what you think they are. These guys are all top players, I know.
For people in the UK that don't know what a rail is, it is the cushion.
Sorry, I'm sitting bad there. Yeah.
No, I know. Young Liam Power, who was in last night,
he said it a few times.
He done it a few times, innit?
Is it driving you crazy, mate?
No, I actually don't mind it. And there's the odd time, obviously, you watch so much different Q Sports now, and I'm the same as everyone. If there's a certain tournament on and it's on TV, or even if it's a live stream, I'll go on and tune in. And just the different terminology. I mean, you only need to spend half an hour with Elliot, and all of a sudden everything's changed. But I do find myself every now and again, my brain auto-corrects just before I speak, because there is the odd time that the opposite words come into my mouth.
Of course. And if you're a stickler for it, you can't be seen to be saying it, Stevie. That's for sure.
Exactly.
So Gavin Robinson, he's doing everything that he can to try and defend his ground here. He was 6-4 down there. He's fought all weekend, to be honest with you. Great ability, Gav. Great fighting qualities as well.
He's such a trier.
Yeah.
And seeing people be rewarded for their efforts.
I think Morgan's very like that as well. Morgan's a bit more stylish, I would say, than Gab, right? But Morgan's like everything. He just leaves everything on the table.
There's a determination there to succeed, to be better, to improve, all the kind of traits that you need. I mean,
this guy we're watching, Dave.
7-4 in front of Mark, and a chance to go 8-4.
I love Chris's break. He puts everything he's got into that break. Look at those balls. If he can play the first positional shot, there's a great chance on yellows. I think he needs to take it. Maybe I'm wrong. But in my opinion, I think the yellows are there.
Yeah, I think where the black's situated, I don't think there's a ball. I mean, the red's simple starter, but...
Is it a simple starter?
I think you can play the red to the bottom left.
Yeah. I like the yellow in the top right,
so
and then just screw off the cushion, then play the yellow into the left middle.
Yeah, I think it's yellows all day, but really, for me, just because of the black.
He's played that great. It's okay. Oh, he's not played it great. He's shy. The cushions are obviously because the tables have just been recovered. They're a bit slow.
Yeah,
but a bit dead.
There's nothing for short there.
Nothing for short, Stevie. Bang on.
Another 6 inches, he's got it in the bottom left. If he goes all the way across, he's got it into the middle left.
He could have been on the side cushion.
Yeah,
he could have even used the other cushion. That you're bang on. Now he's having to find a gap again.
See, I was going to say he's good at them. He'll pot them all day. The only issue for me was how is he getting on one of the bottom yellows, and he's tried to.
But I don't mean to be cruel here, but because he's played the first shot so poorly, you're almost asking for that. He doesn't miss many pots.
No, he
just needs a back cue ball training.
Yeah. He was the first to admit when he sat down with me the other day that he disappointed himself with I don't want to use the words lack of effort, but just the lack of time that he put in.
Yeah, sure.
After having such a great start to 24, but he's, as I say, quarter-finalist of the World Championship, final of the Seniors World Championship, and looking like it was going to be a massive year, and then he felt like he lost the edge, and the hunger wasn't there to go and practice, and he was just turning up to tournaments. And I said to him, I went, I know the feeling. I've been there myself, and I think every pool player at some point has, but to start the year the way he did,
he can relate more because you played again.
Yeah,
exactly.
But he also said that
that's a great shot. What a shot.
Opening everything up in one go.
What a shot.
But he is hoping for a big 25, and I hope he finds that hunger, because he's a great player and he's good to watch.
Some of these matches are going really close. Liam's doing the job here. Some of the matches are going really close to you. Very bottom two matches, the guys that will play each other. It's like 6-all with Garrett and Richard. 6-all Gavin Robinson, Christian Phillips. Jake Dylan Newlove, 6-5.
Yeah, Andrew McPhee not going away.
No, he's not. Maybe now.
7-5.
Maybe now, though. Aye.
Robert Stephen one behind again, but Mark Farnsworth is the only one on the hill, Renzi.
Yeah. Oh, and Young Keane's just missed, actually. He's just missed his last yellow, so Mark Farnsworth's just about to be the first player through to the last 8. To play the winner of Robert Stephen 6, Morgan McInnes 7. Liam's just about to go on the hill against Chris Borant. I think the game everybody will be watching, and there's a wee congregation to our left here in McGoldricks, as the is the Mark Boyle Dave Adeno game, because that's the potential shock, isn't it? Even though if you know Davey, you know he's a class act, but
I think Colin, Sean, Gizmo and that, they'll be a keen eye on Robert as well, the local lad.
Yeah, yeah, of course they are. Oh.
And Mr. Farnsworth will be the first quarter-finalist, I think, here, Renzi. And Big Ray.
Yeah, he is. Good timing with Craig. Shakes hands. Keane will be very disappointed with himself. He's trying to make his name in the... and at 5-0 he must have been thinking, okay, just keep us going. But very experienced Mark Farnsworth.
Slightly wrong side here. He's got a shot to play.
I would love to see Liam just screw us all the way back here at the top cushion and land the fight pretty much where it is just now, or a wee bit down.
Has he got a full bag for the black?
Yeah, I think he has. He's taught me that he's maybe
He must have a better angle than it looks.
Power stun he's playing. Yeah, power stun across. Oh, Liam, man. Why could you not play the big screw back shot there? Just very clinical.
Yeah, unbelievable. Absolute. Ruthless when he's at his best. And at the start of this match, he was nowhere near it. Clinical as ever.
Yeah, it took him a little time to warm up. When he's warm, he's warm.
Mark Boyle, 8-4 behind, is at the table. A good chance on the yellows.
Gareth Hurwick's now 7-6 up and he's just broke. Have you seen Gareth's break? Have you studied it much, Stevie?
His break's unbelievable.
It's incredible.
It is an absolute weapon.
Just as we say that, he sits down and you see it dry. Yeah. But oh no, it's an incredible break.
Even the sound of it, Renzi, it's like an explosion. It really is one hell of a break. 8-6 Morgan McInnes against Robert Stephen.
Mark Boyle here, as we've just seen there, Stevie. So Craig's trying to cover lots just now. For as long as he can keep Dave from getting to the hill, that is what Mark's wanting to do right now. Just peg back, peg back, peg back. Don't let Dave onto the hill. Now Liam's side break. Crunch, ball to the middle, no problem. Ball to the corner, no problem.
What a break that is.
Look at the Reds, mate. Liam's just fought tirelessly on that break as well. He really, really has. And when he gets it, and that one goes into the corner, and that one goes into the middle, look at that pattern. And that's why I personally liked the side break when I played, because I just thought you get used to the way the balls come out, the patterns of the balls coming out.
Yeah, if you can time it good.
Yeah.
As good as Liam.
Yeah, that's the fruits. That's the fruits of if you can time it good.
And the thing for me was actually a conversation yesterday, talking about certain guys like Chris Mellon and stuff who are saying they don't like the cut break, they think there should be a break box, stuff like that. And it's too easy. And I think if it was that easy, why are they not all doing it?
Yeah.
It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense to me.
No, that's... Chris is a student of all the Q sports, but I disagree with him, to be honest with you. It's not that easy. If it was that easy, Tom would be doing it. Mick would be doing it.
Exactly.
There's nothing that said to them that they ever had to break for the middle. It was just So Matt Boyle does win that frame. 8-5 now. Fairley's got to be frame back against Scott Gillespie, so that's now 7-3. 8-6 Morgan. 7-5 Jake Dillon-Newlove against Andy McPhee. Christian Phillips, that's been to and fro and to and fro. He's 7-6 up on Gav Robinson. 7-6 Gareth Abbott. And Liam's 4 pots away from getting himself through.
Yeah, it looks
to
to
the
me.
last 8.
Yeah, it looks to me like Liam. And this kind of, I mean, I picked him sitting next to Morgan, who was playing next, and he asked a question, and it was Liam who was my tip.
Yep.
I just find it hard to see past him sometimes, and he's got a way of winning when he's not at his best. When he is at his best, he's nearly impossible to beat. Listen to guys, I say, who's the toughest opponent for you?
Yeah.
They say Liam. Robert says Liam. Morgan says Liam. They all say Liam, so...
I understand it. If you've ever had the privilege of playing against him, he's even in practice and things like that, he's just so hard to beat. Well played, Liam Dunster. So, Stevie, I'm going to get Liam over to you. And for the quick interview, thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of the day. I'm sure you'll be able to get some of the guys in to do a wee bit with you. So I'll go and get Liam just now, mate.
Cheers, Renzi. Much appreciated. And it was probably a match of 2 halves there. Well, ask Liam himself. He might feel that the first half of the match, just things weren't happening for him, but it did seem like one of the kind of cagey affairs in the beginning where things weren't going great, but all of a sudden he kicked into great fashion and ruthless fashion, and he is in the quarter-finals. Robert Stephen and Morgan McInnes serving up a mammoth tie. Morgan is 8-7 in front. Dave Adenau, as everyone can see right now at the table, 8-5 in front of Mark Boyle. Gareth Abbott, 7-6 in front of Richard Swarfield now as well. Some great ties going on. Christian Phillips, 7-6 in front of Gav Robinson. Jake Newlove, 8. Andrew McPhee, 5. And Gibbsy, 7. Ross Fernie, 4. So, a lot still to play for as the day goes on. But we do have 2 quarter-finalists, and one of them is coming in to sit down right now. And it's none other than Liam Dunster. Just push it up, mate. So, Liam, was that kind of like a... Is that tied up there, mate? Let's see if I can get it out. If it's stuck, here we go. Bit of a game of 2 halves. Started the match a bit edgy, and then you became ruthless.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, just a bit uncomfortable at the start. Obviously, it's my first game of the day. I think Chris has played his game or 2 earlier on. So I was just cold and off the street. You know what I mean, I was just getting into it. So, 2 each at the start. 2-0 at the start, I think. And then just started playing well. Still breaking terrible, but I played well.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously were watching it on the stream. Chris had a couple of chances. He made a couple of mistakes. Probably could have been further ahead at the start, but we mentioned that last night. Do you think that's a big issue where the guys that come in this morning for the losers games, rather than the guys that have to come in cold, as you say, and then have to just go onto the table, they've not played any competitive? I know you can go and have a frame or 2, but is that a big difference?
I wouldn't say it was too much of a difference, to be honest. I think it's a bit of a laziness on my part. I mean, like, came in this morning and Boyle was having a hit, Farnsworth was having a hit. I just stood about.
Right.
I just chose not to have a hit. So, more than full. So.
Yeah, no, that's it. So sometimes that's a good way of putting it, because as I say, I had some of the guys in last night and they were saying, well, I'm on tomorrow. Don't know if it's a positive or a negative that I get a longer lie because the guys are on at 10 in the morning and get a couple. Some of them getting 2 matches, some getting 1. But as we say, your break at the end of the match, you mentioned your break there. Your last couple of breaks were really good.
Oh, were they? Oh.
Yeah.
I just remember this really is not working, so I just sort of smacked it for the other side and hope for the best. That's sort of my second break. I was doing my smashing him for the front in my match against Morgan, and I was just hitting him so bad. I only swapped to that because my side break was working so bad. So everything's just, I'm playing well, just breaking really bad.
Well, it's only because we spoke about it in the last couple of frames there, and Renzi's saying he is timing that break so well. It's not even that hard, and look at these balls, and then you come in and say, well, breaks. And
oh, it's shocking.
Yeah, maybe we've not noticed it in the early part, but definitely towards the end, you did have a couple of really, really good, and obviously the one to win it there was absolutely huge.
Yeah, I think I did change the way I hit the last couple of breaks, so I think I'll stick to doing that for now and just hope for the best.
So you are awaiting the winner of, where is it there? Is it Gav and Christian?
No, it's Jake and
Jake
Andrew.
and Andrew. So it is, and we were talking about Andrew, who was supposed to play Stevie Cochran this morning. Stevie didn't turn up, and he is a practice partner of yours, is that right?
McPhee is, yeah, he is, yeah.
So he's doing well. Who would you prefer to play?
Yeah, of course, of course, Andrew. Yeah, I'd prefer to play Andrew, of course. Yeah.
Well, he's hanging in there well against Jake. So good luck to him. But well done, Liam. Congratulations,
Thank
mate,
you.
and see you in the next round, mate.
Cheers.
And next on stream, we will await and see who Craig decides to throw on there, and we will be back very shortly. Walker the Talker has bounced in. I was out at the main area speaking to the guys about what matches we might have on next, but that is not important right now. What is important is that Christian Phillips has just beaten Gavin Robinson, and Scott Gillespie 8, Ross Fernie 8. Fernie big favourite in the frame that I could see, but Mark Boyle, Dave Addison, 9 frames all, and I thought you guys maybe deserved wee Walker the Talker for this match, or this frame should I say, the culmination of what has been one hell of a tie. Now, looking at it from here, as I've just sat down, guys, I do not know if this is open table or it has, no, well, there's a red down, so I'm going to suggest Mark broke here. I didn't see it as I was coming in, I just noticed on the scoreboard it was 9-all, and Craig told me that he pointed the camera around, so 338 people on just now. I'm pretty sure as the day goes on we will hit that 1,000 mark. We were at that for one of the last ones, and I promise you guys we have got big plans to try and get those numbers into the high thousands as we go forward. The only way we can do that is to put on the best production, to try and build a viewership across all social platforms. Let's hope that's something that the Talker can help with. Big year for me, big year for the IPA, looking forward to it. Oh, Jerry, you're joking. I know Dave was quite far in front in this match at certain points. I think he was 9-5, maybe 7-2 at one point. I'd maybe have to look and check that back, but I know he was quite far in front. And unfortunately for him, he's missed a chance to win 10-8. And now Mark at the table with a chance to win 10-9. Just goes to show. And at this level, you're just never beat. I think the big thing we talk about quite a lot, I mentioned it earlier when Cian was 5-0 in front of Mark Farnsworth. Cian Monaghan playing great at that point. When these top guys are sitting in their seat, they don't really get flustered. They just think, well, my opponent's won 4 or 5 in a row. I can do the same. And it really is just a flick of the switch, whether they get the break going, whether their opponent has a couple of dry ones and maybe the odd mistake, and then all of a sudden it turns on its head. And Mark won that match 10-7 from 5-0 down. So it just goes to show. And in this case, Dave was on the hill quite a bit ago. Mark Boyle is never ever beat. So can he do the unthinkable and come from far behind and win this match? Looks like he's made his mind up now. He is going to take these ones downstairs by the looks of it. As you guys can see the same camera angle as I can, so it's tough to see the perfect angle that Mark has. However, we've got as good a view as any. It's simply a case of how he marks these out, and the yellow at the top right hand corner. Is he just going to drop on that at some point? It will go to the top left. It doesn't look like it passes. It might pass into the middle. Well, it's going to be a delicate shot from Mark to get on that. And I know he's got one of the rules that you don't have to kick something out or move something that goes. So he will be dropping on it at some point. I am sure of that. Still making his mind up, Mark. You see Ross Fernet. Give Mark just enough time to play shot there. Two tables really close to each other. Or should I say two matches being played really close to each other, but yeah, Jerry Ross has been chasing from behind as well in that match. Yeah, what a shot, what a shot that is from Mark Boyle. This isn't easy. I think he knows himself, leaving the right angle to get on that yellow is of premium importance. And landing wrong side is not an option. Has to flick the red and leave an angle, so there's work to be done here. Has he got a sneaky little angle? I'm not so sure. It doesn't look terrible, but we aren't right behind it, so yeah, you can see he's going to have to leave a finished cut. What can Mark do here? So he's had to take his medicine. You know what, guys? He might decide to just thin it in, run towards the red. I'm not sure he can. I don't know if he has to screw on and off the cushion. That's what he's looking at, but it is not easy, and I will suggest if he doesn't get it, Dave Adenauer will win this match. Absolutely massive. And Mark Boyle, at his very best, has come from so far behind to put Dave Adenauer to the sword. And Dave Adenauer has had a great weekend, but he will feel like he could have had and probably should have had this match over and done with. But Mark Boyle is into the quarterfinals. Now, I'm going to drop over now as Scott Gillespie 9-8 in front of Ross Fernie. And as I said, Ross was favourite in that match, in that frame, should I say. So I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden, it is Gibbsy 9-8 in front with a massive chance to put himself in the quarter-final. He doesn't like it. Still got a chance. Is he on the yellow to the left middle? And again, guys, you have the same view of this one as me. There's not a chance, and a good chance. Is there work to do? Damn right there is. But we've said it numerous times, and we will say it again. Scott Gillespie is a man who's never beat Ross Ferney, who had a nightmare start at the beginning of the weekend. Has fought so hard to get to this situation. I say it time and time again with these guys, they are just winners, serial winners. Trying to put final nails in the coffins is sometimes the hardest thing to do, but Scott doing his utmost here to end it all for Ross. So, a couple of tough shots. Of that, there's no doubt. Just wants to kill the cue ball ever so slightly, so he'll just nip this a bit. It is quite a bit away from the angle that he would prefer. What a shot, and he has landed absolutely perfect. So now one shot away from a place in the quarterfinals. Scott Gillespie back with a bang to the IPA circuit. He is in the quarter-final. And Ross Ferney looking like his old self, going deep in tournament after tournament just now. And 2025 will be huge for him. Congratulations, Goobsy. Commiserations, Ross. And guys, I will be back any moment with the quarter-finals on the main table.
start quarterfinals on table 10, Mark Boyle, Scott Gillespie, table 9, Mark Farnworth, Robert Stevens, table 8, Mayor Dunster, Clayton Muller, table 7, Christian Phillips, Gareth Hibbert.
No, just that lot. You get finished because you had to be good with your weight.
That one before it to land on that one, you couldn't steal in it.
Yeah, I know, because you threw in so much side just to try and hit the cushion just so you can.
Just a wee touch, but then you don't want to go too far.
No, I know.
Then trophies for just turning up.
And a signing on fee. Unbelievable.
And it is time for quarter-final magic with me, Walker the Talker. Absolutely ecstatic to have the two top boys from Scotland go head-to-head here. Obviously, we've got Morgan, Gio, Liam, and all the rest. But probably the pedigree of these two guys far exceeds most in the last couple of decades. And it is Mark Boyle and Liam Dunster. Sorry, I've just misspoken there. Walker's absolutely frazzled with that Pepsi he's been drinking. But it's Mark Boyle, it's Scott Gillespie. It's top end IPA pool. The two Scots will go head to head here for a place in our Masters semi-final. We're in McGoldricks Pool and Sports Bar, the premium venue for pool in the UK. We have some phenomenal venues across the UK, but it is one of these places that I mentioned the other day. If you build it, they will come. It has been built, and the people do come, the tournaments do come, and rightly so. We are absolutely spoiled in Scotland. Places such as the Players' Lounge, Shooters, Sticks, all these places up and down the country. The Shandon, where the Edinburgh Open will be in January as well. So guys, we are really spoiled here. If you're ever in the country though, in and around this area, please pop into McGoldricks. You will not be disappointed. But Mark Boyle has broken off. It's not exactly the most simple table in the world. I'm sure he'll work something out. And there's the beat on the buzzer. So one kind of dodgy red. Now he's going to have to play a little cannon on, and he's absolutely perfect right now. He's going to play a double. He's going to play a double here. It's slid high, he's not going to get it, and Scott Gillespie will step to the table with a decent opening chance, thanks to an error from Mark Boyle. Long way in this match. We are races to 10 all the way through. And these Masters events are what it's all about. We have long races. We get to see the best guys go head to head. We're witnessing two of them right now. And all the viewers that are tuning in right now, I'm pretty sure, as the news gets out, of the two guys on the table, these numbers will go up vastly. Sorry guys, just updating my post on Facebook for everyone. Try and get some more viewers onto the page, onto the match, onto the stream. Well, I tell you what a setup Mr. Paul Crawford, the Maverick, has. He's in the pool room at his with every screen on, watching everything. Absolutely phenomenal. So Gibbsy, the yellow and the black away. From going one in front here. And he does indeed. Finding his groove a little bit. Spoke to Scott briefly after his win there against Ross. And he has said that he feels really good. There's just a few things here and there as he brings himself back to the IPA. Playing on the Strachan 861 cloth again. That is the cloth of choice in the central region of Scotland. An IPA pool. The Saltire events, we must admit we like this cloth, and all of our tournaments are on it thanks to Strachan 861. Smart Rack, Supreme Pool, Onboard Sportswear. We have numerous backers, and ADR 147 has joined the band of merry men, if you want to call it that, for the new year, and they will be on board for the future. And it's fantastic to have all these major partners that help us put on the very best of tournaments and events. I'll give you a little update, Roger. Mark Boyle and obviously Scott Gillespie, you can see right now. Mark Farnsworth 1 up on Robert Stephen, Liam Dunster and Jake Dillon-Newlove. I think it's 1-0 to Liam Dunster in that one, and Christian Phillips is 1 in front of Gareth Hibbett. So all the matches have just started. But it is Mark Boyle, Scott Gillespie, Mark Farnsworth v Robert Stephen, Liam Dunster v Jake Dillon-Newlove, and Christian Phillips versus Gareth Hibbett. Christian Phillips has already done well in McGoldricks. Earlier in the year he lost in a final to Mark Farnsworth, one of the best standard of finals that you're likely to see. It was absolutely incredible. So let's hope that we continue to get that kind of standard this weekend. I'd like the cue ball to just slow down a touch there, Mark. He's not getting any major worries. Just play back on it just now. And these are marked out pretty well for Mark here. Just want to drop this, give himself just about the right angle. He does have options, even if he's slightly to the left. He can pull it straight back. If he was a touch further forward, he could drop it, play it in the left middle, come across for the right middle. He's so many options here, Mark, so he's going to keep it simple. Just pull the cue ball back a touch and play the black into the bottom left. Good to have Sebastian on watching. Big fan of Mark Boyle, as Mark goes 1-all here. You can see in the distance, table number 7. And we do have Christian Phillips and Gareth Hibbert on there. Callum, this is the quarter-final stage of the Masters. It is the IPA Masters. We're in McGoldricks Pool and Sports Bar live on the IPA Pool YouTube channel. And it is the last 8. I am Stevie Walker, Walker the Talker. I had hoped to be joined for this match by young Morgan McInnes, but I think he might have opted for the long journey home. We'll see if someone will drop in. Craig Marsh has said he will pop in at some point as well, so we will get some guests as the day goes on. And then later on tonight, we will have the presentation. A quick catch up with most likely the runner-up and the winner. But we have a long way to go before we get to that stage. And every match really in its infancy just now. As I say, races to 10, so Christian Phillips and Gareth Hibbert are 1-all. We're 1-all in this match, and the other 2 matches are 1-0. Mark Farnsworth on Robert Stephen and Liam Dunster on Jake Divan-Newlove. So we will keep you updated. Obviously, there is 3 matches on the live. Only 1 match comes with commentary, and that is the one you're watching right now. But we will most definitely keep you updated with the others. And if you decide you want to tune in, maybe play some music at home and watch some pool, then the other 2 live streams are available. That's no AC/DC, is it? That can't be AC/DC, man. Can't be about AC/DC, man. Not so long ago, young Jamie McPherson, the young Scottish champ, under 15 Scottish champ, I walked into Juniors Pool and Sports Bar, the club of choice in Motherwell. Fantastic place, great food. It really does tick all the boxes. And young Jamie bought me an AC/DC t-shirt. Such a class from the young champ. And what a future he has. Some top talent coming through all over. I had Liam Power, young 18-year-old, young English international. He was in joining me last night. And what a talent he is as well. Young Jaden Bellingham. I mean, the list is obviously endless. I'm more knowledgeable on the ones north of the border right now, but my knowledge of the youngsters in England, Wales, Ireland, etc. will be growing as I do more and more of this type of work. So I look forward to getting to know all the future stars as well as all the stars that we've got right now, and one of them is Mr. Magic Mark Boyle, and he is in prime position to go 2 frames to 1 in front of Scott Gibbsy Gillespie. As we switch to the outer table, Christian Phillips and Gareth Hibbert is 1 frame all. was a tightish table to begin with, but if Christian's on yellows, which I think he is, I think the chance is there. I think he's got a chance here. He's not on the yellows by the looks of it. He's nicked that red in, and he's given himself a great chance. Looks like the red at the bottom won't pass into the bottom right corner, but bottom left, just a simple drop on, they should be fine. So big break here. That is early in the match. You don't want to give your opponent any kind of early advantage. Something like that is not high on the agenda, but this is one of these situations, guys. We were speaking about it yesterday. I don't believe, and I do hope it changes, I don't believe you should get 2 shots from here. I think it should be 1. I mean, I don't think Mark needs 2 shots from here, but I think it's unfortunate to be kicked in off or the cue ball going off. There's 15 ball plus the cue ball on the table. You're hoping that something goes in, just not the cue ball, and it is large elements down to luck. You don't know what balls are going to kick what, and it is a highly punishable business when you do be kicked in off. Your opponent, especially at this level, tends to punish you in a major way. So I think 1 shot is enough. Although Mark has made a bit of a mistake there. There's no doubt he was playing on the yellows, and the likelihood is he still will. He's just not got as easy a shot as he would have liked. He'll just drop the yellow in the bottom left, nudge the black slightly. Mad Maz, no, mate, to be fair, do you know what's funny? Talking about the youth players, a lot of them had really good careers, as in played in the lower leagues and or on about the juniors and stuff like that, and a lot of them ended up not playing the game at all, ended up going making more money in the world of building sites and businesses and whatever else it is. But I actually seen a stat yesterday which absolutely blew my mind. Was 97% of English Premier League Grade 1 academy players, this is in the last 10 years, or something similar. I think it said the last 10 years. It was printed yesterday. 97% of them don't ever play a single match in the top level of football, whether it be the English Premier League or what have you. Only 3% actually do, and it was something like only 10% actually play at a decent level in like maybe the top 4 or 5 leagues in England and what have you in the UK. I actually couldn't believe that statistic, and it, as I say, there's no actual. I'm trying to think back to it. I mean, there's obviously some good ones that you play against, and some of the guys that you've had decent matches with. Martin Clancy was obviously great. The man known as Twister. There's loads of right good ones that I played against. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head some of the guys that made it to the very top, and to be honest, I don't think there is. I was lucky enough to have some good training sessions and stuff with the young brothers at Aberdeen, and when I was a bit younger as well. But when I think of some of the guys that I played with and the talent that they had, that statistic yesterday probably not a surprise, but it just goes to show you can be as good a young player as you want, but if you've not got the mindset or the hard work ethic, like these two guys on the table right now, if people think these two just woke up one morning and they were phenomenal with a cue in hand, It's just simply not true. It just doesn't happen overnight. You have to put the effort in. It's one of the things. I had a short, really short 3-month period at Stirling Albion when Alan Moore was the manager. Never played any first team matches, just a couple of friendlies and stuff. And Stevie Boyack was centre midfield at the time. He played for Rangers, Wraith Rovers. I'm not sure if he was at Falkirk. He'd been about, and he was an absolute class act. But he was tipped to be a superstar. I think Barry Ferguson and guys like that were competing against him at one point and he was tipped to be an absolute star, and he only seemed to go down the way. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's attitude. I don't know what happens, but that's probably one of the things that we have serious problems with is at youth level, and it seems to be a lot more talent end up in the building sites and other walks of life than make it to the very top. So it's actually quite a good question, mate. I maybe have to have a look back at some of the guys I played with, see if any of them actually had maybe a good career down in England and stuff, but the very, very top, I don't think so. Mark, do you know what, mate? Yeah, that's now that you say that, that's a big thing as well. So I don't want to kind of rabbit on while we're tuned into two of the best players in Scotland, but I've over the last while I've had a few conversations in that world, and that's got to be a massive part of it, because these kids, when they get to a certain age, they're not actually in control of their own careers anymore, and that's probably a great point that you've gave there. So you can have all the talent in the world, but if you're being mismanaged, and maybe you start to lose interest, that's a good point. Two frames out, two guys who have played at the very top of this Q sport. Two guys still at the very top. Two guys busy in their everyday life, doing so many other things between family life, working every day, and trying to be successful on the table. The fact that the mental strength you have to have the success these two have had throughout their Q Sport career is just exceptional and quite inspiring, because there'll be a lot of you guys on the stream and a lot of guys that walk through the doors of these buildings that know it is not easy. When everything else comes on top, sometimes the last thing you want to do is go and play pool. So fair play to these guys. I have a sneaky feeling this one could go all the way. Maybe one or two minor mistakes across a long match like this, and I'm sure both of them will pounce, but I have a sneaky feeling this one will go all the way to the very end, and it could be a case of whose break is the best. So that was something we spoke about yesterday, that the foul rule, and I think everyone's in consensus there. I think there's quite a big, maybe I don't even know the word to use there, but there's a lot of people that agree on the fact that maybe when you get kicked in off and stuff like that, it shouldn't be punishable by 2 shots. So I don't know, maybe that's probably the one rule that could probably be improved in the future, but remains to be seen. There's one of the main men who I hope will join us throughout the tour at least once or twice and get in the commentary box. Jason Hill, I hope you are keeping well, mate. One of the best characters. I've only been on playing IPA for a short while, but definitely one of the best characters I've met. And disappointing to say that he's tossed in a retirement. think you're due a party, mate. I think if you come to the Worlds, we should maybe throw a Jason Hill retirement party. That would be fun. If he's on that red to the top left, could be a good chance here. Yes, Jazz. Liam was breaking from the front at times over this weekend. I think he broke from the front in his last match a couple of times against Chris Boron. But he generally uses the cut break. Mark Boyle is one of the best on planet Earth with that type of break. So I think both of them at different times have changed here and there, but yeah, both of them two big advocates for playing the cut break. Gibbsy's always been a man that goes right down the middle, and I think that's the thing for me. See if they change the rule, because I know a lot of guys say that they will cut break because they've got less chance of going in off. And I wonder how many would revert back to smashing that front ball if that rule was to change. Because there isn't really any difference between going in off and a dry break if they were to bring something in, but a wee question for you, Jason, since you're on. What do you think about when you get kicked in off or you going off on the break? You think 2 shots is maybe too much? Or is it something that's never really bothered you? That shot there could be by design. I'm sure Scott would say he was trying to drop between the two of them, but he's left himself not a bad angle. Maybe go towards the black here. He might decide just to drop it in and then just play on the black. That's exactly what he's done. He's going to play a double on this black. Yeah, there was a time, probably 2007, 2008. I mean, I'm guessing the date, but it was back round about then. I think it was pre-2010 when the D was in use, but there was someone else that will know the exact, not the exact date, but yeah, probably round about the exact year. Good finish, Scott Gillespie. It's 3-all, and as I said, guys, I honestly believe this one could go all the way. Update on scores for you. Mark Farnsworth, 4 frames to 2 in front of Robert Stephen, the home player. And when I say that, he is a McGoldricks Quillen Sports Bar professional. Liam Dunster, 3-0 in front of Jake Delanulov. And Christian Phillips, 4 frames to 1 ahead of the Godfather, Gareth Hibbett. As I said, guys, Christian Phillips has got previous for going very deep in tournaments in here. And once again, he finds himself quarter-finals. And he is playing against Gareth Hibbett, the current world champion. And he is 4 frames to 1 in front. You can see on the other stream tables, Liam Dunster's gone 4-0. And Robert Stephen just played a good double there, kicked the ball out. He's still not perfect. He has got a chance of getting back within 1 against Mark Farnsworth. Looking at the scores there. Oh, Robert playing really quickly from what I can see. And a dry break. I actually said I believe this match could boil down to the breaks. And so far, it has been rather important. Guys, I am not joking. As I say, it's on the other stream. The speed Robert Stephen just knocked in his last 3 or 4 balls was like nothing I've ever saw. Fair play, 4-3 down against Mark Farnsworth. And Scott Gillespie with a great chance to maybe go 4-3 in front of Mark Boyle. Massive thanks, guys, to everyone tuning in. Everyone that gets involved on the chat function. The interaction between the talker and the audience. Definitely a massive plus for me. Especially when I'm in here on my own. But there is the odd time when you get someone, and not in a bad way, because it is tough. It is not easy to come in and just keep talking, but there's once or twice in different tournaments I've been in here and someone will ask to come in, I would love to do a bit of commentary, and they come in and they just sit and they only speak when spoken to or asked some kind of question, and it can become hard. Gibbsy will go 4-3 in front. I remember myself and Jason, I think it was in Coventry, Jason Hill, and we had one of the best Q&As. I remember one of the viewers saying, are you guys even watching this game? It was fantastic. So many people had questions, and it was great having Jason's insight at that time. It was fantastic, brilliant stuff. Christian Phillips again at the table. Just playing a containing shot there. Gareth Hibbett, guys, has got a serious problem with his cue, his actual playing cue. He had a problem with his tip on Friday night. He ended up deciding just to get the tip changed, and then today it has led to a total change because his ferrule is actually hanging off of his playing cue, and he's using, I think I'm right, he's using a snooker cue that he just has here as, I don't know if it's a spare or if he breaks with it or what the script is, but he's using a cue that he generally would never use to play pool. So he is 4-1 down. He's still in the quarterfinals and he has had some cue problems. So it'll be interesting to see if Gareth can somehow work a way through that. Not only time will tell. So Mr. Magic and Gibbsy toe to toe here. The break is absolutely huge. And a big chance to try and get some clear daylight between himself and Mark Boyle. He's a pretty good chance. I think that black just, I don't know if it drops in the middle, but the thing is, slightly big pocket in the top right. I don't think he'll even consider it. He's had a look at it in the middle there. But the options are so vast here. It would go to the top left, it will go to the bottom right. As I say, slightly big pocket in the top. I think the only thing Scott has to do is just work these out. Cheers for that, Billy. I am 100% in agreement. I hope it's something that can be improved upon for not only the coming season but for the future ahead. I am a massive advocate for black ball rules. I think they are as close to the perfect rule set. There's probably one or two things people would like to change, but I think over the piece, they are just about bang on. And so is that positional shot from Scott. And it is 5-3. The grub, is the grub good in McGoldricks? I tell you what, it is absolutely sensational. I think if Paul was sitting next to me right now, he would say I'm probably the hardest guy in the world to please, because I usually find something to moan about, but when it comes to the food, Anton, who obviously created the menu and is the main chef that comes up with the flavours and stuff like that, it's honestly, it is sensational. The Cajun chicken burger for me, it's next level, absolutely next level. But everything, I'm yet to have something to eat in this building that doesn't tick all the boxes. So yeah, if I was popping my head in here, it wouldn't just be for a game of pool. It really does tick a lot of boxes. So yeah, definitely good food. I actually said a number of years ago, Anton's a bit of a genius in the kitchen. It's just not something that he pushes the boat out to do. I actually mentioned we should try and get him on MasterChef, but he's happy just making some food and having a game of pool, and he is really, really good in the kitchen. That's a better break off. Definitely a better break-off shot. So the balls were numbered. Alex Kennedy, I remember the balls were numbered, but was it not just 1 to 15? So how did that work? How did that work? If you potted the 1, you got 1 point. If you potted the 2, you get 2. I would love to know that, because I know Aramith, who are our big supporter here at the IPA, we use the Pro Cup version of the balls, but I do know they do a Premier version of the numbered balls. So, pretty sure for a bit of fun, that sounds okay. Yeah, I heard there's a position as well. I was tempted to throw my name in for that. Anton is the chef, Walker is the presenter. I think that would be some good fun. That would be a massive problem if I was a judge, because I quite like my food, and some of the food on that looks unbelievable. So unless it was really, really rotten, I would probably struggle to tell someone it's not good enough. I'll tell you what is the talent of these two guys that we're witnessing right now. He's overcooked that. He's only tried to pull it back maybe 4 or 5 inches just to drop the red in the middle. He's now got a shot to play here. Aye, and guys, do yourself a favour. Don't forget to season your chicken fajitas. The cardinal sin is to leave seasoning on the worktop. Well, the chicken, well, it's just chicken. Mark going to try and screw past the yellow here. Oh, he screwed off it. What a shot. Yeah, that's a fantastic shot from Mark. He had to play it onto the yellow. And a tap on the leg from Scott Gillespie tells you how good a shot it was. You see him waving the yellow out the way as he played it, but fair play, good finish, and the break has been massive in this match so far. He actually gave a slight hand to Scott because it did come out absolutely perfect, but he was always playing it off the yellow. It was just a case of whether or not it came out as good as he wanted, and it definitely did. So, good question, well, put forward from Paul Crawford. Paul gave us a message. He's talking about the break-off shot. Now, one of the things that Corey, Marshy, Liam, Mark Boyle, all these guys, they were all actually in, and I asked them all at different times about the break-off shot. Not just the break-off shot, what rules they would change. And every one of them said for that shot in particular, they would prefer just the one shot. But what they did say, and I think most of them agreed, is if you play it so careless that the cue ball will leave the table and landing on the floor, etc., they would rather that you got punished for that, so 2 shots. But whether you go straight in off, kicked in off, it really is, you're not intending to do that. Sometimes it's just a contact, and I mean, I don't know what everyone else thinks, but all the guys did say that they would just prefer one shot if it's on the table. If it goes off the table, then they believe you should get punished with the 2, which is probably fair enough. Does Mark use a Paris cue? Good question. I will actually, I'll give him a wee question on that when the match is done. Something's telling me I've asked him this before, and I actually think it might be, but I don't want to throw a guess out there in case it isn't. I know, because of Alan Reynolds going on about it yesterday, Liam, Morgan, Gio, all these guys use a Tom Classic. Myself, I use a Prestige Cues Scotland. Grant Finnegan, who has learned from Raymond at Exquisite Cues, and they are absolutely first class. And then all the different cues and the array of options that you've got in places like On Cue World and Kimru Cues and Green Bays and stuff like that. I actually got a lovely case from Gareth Areas at Kimru Cues. I hope I'm saying that right. Gave me a beautiful case and a lot of goodies in it. Very, very generous. I know he likes to look after the players, as the guys at On Cue World. And I've never been to Green Bays, but I heard it's excellent. But I've also never been to On Cue, and I intend going up there very, very soon because I'm dying for a go on that 4-pocket snooker table. If you haven't seen it, have a look. If you want to see it in real time, you better take yourself up. Oh, there's Stephen Campbell. Steed letting us know is it is a Paris cue. Gibbsy just playing the gap, keeping things as simple as he can. I think for me, you probably see it far too often, someone going to kick when they don't have to. Just play on the ball, keep it simple, and it is 6 frames to 4. Yeah, Anthony, I'm in that side of the fence. I think that if you get kicked in off or going off, it's obviously accidental. There's nobody deliberately goes off the table, no, goes in off. But when you go off the table, you've played it that bad that the cue ball's jumped, hit a ball, and it's, yeah, I would say, I mean, I didn't think about that till Corey Reese mentioned it the other day. Corey was in on the commentary and he had suggested it to me, and I thought, you know what, that's fair enough, because maybe you do deserve to be punished for that because it's such a bad shot. But as I say, there's not much I would change. There really isn't. Ever since black ball was brought in, I've never really had any major time where I've went home banging my head into the wall complaining about certain rules. So yeah, all races to 10, guys. I will give you an update on the scores right now. Mark Boyle, obviously, and Scott Gillespie on the main table. 6 frames to 4 to Scott. Mark Farnsworth 5. Robert Stephen, the home favourite, 4. Liam Dunster 4-0 up on Jake Dillon Newlove. And Christian Phillips 4 frames to 3 in front of Gareth Hibbett. So loads still to go. They're all races to 10 and a long way to 10. So don't go anywhere, guys. Please stay tuned for the foreseeable. It's actually one of my favourites as well. I actually mentioned it the other day. I would like to see, even if, listen, I actually would like to see 1 or 2 tournaments where there's just a slight difference in the rule. I would like to see a tournament where the breaker nominates, just as you've pointed out there, Steve. I would like to see, and it only came to me because of guys like Marshy the other day saying he would love to see a tournament in our game where the winner breaks. So every frame you win, you continue to break. Why not have it for one event? Why not have breaker nominate for one event? Why not have an event where, look, do you know, I don't know, this is actually quite good, and Renzi said to me, Stevie, that's not a bad idea. And obviously short races, but John Joe Patrick, he said, I would love to see an event where at the beginning you either lag or you just choose a colour and you're on that colour for the entire match. So it could be Mark's on reds here and Gibbsy's on yellows, and that's what you're on for the entire race, whether it to be 3, 5, 7, whatever it is. I don't see anything wrong with throwing the odd bit of fun in there. Would you put them into the major tournaments? No, because that's messing with the rule set, but I would like to see some of them. Some of the local comps maybe just twisting the rules ever so slightly for a bit of fun, but I do like breaker nominates. Can't see it coming back in. But who says we can't have the odd tournament? But there's no doubt in my mind the one that everybody wants to see is the one shot when you go in off on the break. Well, I was actually thinking about that. It wouldn't technically be classed as BB, but the IPA is the only official world professional body that's under the black ball banner from the official kind of standpoint, and there are a couple of slight twists and differences in the IPA rules of black ball. So they are basically black ball, but there is just a couple of tiny differences. So I think, why else you're playing black ball if you change the break rule for a tournament? I mean, if you got punished for something like that, then maybe the world we're in is absolutely gone. That's it, Jerry. Why don't we bring in, do you know what I would love to see? A mop pole classic. You have to get the best mop pole you can, get a beauty of a tip on it, and that would separate the men from the boys. No, guys, listen, there's all sorts of little nuances that people would love to see in the odd tournament. But listen, I run some tournaments in the local pub. I generally play to black ball, but I do have some fun stuff involved in it as well. 3 and 4 different kind of mini tournaments across the day. So listen, like I said, generally for me, black ball are as close to the perfect rule set as you're going to get, but there's a couple of things that probably could be slightly better. Of course there is. Yeah, I've just seen that there. I'm very surprised. I actually thought that Tottenham Hotspur Stadium would be empty today after the abuse that guy got the other night. But that is neither here nor there. Liam Dunster's 5-0 up on Jake Dillanulov now. But the other 3 ties are so closely poised. Mark Farnsworth 6-4 up on Robert Stephen. And Gareth Hibbett has turned things around. He's 5-4 in front of Christian Phillips now. Maybe, just maybe, he's starting to feel it with his snooker cue. See, for me, guys, listen, I'm no official. I don't know. But I think the only issue is if you play an opposition governing body's rule set, that you can be banned. I think having a bit of fun one day and twisting a couple of rules, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But listen, it's neither here nor there. Who knows, you might get invited to the Gartcraig Pub Pool Tournament, the Tri-Series as I usually call it. Usually 3 tournaments in the one day. For only a tenner, and maybe we'll have a couple of twists on some of it there. But listen, I've said it a million times, I'll say it again, we are as close to bang on with black ball as we're ever going to get. So, maybe one step at a time, and the one shot. I think Alan Aird, there's a massive difference from smashing them and going off the table. That's just a terrible, terrible shot. Smashing the balls open and being kicked in off, that's bad luck. I think there's a huge difference in that, mate. That is my opinion, and I think it's the opinion of quite a lot as well. But to me, if you hit the balls so terribly bad that the cue ball flies off the table, bounces all over the place and goes off, that's not bad luck, that's horrendous cueing. And I think when you get kicked in off or what have you, even if you go straight in off, there's times I've came off the cushion and the white just flies straight into an opposite bag, and that's just unfortunate. 15 balls, including and then with the cue ball, 16 flying all over the table. Yeah. Scott Gillespie absolutely looks right on it here for me. I don't know if anyone was listening last night when I had a chat with Scott. He's not felt comfortable on the tables yet, but what he did say is he feels really good in his game right now. So my thinking is, if Scott can start to feel really comfortable on the tables, then how dangerous is he going to be on the way to this title? Because if this is him not at 100% confidence on specific shots, how dangerous is he? And he did say the tables are playing great, he's just not played enough over the last while on the 861 cloth. He also said he thinks it's a fantastic cloth when it's brand new as well, and he just felt a little bit off it on certain shots, and For me right now, he looks absolutely bang on it. Mark Farnsworth goes 7-4 in front of Robert Stephen. Gives him a little hand up. He played a bad shot, snookered himself on the black. But he manages to play a little shot, trace aside, one cushion and a flick in. As Liam Dunster is now 6 frames in front of Jake Dylan Moorlove. Unbelievable standards. Mark Johnson, mate, I absolutely am in full agreement here. I did say after the first couple of frames it looked to me like the break was going to be huge. So far, it's looking that way. And both of them just look, they look in the zone. Minimal mistakes. And it really is going to boil down to a good break, a bad break, because these two look like they're going to take every single chance they get. It has been absolutely some standard. You're looking at it right now, guys. You've got Scott Gillespie on 4 runouts, Mark Boyle on 5. 9 out of 12 frames have been dishes in this match. Sensational, absolutely sensational. What a shot that is. To stun back off the left-hand cushion. There were so many players that would have tried to run down the middle of the table there. Mark making sure that he had a good cue and angle on this red. He didn't half get into that one. He is okay. Yeah, I have to agree. Gibbs looks like he's come back to where he belongs, and although it's going to take him a little bit of time to feel totally comfortable playing week in, week out on the 861 cloth, I think he does. To me, he does. He just looks. It looks good to have Scott Gillespie back on the black ball side of things. It looks natural to me, and I think he's probably really, really happy to be home. I don't think he's on anything here, guys. I really don't think Mark has landed on anything but an across table. I mean, he has to, at worst case, get a hit here. The yellow closest to the black looks like it doesn't go anywhere. Maybe the bottom right, but oh wow. Oh, he's going to be snookered again, or is he on it to the top left? He's going to be on it to the top left, I think. However, does the black go to the bottom left-hand corner? Can he run this in, go 1-2 cushions maybe, give himself some kind of shot? We're going to find out. We are going to find out. He's digging into it. Almost a bit of magic from Mr. Magic himself. Scott ball in hand. Anywhere behind the baulk line. Absolute premium position here, yellows. Probably couldn't be any better. Scott would have liked to, that's probably one of the shots that he's talking about. He's more thinking he's gonna kind of a soft screw stun shot, just slide off the red and come down, but the reaction is more came straight back into the red, but he's in real good shape here. Another very good shot. A chance to go a little bit further ahead here. Couple of yellows away from an 8-frame to 5 lead over Mark Boyle. And what has been one hell of a match so far. The standard has been epic. Eight frames to 5. See the match with Christian Phillips and Gareth Hibbett. It is all going here. The one match has a vast gap as Liam Dunster 6, Jake Dylan Newell 5. 5. I'm looking at the Robert Stephen match there. 6-1. Sorry guys. 6-1 Liam against Jake Dylan Newell. Sorry for any Jake supporters there that thought he miraculously drew it back, but it is 6-1 Liam. Mark Farnsworth 8-5 in front of Robert Stephen. That match on the other stream table has served up a bit of a classic as well. It is 8-5 in the main match, and Christian and Gareth are 5-all just now. And as we spoke, or as I spoke about, the break is going to be massive in this match. It is going to be a deciding factor, I do believe. This could be run out number 6 for Mark Boyle, as Mr. Magic himself has been given a fantastic opportunity, as I would sometimes say, on these reds. Sorry guys, just had a chap at the door there. Might get joined by one of the IPA pros, David Adenau, towards the end of this match. And he might hang about and join me for the semi-final. Craig Marsh might join me for one of the matches. I know he said he would. So it could be Dave for one of them, Marshy for the other. But I will have someone for the semis and the final. This one's been totally fine, 2 Scottish guys, so no issue there. I think Renzi thought I was lonely, but you guys are keeping me company. On and off the cushion here, is it? Just a little touch. Yeah, that's good enough for Mark. And it will be... I don't think he... Oh, I'm looking at that black. Is he going to have to zip back here? Just screw it back down below. Yeah, that's good judgment. Very good pace. And it's looking like it's going to be back within 2 here. And that's exactly the case. 8 frames to 6. What a match. Liam Dunster 7-1 in front. Christian Phillips 6-5 in front against Gareth Hibbett. Jake Dillon-Newlove has a mountain to climb in that match. 7-1 behind. Art Farnsworth 8. Robert Stevens 6. Robert not going away. That one still nip and tuck, but the main table match 8-6 as well. So we're getting to the business end of these matches. Yeah, first to 10 guys all the way through. Fantastic having these players go head to head in the long races. And getting to see such talent on show for this entire weekend has been absolutely phenomenal. And the mad thing is, I mention it quite a lot, that it seems to be, no matter the conditions, whether you're in an old club with crazy cloth, mad balls and just poor conditions, you look at the quarter-finals, semi-finals, last 16s and stuff, and it's always the same names, the same guys that are in there. They just have something mentally different to the rest of us. And is it something you can learn? Is it something you can teach? Or is it something these guys have just got built in? And Mark and Scott, definitely 2 of those guys. But what we're looking at right now is 8 professionals. And Jake Dillon-Newlove, he's technically still an amateur, but he is as much a professional as anyone. World Championship finalist, beat by Gareth earlier in the year. And he also is going to be one of our new pros this year. No, 2025. Yeah, experience is massive. That's probably a good way to put it. These guys, that they just find a way, and that comes, yeah, from experience, from working hard, digging in, learning what it takes to get to these stages and obviously to win. So consistency at any level is definitely key, and that comes with experience. So all these guys have got it in abundance. This one, I did say, had the makings of a match that would go all the way. And I don't think anyone right now will believe anything else but that. Oh, Mark. The break and the minimal errors was the big thing that I mentioned in the beginning, because these two guys will punish each other on any mistake made. He's hit it. He didn't get the pot. This could be a writing on the wall moment. Nothing simple here. He's got a plant to the bottom. He's played that so well. That was not easy. Yeah, he's played it as a shot to nothing type thing, because he's only leaving Mark maybe across the table or up through a gap to try and pot the red, because it is high on the middle. But it is such a good shot that Scott has played. And I like this. He's on the one to the inside. Get that out of the way as early as you humanly can, possibly can. You don't want to wait and be forced into some kind of plan. He's landed relatively straight here, but I think he can just stun down. Yeah, complete into the high side of the pocket, absolutely perfect. Yeah, that tiny angle, so it wasn't too bad. And the yellow does pass the black, so it's all about the angle here. Just a little screw. 9 frames to 6 if Mark, oh sorry, if Scott rolls this black in after Mark made a mistake on getting to his last red. Now, he's probably kicking himself because he didn't have to get that close. And as I said, you don't have to give the likes of Scott Gillespie a second invitation. Jake Dalanulov on your screen right now, looking to get a third frame on the board. As Liam Dunster has been absolutely ruthless. And Jake will get another one on. Always at the business end. I look forward to seeing him in the pro ranks in the coming year ahead. Christian has got another couple of frames in front against Gareth Hibbett, 7 frames to 5. Mark and Robert Stephen. Mark Farnsworth is on a couple of reds that are there for him. Black. That looks kind of iffy. He's got a positional shot to play, that's for sure, but it it is 8-7 to Mark Farnsworth against Robert in that match. As we come back to our main table, and it is Scott Gillespie and Mark Boyle. And again, the break has a pivotal part to play in this match. Our red is down. The yellows are all there. Gibbsy is on the hill. And something tells me this match could be over. He's going to want to set himself. Stay nice and relaxed the way he has done. As I said, he's not felt totally comfortable over the weekend. But he looks super composed and super comfortable now. And that is most definitely a danger to anyone, no matter where or what game of pool you're playing. Just has to map these out. There's many people will be sitting at home right now saying these are done. Let's be honest, there is one frame in all of pool that is the hardest to win. We're looking at it right now. Not came as far as he would like, but I think he's okay. He's just losing the cue ball ever so slightly here. I think if he just drops this in, he should be fine. I wouldn't want to be too greedy here with the cue ball. Yeah, that's it. Just a drop in. Absolutely perfect. Scott was never ever going to miss that. As he, yeah, the yellow goes to the bottom left, so he's absolutely fine here. Just about the right angle. Doesn't want to leave himself bridging. That's the only thing he doesn't want here. Yeah, very clever from Scott. It's been a fantastic performance to now. One shot away from a place in the IPA Masters semi-final. And Scott Gillespie is the first man to do so. Very well done. Commiserations to my good friend Mark Boyle, the man behind the magic of Lola's Pool Party. A guy always at the business end. We will have Gibbsy in for a moment, and then we will work out what comes next after that. But we will get Gibbsy in for a few moments. I'm looking out at all the all the IPA staff stuffing their faces while Walker the Talker sits in here looking at a Twix. And what a performance that was. Looked right at it from the off. And he is on his way around just now. He's obviously feeling a whole lot better than he was last night. As he just steps in again, this is becoming a bit of a habit. The main man, Scott Gillespie. Mate, that was absolutely ruthless there.
Aye, I said to Mark there, my first two frames always are broken. I mean, I went close to the bottom or the top bags, whatever you want to call it, and the white get kicked in off twice. But I mean, it didn't go in off. But like when you go close to bags, you know yourself, you're dicing. But he was lackadaisical at 2-1, I think it was, where he rushed a shot and ended up missing the balls on his two shots. And he left himself a tough shot and then missed, and that was always like a go 2-all. And Mark actually said to me, he says, right, we're starting for now. And to be fair, it then went kind of really non-missed stuff, certainly from my point of view. Mark threw in a couple of bad positional shots, or he was saying the table caught me out a couple of times, because that is more reactive than outside tables, which is weird because it's like the same lights and stuff. So I don't know why that is, but no, delighted with how I played there. I just dug in and felt good there. I felt really comfortable.
There's so many people on here going, this is just next level stuff. The no mistake pool was obviously something I mentioned, was whoever makes the least mistakes and breaks the best, because the two of yous looked right, but I mean, you looked bang on it from the start. Mark Johnson, one of your sponsors, he said the standard here is epic, even if Scott loses. What a match this is. But for the conversation we had last night to today, what's the difference?
Oh no, it's the head, you know what I mean? That's the thing. And always, like, don't get me wrong, at 8-5 there, where it was my break, and I broke dry and left Mark dollies, because always we'd been breaking and getting balls for 2-all kind of thing. But no, I just stood calm, and you hit the nail on the head there, or Mark did. I mean, even though you want to win, see if you play good pool and you get beat, all you can do is well done to your opponent, you know what I mean? And there's nothing worse than, I mean, obviously you can play bad in one still, but at this level, you're going to struggle to play bad in one. Whereas, no, I mean, I felt good there, and it was a shame I had to be a loser. I mean, always like Mark has thrown a couple of loose position shots for him, but listen, like, see when people are putting pressure on you, it's tough, you know what I mean? Like,
definitely.
You can only control what you're doing, and you just have to ask the question. And I've managed to scrape over the line there.
Well, I don't know if you scraped over the line, but it was in good fashion. The match before, when you played Fernie, there was a moment, I didn't see a lot of it. Obviously, I got to see the last frame, and Marshy jumped off his seat. I think it was 8 each, maybe. Was it 8 each at one point?
I don't believe you there. Marshy jumped off his seat.
But he came to me and he said, I had a bet on Ross, and he was miles behind, and all of a sudden he's big favourite here, and then next thing, 2 minutes later on the scoreboard it says 9-8 you, and I'm going, I wonder what happened there. But I don't know what kind of affair that was, but as that gave you the motivation when you went into this, listen, that I thought you were unbelievable there. I know you know how good you are and how good you can be. Is there levels to go up?
I mean, I would need to watch it back, and well, you watched all. I don't actually think I remember missing a ball as such. I mean, obviously, if you don't miss pool, what can you do? I mean, the only levels you can do is get balls all the time off the break, which that's down to luck. That's not down to how you're queuing or anything like that. You can be playing terrible, hit the pack terrible, 2 balls come out, 1 ball goes in. You can smash them all over the place and none get in. So, no, it's just good to come back. Always, like, my first event back in IPA, and I mean, I don't know how it is. Like, I mean, I was IPA first, you know what I mean?
I know,
always I went to Ultimate Pool. But listen, I'm a pool enthusiast. It doesn't matter where I play. I'm there always, and I appreciate all pool and all players. So no, it's just good to always, and especially beating Mark, because always Mark's been the main man.
He has
on the IPA. And I know myself. If I play well, I don't fear nobody. You know what I mean? I've never done that. It's just I need to turn up more consistently now. But as I say, races to 10, it gets your arm flowing. That's now like 5 matches I think it is I've played. So, and I've played a lot of pool there. So, long may it continue.
Well, Steed actually wrote on the chat, Goobsy looks really good now that he's home, and maybe, just maybe, mate, he can come home and win a massive title.
Oh no, that would be amazing. Listen, we're only into semis, you know what I mean? Like,
a long way to go.
My dad always said to me the 2 hardest rounds are the first round and the semi-final, because you want by the first round to get in the tournament, and then when you get to the semi, you want by that semi just to get in the final, you know what I mean? So, listen, it's obviously it's another tough game, whoever I play next up. I've just seen Mark Farnsworth went through, so listen, it's a tough running, and that's what I love, you know what I mean? Like game after game, tough opponents, because it brings the best out of me normally.
Well, for me, I obviously spoke to you over the weekend. I said if he gets comfortable, because I know you're feeling good, if he gets comfortable on these tables, he's going to be a danger to anyone, and that's the way it looks, mate. So well done, and
Cheers,
good luck in the semi-final.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Top man, cheers, mate. And Scott is in the semi-final. What semi-final it's going to be? He's going to go head-to-head with Mark Farnsworth. Likelihood is, guys, we might see that on the mainstream. I'm not 100% sure. That's down to the guys in charge. But right now, Scott Gillespie, Mark Farnsworth, the first two semi-finalists, and they will go head-to-head with each other. And I will be back very, very shortly.
First semi-final on table 8, Scott Gillespie, Burton Up. Final semi-final match on table 10, Liam Dunster versus Gareth Evatt.
We are back, guys. Excuse me. I'm going to be joined in a moment by Dave Adenau for the semi-final between Liam Dunster and Gareth Hibbett. Gareth was a black away from losing 10-5 to Christian Phillips. He just would not go away. And now he's in the final. Break off presents Liam Dunster with a quick opportunity. And just as Liam gets this opportunity, I am about to be joined by the Isle of Man legend and IPA pro, David Adenau. Welcome, mate. There we go.
Yeah, I'm good, thank you very much. How are you?
Yeah, mate, delighted to have you in here. One of the big things we've had over these weekends and stuff is the insight from the pros, so it's good to have you here, mate.
Thank you very much. I'll see what I can do.
Well, this match probably a moment, well, maybe 5-10 minutes ago, maybe looked like it was going to be Christian Phillips, and then all of a sudden I missed black, and you did mention it was similar to your match against Mark.
Yeah, it was identical, so yeah, we'll obviously be disappointed with that. Obviously I am as well, but yeah, it was literally identical. Yeah, it's both 9-5 up and both lost 10-9. But whose idea was it to do a race to 10? I'm sure I'm sure 9 would have been much better.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually been quite a few people saying this is great, races to 10 all the way through. I think from the start you think, well, Scott Gillespie came in after the Mark Boyle game and he said nobody can complain that they haven't had enough pull, because when you get to this stage, if you don't know the table and you haven't got a feel for the table, then there's something wrong, because the long races do help.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, the longer races definitely help, but you know, such as a standard, even 10 can be a short race. You know, but most matches at the top level, there's only 2 or 3 mistakes, even a race to 10. So there's still not much room for manoeuvre.
Yeah, it's big that you say. I mean, you're on 9, Christian was on 9. There's probably 3 or 4 others over the weekend that have been in the same position, but there's been a lot of matches where someone's been 5, 6, maybe 7 frames in front, and all of a sudden the match turns on its head. And I think the race to 10 probably helps with that. But if you're in that position, a lot of tournaments are races to 7 and 8 and 9, maybe thinking, I wish this was a shorter race, because the match would have been over.
Yeah, it seems like very similar to the matches before. It's like I played well and there wasn't any mistakes in the match, you know. And it seems like that's the case with most matches.
Yeah.
There's still only maybe 3, 4, 5 mistakes through the whole match, and even races to 10, you know, such as the standard.
Yeah, actually Scott Gillespie was saying, he said, Stevie, if I come off the table and I've not done much wrong, whether I've won or lost, you're generally happy. It's when you make a lot of mistakes. Sometimes you might go over the line, but you can still be critical of the way you've played and try and get better. But the standard, and especially in the last few matches we've watched, and the way the score lines have been in a lot of the run-outs, the breaking dishes, the reverse dishes, the standard has been unbelievable.
It has, yeah. It's been very good.
Now, who of these two that you've played many times, who do you see coming through it? Oh, and even out of the last 4, have you got a tip?
It's always hard to go away from Liam, but maybe with the way Gareth won the last match, it could be him. He was playing well, so he's always got a good shout, Gareth.
Yeah, he's actually playing with his snooker cue. He had a problem with the tip on his cue on Friday. He got it changed, and now it turns out that the problem was actually with the ferrule, and he has decided to play the rest of the weekend with his snooker cue, and for some reason, it just doesn't seem to make him any worse.
I was having a chat with him about that, and I says, where do you drag that cue? Last time I seen you with that was about 20 years ago.
Yeah, he's just...
Saying his foul's gone or something, yeah.
He's an incredible talent, and I keep using the word inspiration because, and I don't mean it as an ageist type comment, it just seems like the older he gets, the better he gets.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why I always fancy him for like these tournaments, because he's still got such a good touch and good potting, and he's just very good. If he turns up, he can win any tournament still.
And he's still in with a chance here.
And he is our world champion.
Yeah, exactly. Current world champion. Sometimes we forget that. And I don't know if I'm right in saying, is he not won a couple of other things over the course of this year as well? And he's been in a few finals, I know that. He's just always there. He's always at the business end.
Yeah, he is.
Scott Gillespie back in the IPA. You're looking forward to locking horns with Scott over the year?
Yeah, it turns out it would have been on course today, so when I found out I would have been playing Scott, it was like, oh, it's a shame.
Yeah.
It would have been nice to play him, because I've never played him before, I don't think so.
I've actually spoke about it probably since the guys that have taken the reins at the IPA. There has been a bit of excitement, but over the last couple of weeks, some of the names and some of the buzz that's been created, must be looking forward to the 2025 tour.
Yeah, I think it'll be a great year ahead. It's all positivity, a buzz. It's obviously all new, so it's all good. But there's been a lot of positives in a very short space of time. So of course the players are really happy at the moment.
Yeah, it's an exciting time on the IPA, and a lot of the guys that have always been there deserve a lot of credit, and the guys that have come in now, taking it that step further, you're going to be a big part of that, mate. So, what's the chances for Dave Adenau in 2025 of we getting a title? Or are we just going to try and stay at the top end? Listen, I'm obviously playing a decent... I played okay this year, finished quite high up, but when I look at the standard of the guys at the top end of the pro, never mind me playing in the amateurs against some of the guys like Gio and stuff, Johnny McDermott and guys that have Adam Myerscough, great players, and then you stand and look at guys like Mark Boyle and Dunster and Hibbett and Farnsworth, and you think you're playing at a high level, and then you see how ruthless these guys are match after match. And do you wake up in the morning and think today's the day I'm going to tackle them, or is it just chipping away kind of event after event?
Yeah, I think it's just chip away each event and how you're playing. But like you say, it's so hard against these guys, because the difference between them is they do that all the time.
Yeah.
It's a bit lower down the rankings. You'll have players that can play like that on the day, but that's the difference with top guys. It's like virtually all the time.
Yeah, that consistency, and it is incredible when you look at the four guys right now. It could have been Mark Boyle who played, Scott Gillespie, and then you look at the four and think, you seem to see these guys so often in the semi-finals, quarter-finals, finals, and I always think you're in a different venue. Sometimes you're on different tables. Sometimes they can be good, they can be bad, but it's always the same names that seem to be at the business end. And is it a mental thing, or is it just they're just that good?
Yeah, I think it can be a mental thing, but I think it's just that good, and they've got the experience, they've got the control. Some of the...
Oh, big mistake there from Liam. You don't see many of them.
That.
You don't see many of them.
But yeah, it's just the control they have, and it's easy to make some silly mistakes under pressure, and you don't really see that very often, or it's not as much with the top guys, and that's why they are where they are.
Yeah, this promises to be a really high-end semi-final. You don't see Liam Dunster making too many mistakes. But if he does, I'm sure Garrett will pounce on them. Whether he's got his snooker cue or a mop ball, I think Garrett's a danger to anyone. I'm guessing that red closest to the yellow must go. If he's just leaving it there.
I think it does. Yeah, it looks like there's a gap there, so it should clear past.
Is there a specific way that you would be going here?
I think it'd be obviously taking the red closest to it, and then either just graze off the yellow, fall into it, and then that red next to the yellow. That's probably the next ball. Or in fact, no, sorry, you can go bottom left, run it through in the middle, and then them two.
And that's a massive thing that, since doing this, getting involved in the commentary and watching, obviously.
He goes with the first one.
Yeah, the first one you said, but watching the pro guys and seeing the difference in the pattern play and how they go about finishes. A lot of the time, I had Mark Boyle in for one, and Liam Dunster was on a finish, and you know, Liam's really precise, and this was one of them I thought, and I says to Mark, I went, I don't see a finish here, this is tough, and Mark, it was like a light bulb went on, and he went, oh, I see it, I see the finish, and he basically, in the space of 2 seconds, had called out the finish, and Liam did it exactly as he said it. And I don't think a lot of, even the top amateurs might not see some of these shots that maybe you only get when you start getting to the very top, when you're being pushed by top pros week after week.
Yeah, it's we've obviously got the knowledge, the experience, and also, crazy as it sounds, I also think it's how you're playing as well, your form at the time.
Yeah.
Because I think that gives you clarity as well. You just see them better. Plus, as well, you don't see problems, but I think it just gives you that clarity, so
yeah, it's
to
funny.
see the patterns.
You hear people saying about feeling in the zone, and is that a confidence, or is it just that clarity that you're talking about?
I think it's both, to be honest.
Yeah. Gareth.
One back for Gareth.
Mark was pretty ruthless against Robert Stephen. Mark Farnsworth. Robert had said he didn't do much wrong. He played really well. Mark was just a level above in the match, and sometimes
that can happen.
Yeah, sometimes he just is. Morgan McInnes has tipped Mark Farnsworth to win this. He says, although he lost in a money match, the pool and the amount of frames that he put in leading up to it and playing in it, he said he'll be the sharpest of all players in this, and he's in the semi-final, so he might be right.
Also shows good strength of character as well.
Yeah.
You know, it's obviously if the result doesn't quite go your way, it's to come back, it shows character.
Yeah, I mean, he could have been forgiven for deciding this weekend. He wasn't feeling like it because he did lose. It was a bad loss in the fashion that he did lose in. But I think that's probably one of his biggest strengths.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you know, he's very gracious in it, and he just chalk it off and get on to the next one. He's very good like that, isn't he?
There was a few in-offs in the last match between Scott and Mark, and I kind of mentioned it could boil down to who breaks the best, and I know that's a massive thing at the top level, but you don't want to be making mistakes when it's Liam Dunster. Liam deciding it's going to be yellows. Making two reds quite awkward at the same time. Finish here looks quite straightforward.
Yeah, sure should be. Yeah, there's just first couple of shots, making sure he gets the cue ball exactly where he needs to, and then it should be straightforward.
Would you have played maybe a bit lower on that there, so you've got the yellow to the opposite middle bag after it, or is this deliberate?
No, I think it's deliberate. Yeah, I don't know if he'd maybe preferred a little more angle just so he could drift past the yellow in the middle, but he has to put a little bit of bottom on this now. But that's worked out.
Usually use the word of the calculation that Liam maybe has in his mind when he's playing every single shot. It's like he's got a computer in his brain.
Yeah, it must be a scary place to be.
Yeah, he's so precise. I was doing one of the Scottish finals that Liam was playing, Scott Gillespie, funny enough, and he played a shot to run round off the angles, and he basically nudged the ball out, and it landed absolutely perfect. And I've said, I think he was trying to drop on that there, but he's got a bit of fortune. And 3 weeks later or something, he must have went home and watched it. And about 3 weeks later, he's shouting to me, Stevie, I meant that shot. And I was like, so I'm thinking he's talking about the match that he just played in the tournament we were at. And I'm like, I don't know what you mean. And then he sets it on. I went, oh, you're talking about weeks ago? And he was waiting till he got me. And Renzi said, oh, he's mad that way. He will not miss you. And I said, well, I thought you were trying to drop on it. And I said, so did Mark Boyle, because he was sitting next to me. He went, no, I played that. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, that does not surprise me at all.
But it is, I mean, I usually struggle to find Liam getting lucky or having a fluke, because he is so precise the way he plays the game.
Yeah, very much so. It's the one player you could say that about the most. You know, it's even some of the top players. The cue ball can be loose occasionally, whereas Liam's is just, it's hardly moves.
There's a tournament that we have in Edinburgh, and I think Liam's won 3 out of 5. There has been times where the tables aren't great, they're a bit different from each other, maybe 1 or 2 has been reclocked, other ones a few months before and so on. But Liam, someone asked him the question, Liam, how do you seem to play so well when everyone else seems to struggle? And he says, well, after 2 or 3 shots in my first frame, I know how to play on that table.
Yeah.
And I must admit, me personally, I know I'm not anywhere near that level, but that's something I really struggle with.
I think that's incredible, really, because I certainly struggle, and it's not even just how the cloth is playing; it's how the balls are playing as well. And it's in certain conditions, there's shots you just simply cannot play that are in your armory. So it's that's incredible. Especially if you ended up with one of the old white cue balls that's actually grey.
I was going to say that. They end up a different colour, completely grey with some random spots on them. And it is incredible that for some reason, after only a few shots, Liam feels comfortable no matter what table he's on, and I find that absolutely incredible. It's no surprise he wins so many things. Scott 1-1 here with Mark Farnsworth. I'll keep you updated on that. It is on the other stream. If anyone doesn't want to listen to myself and Dave, why wouldn't you?
Wasn't to be on that break there for Liam, but he's really good with that cut break.
Yeah.
Normally, and he's so precise with that. And
he was having some problems, he said. He came in, had a little chat after one of his previous matches. I think it was in the last 16, and he said he had some issues, so he was going off the front ball, and then he usually goes from the left, then he went from the front, and at the tail end of his match he started breaking from the right hand side, and balls were flying in everywhere. And what he has said over the weekend, it's been one slight problem for him, which is quite rare, because he has got a really good cut break.
Well, I had a few matches breaking well, and that's as rare as as Liam breaking bad. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Must be something this weekend, though. No, he's just so precise with it, though. It's gets the power in. Obviously, Mark Boyle's breaking is just incredible. But Liam's very, very good with it as well. He gets a lot of power in that cut break.
Yeah, it is. It's a tough one. Myself and Scott Gillespie, 5 minutes ago before these matches started, we're talking about the way Mark hits it so hard that any time any of us have tried something like that, the cue ball flies off the table. Yet Mark seems to hit it like a sledgehammer and still control it at the same time. That's a good shot.
Yeah, for someone you don't like on by the side of the table, just try putting a bit extra power. There's no wicket keepers. It's funny, done a little interview with Mark Boyle once, and he was saying about when he was asked about, it's how you're so good at the cut break. And he was just like, it's practice. He says, I've got a few holes in my ball and all that. So.
There was actually a time quite a while back, I had said to Mark, he went, I can't really remember, but it's something that I did do. And I was playing in a King of the Hill tie in Falkirk in the Players' Lounge, and Mark came in, went onto the table for an hour. I think it was like an hour dead, and all he did was break for that hour, and then he just took the balls away, handed them in, and left. And I remember looking and going, did he actually play a frame there? And I think at that time the answer was no, he didn't. He just... Wow. And then it made me kind of realise and think, well, no wonder he's so good at breaking when he's actually putting the effort to practice it.
I think the hard thing is the fact that every table you go on, it's a different table.
Yeah, that's massive.
It's a different set of balls, and this is even when you try and get everything identical. There's always subtle, slight differences, and so for that, I find it hard to practice it.
It's tough
when the conditions are always different, and also we're all human as well. It's impossible to set them up 100% either touching or in the identical spot.
Yeah, I think that's good for everyone that's at home, because the break is so important. But sometimes that's not taken into account, that going from one table to the next, one set of balls to the next, and as you say, just getting them put in the exact same place, even if it's a millimetre slightly different, it changes everything.
Exactly. It could be one ball not touching, or it can the pack could be slightly tilted a millimetre, or up or down a millimetre, and next thing you're facing a different break than your last one. Good shot there by Gareth.
Yeah, he looks like he's in really good form now. Maybe just starting to feel pretty comfortable with that snooker cue. I know he was saying that he was maybe up against it, using it, but it doesn't look like that. So that question for you by Stephen Leslie. Given the last four, if you were in it, which one would you have liked to have played out of them?
Not sure, really. Good question. Maybe Scott, because I haven't played him before. I know that would have been the path anyway, but I haven't played him before. So I think we've gone with Scott.
Yeah, I think if I'm a viewer watching that and I'm thinking, well, you've played Liam, you've played Mark, you've played Gareth, you've all these guys, then from a neutral point of view as well, I'd be saying, well, it would be good to see those two go at it for the first time. That would be great.
Yeah,
he's went off again.
I'd have enjoyed it, because obviously I wasn't expected to beat Mark, so had I done, then it'd been nice to play Scott. And I've played Liam, I think, 227 times, and I've still got the donut. So it'd been nice to play someone different. I've had some good matches with him, but I've not had a win yet, though.
I think the draws must be getting done on Q Score, because the amount of draws that get done on that I draw the same player so often, it's just incredible.
I haven't played Liam for a while, mine, but it was getting to a stage where, like every other event, I was playing him second round or something like that. But that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, the laws of averages. I'm sure you'll play Scott this year at some point.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it'll happen. Yeah, but then sometimes there's players I've never played before. So
Ross Ewan on comms is IPA professional Isle of Man legend David Adenau. He was so close to taking out Mr. Magic not so long ago, but it just didn't happen.
Wasn't to be.
That's it, mate.
Yep.
On to the next.
Played well, but wasn't meant to be.
Is the next big event for you the World Championships, or is there something before that?
No, it will be the World Championships, I think. I've got a couple of local league tournaments in the Isle of Man. So I've got them still to look forward to. But looking forward to a welcome break.
He's potted the black.
That's unfortunate to win from there.
We get to have a second look at the delayed camera, but after seeing what he did play, that red was always going towards the black now that I'm looking at it. I mean, he's unfortunate to knock it straight in, but yeah, it was always going straight on it.
It was always going. And plus the ball that the red that was sitting on has also helped that as well.
Yeah.
So, he still had to play the shot.
No, that's it. And
that's the thing, isn't it? And the amount of time you have that in pool, you can't say it's the wrong shot because sometimes you just got to play it. But yeah, no, I've had it's been busy pool wise. For the last 7 weeks, I've had tournaments every weekend virtually. So it's been a busy period. So
it's a mad thing right now in the world of pool. There's just so many tournaments, and I don't know what it's like in Isle of Man, but I know here in Scotland it is absolutely crazy. Every single week there is something to play in if you want to. Obviously we've got IPA, internationals, counties, all the different things. It's just absolutely stacked calendars every single year now, and I actually said next year for me, this year I didn't really get near the practice table at all. I mean, there was only one night I put in a bit of time with one of my mates. He's actually the Scotland A team manager, Rob Edmund, and I think it was the fact that every single week there was something else. I couldn't really be annoyed going and putting in any more time on the table because I felt like I was never on it, and I think next year for me it'll be maybe choosing a bit more wisely to use my time the best that suits me. I don't know about you.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think it's amazing that there's so many events and such quality events that you have over in Scotland, but you can overkill. Some of these tournaments can take a lot out of you if you go through a few tough matches, and there can be long days as well. So yeah, I think sometimes because you can just burn the candle at both ends too much, but it's good to have all the tournaments. And
yeah, I suppose we would complain if there was none.
Well, that's it. When I've said to people about my busy periods, I've said we're lucky to have it.
Yeah.
We have great following. The old man Pete Crellin runs all the local events, and it's really good, and we're lucky.
There's a big chance for Gareth, I think, after Liam giving him that frame. I thought he might try and go towards the yellow.
And it is all about if this yellow does stop though. I don't think it does.
Could he play this plant? Well, I don't think he can because he has to get out. I was going to say, could he play it in such a way that he left the easy plant down the cushion, but I don't think he can. Yeah, that's a good shot.
That's a very good shot.
Yeah, I'm not afraid to say I did not see that at all.
Yeah, no, I just thought he'd have lost too much control on that, or it was just offset. But the clever thing about that shot is the fact he was always going to be on this one. The only danger was the yellow that he hit may have gone down on the cushion, but he was always going to have a pot. So.
Yeah, I know he's using a snooker cue, which, if Viv was telling me, is definitely not the norm for Gareth. But he looks like he's absolutely flying, and he should be out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just sometimes when you shouldn't be in, things start to go for you. It's destined. So there's obviously a couple of people in the tournament at the moment with that, but it happens. We all need that one match occasionally to get through. We probably shouldn't have done so.
Do you think at these moments, are you sitting before you get to the table, even after he's played Christian, he knows he should be beat, is he thinking, do you know what now, I've got a free swing at this, I know it's not my normal cue, or does he just go, well, just on to the next?
Yeah, it can be a bit of both, really. I think it's free rolling, but also as well, it's still a match he wants to win.
Yeah, no, that's it.
So it's hard to just go carefree, but it does probably help a little. Obviously, the cue will be a bit confusing. He's not used it for a long time as regards to pool, but I remember watching him use it years ago. So when I seen him with it, I was like, "What are you doing with that?"
He's got an old relic out of the... I mean, the fact that he's brought it with him, he must have been expecting something to happen.
Yeah, quite possibly, yeah. Well, unless he was maybe thinking of having a game of snooker while he was here to practice 2 matches.
I know when he played Liam in the World Championships that he won, he went to the room, he was 2 sets down, went to his room, changed break cue, came down with a different break cue, and then ended up going on to beat Liam 3 sets to 2 and then win the World Championship. But it makes me wonder how many cues Gareth actually takes on the road with him.
Yeah, I've done that. I'm bad for changing cues, so it's I can relate. But it goes back to what we were talking about before about the break and all that. You know, different tables, different style breaks, different conditions.
Yeah.
And he felt that was worth the adjustment, especially if he was getting absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, why carry on doing the same thing? You know, when you can change it and with a chance of things changing.
Yeah, it's actually something that I would maybe like to ask him. Is how different the break cues are? Is it different tips it's on them? Are they different weights? And as you say, maybe he felt the one he was using, right, that's not for this table, for these balls, and it's actually gives you a bit more insight to what was through a player's head at that moment.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it can be all those factors, or it could just be the fact of just a clear mind with something different as well. I've had it before where I've swapped a playing cue in the middle of a match just to just to get like resets the mind.
Yeah, when you said you change cues quite often, I thought you meant like tournament to tournament, not in the middle of a match.
Yeah, I have done.
End up with a golf bag full of cues, a different cue for a different shot.
It's on its way.
I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. Well, you need this one for screw back, and this one for running through, and this one for left hand side. Honestly, I can imagine it. If cue makers out there could convince people, they would be on the market.
I know, yeah, maybe I should start that, yeah. And get myself sponsored to start that, yeah.
I mean, that would be next level stuff. What a shot that is. Is he an off? Is it going to stop?
Wow.
Oh. AJ, no, this is not the final. It is the semi-final. Still a race to 10 frames. Mark Farnsworth is in the other semi-final, 3-1 in front of Scott Gillespie on his maiden return to the IPA. I didn't think he had that there. I think if he potted it clean, he might have been better on the black.
Yeah, I was just trying to work that out. He might have got a thicker contact, because I think he potted it on the thin side.
Yeah, we'll get to see a slight delay again. He's missed that by a long way.
The cushion's just slid on him.
Yeah.
It just makes it look worse than it actually is.
Yeah, it wasn't easy. It's one thing we've noticed all weekend, that on every live game, playing a double or getting out a snooker, the slide off the cushion, and we know it's like that when it's new, but it does at times it can make you look stupid, but it just is so difficult to judge those shots.
It's one of them. You could play the same shot twice and you get 2 different reactions, identical, and 2 different things can happen. But it is about the pace as well. That you play it as well. Sometimes you'll get that slide. Sometimes you can take it away with a bit of extra pace.
You see that at times when you've got one of the players trying to maybe straighten up a double, so they just put a bit extra on it, and it seems to kind of check back.
Yeah, it's play that bit extra pace. It kind of tends to play more like you'd expect in the club zone.
Yeah.
You know, when it's worn in, which is why you'll quite often see that the players play them a bit harder to get that. Or if they do want to use the slide to the advantage, then they'll do vice versa. It's quite funny. I was having a chat with someone back in the Isle of Man after the Isle of Man event that we had over there, and when we had that one frame tournament, yeah, he had a frame on there, and he basically said, "That table, that's nuts." And I says, "Well, we're talking about it."
It's nuts.
And I said, "Well, you know, you mean the stuff that I've been telling you how it plays is exactly right?" And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Well, I did tell you. Do you believe me now?" So it does play totally different, doesn't it, with all the slide and like the traps a cue ball, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
So it just got to allow for it and play differently.
I've been a massive fan when the table's are new and the cloth's brand new. I've always really liked it. My big gripe is when it starts to get a bit pingy and it's not as reactive. And as I've spoke to you about, there's things I do to my own table and it keeps it kind of going. It's never going to be the same as a brand new table, of course it's not, but it helps a bit. And then when it gets redone and the new cloth comes on, I never really feel truly kind of as if I'm struggling. But obviously when you go to different clubs and different places, when the cloth isn't as good, it does catch me out quite a bit. So it can be tough playing on one or the other. And obviously in your case, the guys are not used to playing on a table like that, and then it does catch you out.
Yeah, it's just when it's you only get to experience it when it's really new, and if you've had good table fitters, you know, put the cloth on as well. One back for Liam, that. Chance there for Gareth.
Really big chance to kick on there.
Bit early for a turning point, but it could be something in there.
Yeah, looking at the other match, 4-1, Mark Farnsworth against Scott. I have a prediction. Well, I mean, based on the score lines right now, I think a supercomputer would say Mark Farnsworth and Gareth Hibbett, but talking about Scott Gillespie and Liam Dunster, it's 4-2 and 4-3, but I picked Liam at the very start, so I'll stick with Liam and maybe go with Morgan's pick, Mark Farnsworth, and say both of them in the final, but I mean, it could end up the other two guys.
Yeah, it really could be any of them, couldn't it? I'll sit on the fence. Yeah, you can make a case for them all. It's they've all been playing well.
Yeah, it's probably as simple as a coin toss. Any one of these guys on any given day can beat anyone. Doesn't matter how good the opponent is they're playing against. So it's a tough question, but I'll put my neck on the line and say Liam Dunster, Mark Farnsworth in the final.
I'll go for Gaz. And I think Mark Farnsworth.
Liam just broke. Knocked the black in. Well, John sorts that table out. We're getting to see a bit of the Scott Gillespie match. He is 4-2 behind to the man you see at the table, Mark Farnsworth. He's just one hell of a champion. He's just always there. And his last event in here, I'm pretty sure it was the last one in here, Mark beat Christian Phillips in the final of the Grand Prix. So he's got previous for winning in here.
Yeah, it's good to have two events here a year. They're it's a great venue.
Yeah.
Well, it's my first time here. Absolute brilliant venue. So looking forward to coming back if I can one day.
Yeah, mate, that'd be good. I think the big thing here is getting the best players to come to these events, and you're definitely in that bracket. So
I was just about to say I should probably stay home.
no, mate, it would be honestly fantastic to have you back, and I think that's testament to Paul and Santa as well for putting these kind of events on. But it's, you can put the event on, you can put any tournament on, you need the players to come, and guys like yourself travelling a long way to get here. it's not possible without that. So I think everyone watching and myself that's involved in this, it is really greatly appreciated, and I hope you do come back.
Oh yeah, I definitely will if I can. It's just been so positive recently. So, you know, they've done a lot for us, Paul and Santo, and yeah, it's all positive. And as we were saying before, a lot's happened in a short space of time. So, and without people like yourself and them doing what they do, then this isn't here. All this isn't here for us players. So, as a player, I'm certainly grateful.
Yeah, it's something I was doing a bit of this kind of stuff up here in different tournaments, and it was all because McGoldricks had set this up, and someone had basically said, anyone fancy doing a bit of commentary? And everyone looked at me and I went, I'll have a go. I'd never done it. And then at the World Championships, I woke up in my room to a text from Mark Pickworth saying, hi Stevie, I don't know if you would be interested in coming and helping us out, and it kind of just snowballed from there. And I really like it. I've always been known as, my school teachers used to call me Walker the Talker. I was always one of the guys, and so it's probably been my calling, and thanks to these kind of tournaments and stuff, I'm getting to do something I enjoy. And obviously I love playing pool, and I'm not the worst at it, so I get to do both and enjoy it at the same time. So I absolutely love it, and the IPA for me has been absolutely fantastic. So
it's been amazing to have you on board and doing all you do. It's like I say, it's for all us players as well, what you do. So it's brilliant to have you on board.
I appreciate that, mate. Does Liam cut the red back into the bottom right here? It doesn't look. It looks thin.
Looks very thin, but he's might have to use the yellow as a stopper. Just doesn't want to for the yellow to then fall in line with the bottom angle for the red in the middle. Yeah, he's killed it really well there.
He's actually quite good at these shots.
He is very good at them, yeah. Done really well to actually take the yellow out of the equation completely. So.
Super rally.
Well, I was just about to say it, and I was like, no, someone will say it soon.
I've got a few things planned in the new year. I'm hoping to do some good live stuff at the IPA and the Saltire events and things. Just a bit of fun, try and get some of the players involved, and whether it be some fun competition on the table and a few kind of ideas to make it some good fun. And I spoke about the podcast and stuff like that. I've got premises sorted and just a few other fine details I'm ironing out. And someone said yesterday, do you know what would be great if you got Ali McCoist on?
Oh yeah, that'd be great. That has to be a really great opener for the podcast.
Yeah, that would be. And there's actually a few people I know that know Ali quite well and stuff, whether he would have the time, but I'm pretty sure somewhere down the line I'd be able to figure that out. So that would be good.
That'd be brilliant, that, yeah. And especially if it was like the first one as well.
I know.
That'd be even better.
Let me see if I can maybe pull some strings.
Yeah, he needs to listen to some of your commentary before agreeing as well.
There is, I mean, I don't really hear it, but when I go home and I listen at times, even the missus will say, why are you sounding like Ali McCoist? And I'm like, it's hard to hear yourself, your own kind of voice, but I know there is times and I go, I heard it there, I did hear it there, but I don't think it's all the time, but
4 each now.
Some game.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's you always sound different to what you think, don't you?
Yeah.
And I think that's probably why you don't think, what you're all on about.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, no, it's there for all of us. I don't think you're going to escape that.
Looks like Mark Farnsworth is looking pretty ruthless against Scott, but he's broken dry. I think these are the moments you have to make count. You'll know better than me at the top level. When you get given opportunities like this, I'm guessing you're saying to yourself when you get off the seat, I need to get these.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's you just can't really miss many chances. I mean, sometimes you can miss the odd couple, but you struggle to get away with it after that.
Big opening yellow from Scott.
That's a good shot there. I'm sure he can get through to the one next to the 8 ball in the middle table, so that should set him up nicely. and he only wants to just get past as well, and then that sets up all the pattern really well.
Yeah, that might happen. He's probably been talking to some people and going, who is this talker guy? People keep saying I sound like him. Yeah, you never know, mate. Considering I'm a Celtic fan, I don't actually mind Ali McCoist, so...
You've got no choice, really, when you sound like him.
Yeah, I suppose it's not exactly as if I can go to the shop and buy a new voice, so... I'm a tiler to trade, so I'm tiling bathrooms, houses, you name it, and I was doing a job for one of my mates. I did a video after it, and I was talking through the video saying, look, there was big fancy curved cuts in it, and I'm going, look at the curvature on that, look at... And then the missus' friend, she's phoning, went, how did Stephen manage to do that? And she's like, what do you mean? She's like, it's got Ali McCoist doing his video for that tiling. William's asking, because her man was a painter and decorator, and he was asking if we could get him to do one, and she's like, what? That's Stephen? What do you mean? And then after that, they were, I can't unhear that. And then it's about 3 years later, I started doing this. And I'm like, not that Ali McCoy stuff again, man.
Just when you thought you escaped it, yeah. I'm sorry, that's with you for life now. What you should do is do a wind-up, like someone that's got a friend that doesn't know you. Ring them up saying that you're Ali McCoy and you've won this prize. I've been asked to ring you.
That'd be a good segment on the podcast.
Yeah.
Some crank phone calls as Ali McCoist. This has been some semi-final so far.
Just depends on the angle here. He's just got to play it the right way around. So no, that's pretty good, I think. I think he'll stay up there, pot that one there, top left, and come back down for the other two.
They've both made a couple of small errors.
It's one of them with this. It's like they're both good balls for the 8-ball, but I find it's easier to get rid of this one first because there's so much space around the 8-ball. But the thing obviously was with this shot is you just don't want to be straight on this one here. The one away from the cushion, so it's always had to be angled. But I think he just landed a little bit straight.
Yeah, he's
good at these kind of shots, so you should be able to get quite a bit of power in it. So. Oh well, there's my commentator's curse.
I think that's another one of the moments where you talk about the slide on the cushion, maybe hoping to get more of a bounce, but they just kick forward because of that.
Yeah, possibly, but sometimes you're like trying to...
Oh, what a shot. Oh, I thought he had
so
that.
Close.
He knew he missed it. He was already walking to his seat, but...
I think it's also you're sometimes trying to pop them thick, sometimes thin, the pace on it to widen it, just to try and get it on the side cushion and bounce back out as well. I think that was also what was in the shot as well.
Yeah, it wasn't easy. Obviously, if Gareth missed the black there, he would have had just the right angle to just drop the two of them in. And I think probably with his normal playing cue, he maybe gets that right. And I think it's when you change, you'll know because you're speaking about changing cues, that is the difference. Sometimes the difference in the tip size or even the actual tip on the cue itself, it can change the angle of some shots.
Yeah, it's just so much. Yeah, it's the whole dimensions of the cue. I mean, you get me started on that one. Then we won't get to talk about any much more pool, but there's so many different. It's more than just the tip size. There's so many different factors in the cue. So.
Yeah, that was good. I don't know if you ever heard that. I think Davy Rooney, he actually posted it on Facebook. I'll need to tag you in it. Ross McInnes got one of the local Glasgow radio stations had called Ross in the morning, and he was giving him a bit of a wind up about something. I can't mind exactly what it was, but it was hilarious. So Mr. McInnes was shouting and bawling down the phone, thinking he was having some kind of conversation or argument with someone, but he was actually live on the radio.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, I'm sure Ross will remember that still.
Yeah, he likes to fly off the handle at times. I'm actually hoping that when everything's all up and running, he'll be one of the guests. Hoping to get the whole McInnes family on. I think that'll be good.
Oh, definitely, yeah. A lot of insight, a lot of involvement in pool over the years, on and off the table. It's that'd be great to have him on.
Yeah, I was speaking to the two boys about it yesterday, and I think obviously the two of them really young in the sport, but their dad and especially mum, trailblazer in the world of snooker and American pool and everything in the referee world, really did change the game and the landscape, so it would be good to have them.
I think it's for all the events that Ross has done as well, you know, when he's finished playing, all the events he's run, and then like you say, Michaela is just is such a great referee, you know, it's and that's why she was involved in so many
exactly
like 9-ball pool, snooker, you know, world finals, you know, she was there for a reason, because she was one of the very best referees.
Yeah.
So there's a good chance here now for Liam to take the lead.
And it's come.
I think that's Mark now gone. Yeah, Mark Farnsworth has gone 6-3 up against Scott Gillespie.
Yeah, Mark is looking. He looks on absolute fire, and Morgan McInnes was the one that tipped him yesterday. He said, I'm going for Mark. He's just played a massive money match, even though he lost. He's put in some decent time for it. A long race only a week ago, and he might not have even came here playing a lot of pool after what happened, but there's no doubt, and he's very sharp, and it's showing right now.
I think it can work one or two ways. Obviously, you can feel a bit down about it, or you can feel sharp. Sometimes think from a good or a bad experience, you sometimes need to get out your system and then go again. So, but depends how you are as a person, how you feel. But he's obviously come out firing, which is brilliant to see.
Yeah, it would be the perfect way to come back after last week. And I think he's been there that many times. There's probably more people out here thinking that he's worse than he actually is, because he's been there, done it so many times before.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's been in so many of these matches. It's familiar, so that does make it a lot easier.
There's Yvonne Ewan and Viv Ruskell. Yvonne on the timekeeping duties by the looks of it. There has been many occasions, Jerry, where that has been done, but on different tournaments and stuff, especially like at the counties and things like that. But I think here, with a professional organisation, you generally have that one main table to concentrate on, but there is another live stream, obviously without commentary, and I get it's... Listen, there might be people out there that don't want to listen to me and Dave, and I totally understand that, but there's also others that would rather that there's at least someone talking during a match. And at least for this one, it's myself and Dave Adenau. Dave's just away for a quick comfort break. Yeah, it was a large pot, but as I say, guys, I think Mark's far too long in the tooth. I mean, it'll obviously hurt because he's human, but I don't think he's losing any sleep. I think he'll dust himself down and he'll go again, whether or not there's some kind of rematch happening. I don't know. I don't know how it's all been ironed out, but if there is and Mark's going to play it, I'm sure he'll look forward to it and he'll go and deal with it appropriately. But for now, the only thing he's thinking about is trying to take down another title on the IPA circuit and another one in Scotland. He has got previous, and right now he's looking in good shape against Scott Gillespie. 6-3 up, and he's at the table on the other one. So, as I say, guys, there is another stream if you would like to watch a mouth-watering, pulsating tie between Scott Gillespie and Mark Farnsworth. And as I say, on the main TV table, we do have our very own Liam Dunster and Gareth Hibbett. And by the way, guys, we do appreciate all feedback, good, bad or indifferent. At the end of the day, we are not perfect, but striving towards it. The guys that are leading the way and all the team behind them. Craig, fantastic. All the referees, Stephen Allison and Paul Corrigan. Dan Fairway, who another one of the commentary team, who I think is fantastic. My usual sidekick, Mark Pickworth, from the very first major event I did. He was by my side. He was the one that invited me down, and it's been absolutely class ever since I did. As I say, I did a couple of events in here, just a few matches whilst there was nobody basically available from the IPA that yet at the first inaugural events in Scotland. So, well, it has been good, but it is a massive team effort. I tell you guys, on that tour and at the Worlds and what have you, Ronnie Ward, she is next level. Where's that white going? Now, that's a good judge of pace, I must say. And there we go, back over to that table. It is still 6-3. Scott is at the table. That Liam has a bit of daylight between himself and Gareth now. 6 frames to 4, Liam. He's got a little gap now. Mark was at the table the last I looked on this one, Dave, but and now that it's been switched over, it's Scott with a chance.
Yeah, good matchup as you'd expect. It's just a little tricky, them two reds up there, as the top one doesn't go past the first one. So I think that's why he's going for the gap, to get rid of the one in the top left corner to open the other one up. Massive break from Gareth, was awful, as always. This gets some power in that break. He really does.
It's a weapon. I feel like I repeat myself over and over every time I watch Gareth, but he does the break and dish challenges. It's there's a couple of different, I don't know why they call them tours, because you do them at home, but Gareth, one of them I was watching, I said, I can watch Gareth. I've got mine to do on Friday. I'll watch a bit of Gareth right now, and I'm watching him. And you do it in 2 sets of 25, and in his first 25 he had 23 breaking dishes. And it was his, I mean, the fact that he was taking the finishes, I think I could have got my son to take the finishes because his break was so good. It was unbelievable. I know it's his own table, his own balls, all that stuff, so we spoke about how different that can be. But even to get 23 out of 25, it was just ridiculous. And his break, I mean, someone asked me that, I think it was the next IPA event, someone mentioned on the stream who's got the best break, and I just, Gareth. It's just, and he hits them so hard.
I don't think it gets mentioned enough, to be honest, about his break. It's just the sound of it when he hits it.
Yeah. It is. It's like an explosion. We actually spoke. It was Corey Reese was in yesterday, and or was it Friday? Whatever day it was, and I mentioned Gareth's, and he says, yeah. And I said, it's the sound. It is like, honestly, it's like an explosion. And I've been asked a few times, and obviously you've got the usual suspects, but I think Gareth's, his break when it's working, is up there with the best I've ever seen.
I think I'll do the rest of those players a favour and swipe that breaking cue off and paint it a different colour, because that's what he looks like. He's done with it. Anyway, I think he's stained it or something like that. To hide the identity of it. I think that's probably what it is. So we're not all doing it.
It was some break.
I think he's just found the right cue and the right sweet spot for it. And I know it's all about like timing as well, and how well will you hit it, but it's also like obviously the power that he generates through it as well. Because it can be a way you can hit them too hard.
Yeah.
But obviously if you're hitting it sweet as well, you should be okay. Like,
I think that's actually quite a good point, because you know yourself, when you try and hit them at a crazy pace, you've not usually got much control, so you can hit the wrong bit of the weight, you can catch it left, right, top, but you just, because you're having such a swing at it. And I think the thing that impresses me with Gareth's is it's so hard, but it's also really well controlled.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And I know he probably loses a weight a bit sometimes, because obviously he generates more power, but it's generally pretty good, the control of it. It usually comes straight back, and the power on it. I think as well with some of these like break tips as well, you know, they're so hard that sometimes that makes it even harder to control it as well.
That's one of the... I've never actually... I've got one on my... I've got a break cue, and to be honest, Dave, over the last while I haven't really used it because it wasn't really working for me. And I've got one of the Horo tips on it, and everyone had said these are great break tips, and I'm not saying they're not by any stretch.
Oh, yeah.
It's just for me, I'm thinking, after trying a few different ones, I'm kind of edging back towards a kind of tip that I've got a Legends medium on my cue, and I absolutely love it. HD Gen 2 Legends medium, and the Gen 3 is the Gen 3 is a harder version of it. So I'm thinking I prefer that feel of a kind of tip that I would play, and I think I would be better maybe with a harder version and get a bit more control over it, because like you just said there, I don't feel like I've got the control with that harder tip.
I think the key thing is it's just preference.
Yeah.
It's total preference. It's not to say one's the answer and one's not. It's just total preference, and I just find that some of these tips are so hard that you've really got to hit the ball in the middle, and you've got no other choice. And if you don't, then it squirts to the side. You know, you end up hitting the front ball half ball instead of full in the face.
Yeah, I've seen some of them, and they actually just look like a bit of plastic. And I've said to a few people, they can't just... I mean, you could go and buy a couple of bits of plastic perspex, cut them into a circle shape, and then put them out as a tip. And I'm thinking, they can't surely be that. There must be something that's been developed in it that's got some kind of spring motion that transfers some weight and energy to it. But I honestly don't know, and it's not something I've totally bought into. But I'm always open to trying something. As I say, I've got quite a hard breaking tip on it right now, and I know a lot of people swear by the tips that I've got on, but it hasn't really been... I've not really felt comfortable in that I can really break the way I want to break with it. So that's probably the best way to put it, personal preference.
Yeah, it's. I've tried all sorts. I've tried different playing tips, different break tips, and I just stick with the Elkmaster. It's just kind of what I've always used, and it's hard to get away from it.
That's the one reason why I started using the Legends tip. I done a little bit of homework and asked the question, because every now and again I would have an elk and it just wasn't very good, so I would have to take it off, put another one on, and every now and again you find a really good one. And I said, I wish you could just get a really good elk all the time. And I was directed in to the Legends press tips. Some people might like them, some might not, but I now buy the same one. I've got little tubs of 3. I think I've got 5 or 6 tubs of 3. And I said to the missus a while ago, she went, in fact, they just came yesterday, she went, have you bought more of them? And I said, yep. Just in case they change, I've got at least a bunch of them for as long as maybe as long as possible.
That's a good shout, yeah. And I mean, even if you bought them again in a few years' time, it sounds daft, but it could be a different batch.
Exactly.
So yeah, it's a good shout. Yeah.
So it's just they are to me really good, and someone says to me what they like, and my answer is like a really good elk.
Yeah. Might need to try that.
Yeah, honestly, it's not. I mean, it'd be all right if I was getting something off this the people that make them, but it's not. It's just that was my thing. I tried every tip in the market, all the different ones, and I'm like, I went back to an elk master, and I actually felt that's me. That feels more right, more normal, the way it used to be. And then that was my thing. You could go through a box of 50 and maybe only have 5 or 6 good ones. And I asked the question. I used these, and that's the only way I can describe them, is they are like a really good elk master.
Yeah, I tried going down like the leather tip route. I was just thinking, like, traveling around and all that, and cold conditions sometimes, and getting moisture. So I was trying different things, but I just couldn't adapt for a different tip. It just
it's the exact same thing. It just, and everyone's got their own preference. Again, it's the exact same thing. But if you're comfortable with a kind of normalised press tip like an Elkmaster, then honestly these are, to me, they're like the best Elkmasters I've ever used. That's just the way they feel.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, might have to try one of them.
Good finish from Liam. I didn't expect any less, but did Mark win the last frame there? 6-4, I see. Unless that was the last frame when Scott got back. Must have been, I'm sure it would have been on by now. Oh, he's going to the board. Got 7-4 Mark Farnsworth. I think is it 7-5 Liam Dunster?
Yep, 7-5. 7-4 now Mark Farnsworth.
Yeah, Stephen Santa Allison, Alan Reynolds and referee Kevin Chalmers on your screen.
Here's the Mark Farnsworth break. It's often said it's one of his weaker part of his game, but only because the rest is so strong.
I only found out, and I don't think I'm mixed up in saying this, it was at one of the last events that Mark, he uses a racker. He got a cue, just a random cue from whatever club it was, and he liked it, and he still uses it to this day.
Yeah, it can work like that. I mean, it's only for breaking, so it doesn't have to be anything too special, if you touch and feel shots like you're playing cue, but it's literally just whatever feels right. So I've tried quite a few things, and yeah, weirdly the cue I'm using now is actually just a playing cue, really. So the ironic thing is, it's actually one of the best cues I've picked up, like even playing wise. But there was an adjustment on it I wanted to make, and I couldn't do it. It couldn't be done, so I decided to just keep it for breaking rather than get rid of it completely.
Yeah. What was the adjustment?
It was the balance point on it.
Right. Right.
Unfortunately, someone put steel in it instead of lead.
Wow.
So, which means the lead could be drilled out and replaced accordingly. But with steel, it'll just, if you try and do that, it'll just break the cue.
Yeah, it would destroy the wood.
So, yeah, it's a heartbreak. After all these years, found my perfect cue, and then
that's incredible.
That happened. So I'm still on the search, really. So I thought rather get rid of it completely. I did break with it for a couple of times and it felt good, so I've kind of stuck with that really for the time being. Chance here for Mark as plan to negotiate. And as long as he can get his hand on the table here, he should be able to stun that across.
Yeah, looks okay. It's a good shot he played. Really committed to that plant. And they nail. Native of the Isle of Man.
Thank you very much, Andy.
Yeah, well, in Scott's case, he won't play Ultimate Pool next year. No, he will be on the IPA as a professional. And it's good to have him back.
Yeah, it's great to have him back. He's quite right. He's in the pro ranks, you know, of play of his ability. I don't think going back to the amateurs is the right thing, really. You know, it gives it affects other people in the draw as well. The other amateurs aspiring to be professional, and
yeah, I mean,
you know, his ability and what he's won and in the game, you know, I think it's right straight for him.
Yeah, I mean, I understand you'll have the odd person that maybe were at the top end of the rankings and due to certain aspects, invitations weren't handed out that normally would have been, because there are certain players like Scott, Dave McNamara and what have you, to put these guys in the amateur, as much as I understand people saying, well, that's where they should start, I know they're coming across, but they aren't amateur players. These guys have been playing at the highest level, and if you want the best product, which we are trying to get together here at the IPA, then you really have to have the best players playing at the top end, and it is rightly so that Scott, being one of them, is in the pro ranks.
Yeah, you know, there's definitely a case for saying, you know, they should be back in the amateurs and playing that, but then you've got to think of, on the flip side of that is, like, can you imagine, like, you know, you're one of the top real proper amateurs, and then you then end up keep getting drawn against, you know, say there's effectively four people that should be pro, and you keep drawing them every weekend, and you go, and you're not getting the results that you should probably deserve.
And I think that's a great argument, because let's say I'm number 16 in the amateur rankings. The guys contact me and say, listen, unfortunately we can't offer you the pro status that may normally would have been, depending on certain aspects, but the alternative. So then I moan and I shout and I scream about it. They guys get put in the amateur with me, and I draw them all first round each tour event. I'd probably be climbing the walls.
Exactly, yeah. And then you know, there's and if that's going to happen and the results don't go your way, then there's a lot of players ahead of you that probably wouldn't be if they if they had like more even draw, shall we say, and because you've got the tough draws all the time. So.
Yeah, exactly. I think there is the pros and cons, and I can understand some of the players, but for me, being on the side I'm on, and I'm still playing, I'm going to be playing in the amateur next year. I just want to have the best players. If I'm on the IPA, and a big part of what next year's going to be, then it has to be the best product, and that means the best players.
Yeah, and the thing is because there's you know, obviously so many names been announced, and to have all them in the amateurs would make it very difficult for all the other amateurs, and
I mean,
I think it'd be too much. It's not like one or two, is it? You know, so
it would have been one hell of an amateur tour with all these names in it, and then you've got the guys that, as you say, they're trying to get to the top, they're trying to slowly chip away and maybe get a shot at the pros, but it's not that straightforward as it is. Never mind with these guys.
Just missed that chance.
Yeah, that's a big miss.
It was all down to the red down the rail. He just potted it more on the thin side and meant he had to change his route. And then he was probably trying to nick the pocket a little there because of that.
Would you have did the same there? Would you have ended up coming down, or would you have stayed upstairs?
I think he had no choice but to come downstairs, but he'd have had a better angle on the one down on the balk line if he potted the ball down the rail in the middle.
No, I'm on the main tour, Ross, as an amateur. I will probably play the amateur series as well, but as I said, I've said a few times, there's a lot of pool that I won't be playing next year. I'll be playing IPA, I'll be playing Saltire, and I'll be doing the Scottish events. Obviously, you have to qualify for them, but I'll be doing them, and then I'll just be hand-picking the other ones out with that, because throughout this year, I think there's only been 1 or 2 weekends that I've had free, and then I also coach a kids football academy. I've got a family, and this year's just been a bit crazy, and it's no wonder why I kind of lost interest. So I'll be picking and choosing a bit better next year, and I'm hoping it helps my game as well.
Yeah, as we were saying before, it's impossible to do it all, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. No matter how hard you try, and then next year I've obviously got the big plans away from the table and a lot of stuff that I've got starting up, so it will be absolutely impossible to play up, even though I would love to. It's just, it is too much. I wonder if that, I don't think that yellow passes, so he might have a plant on here. Does he slide off it and try and play another snooker behind the 2 yellows at the top? To watch, he's used his extension. Oh, that's a good shot.
Yeah, that's a great shot.
He just always seems to see moments of magic, and then,
I mean, a plant is tough enough.
yeah,
And then to play it off another ball, that's incredible. It's easy to be looking for a safety. There wasn't. I think that's what he was looking for originally, but there just wasn't one on. And you notice he left the cue ball in a. He didn't leave a shot on, so it was almost like a shot to nothing. But he obviously had to control the cue ball really well for that.
yeah, what a finish this is.
Though.
Magic.
You'd like this to be a little bit straighter, but he should be okay. I think as well, this is the sort of shot that Gareth's usually really good at, but he's usually played with a smaller tip, so it's a bit more tricky to get the tip through the cue ball in that shot, but he's played it well.
Yeah, he's landed okay. He does get back within 1. That was some shot Gareth played there. Only playing a plant and off, opening up 3 balls at the same time. It's all right even seeing those shots, but to execute it as good as he did, it was something else.
It's brilliant. It just opened everything up. Another chance here for Mark Farnsworth. 8-4 up. Looking to get on the hill. Shouldn't be too many worries here. Just
yeah, it's looking.
One thing I like about Mark, and the same with Gareth, is they always hit the ball really well. They're always authority. It's some players you see decelerate occasionally, the odd shot. They never really seem to.
Yeah, the writing almost on the wall. It's going to be 9-4 to Mark against Scott Gillespie. PDH, what is the amateur series? The amateur series from the IPA was a series last year up and down the UK. Certain clubs got involved, and what happens is the clubs get a number of qualifiers that qualify for a main event. We don't know where that venue is going to be yet, but all clubs will run, I think, 4 tournaments, and the top 8 will have the option, if they want to qualify for the main event. They don't have to go. Each tournament obviously is worth its own money to begin with, and a select amount will travel to the grand final, and then there's a decent first prize, and the winner will win a Pro Tour card for the following year. So Keith Robertson won it this year. He qualified and went to Nottingham for the final, and Keith won it, and he will be on the IPA Pro Tour next year. So there is a good opportunity if you're interested. If any clubs are interested, all they have to do is get in touch with the IPA, and they will get that organised and set up, and it is a good series.
It's great that they've added that pro spot as well. You know,
Yep.
anyone to win them kind of tournaments is obviously of that standard.
Yeah.
So it's great.
Very well controlled from Liam. Still got a problem red just below the black. What's your thinking on that one?
I think the only way you can develop it is the red by the yellow by the board line is to put that into the top left and to go and disturb it while the other red's still there. So he's should have had the link-up ball, but it's just getting there. I think he might have to pop these 2 down here, 1 in the middle, and then come through the 2 yellows to leave that angle. Seems to have under-hit that. Could be the same theory. Could go into the yellow and have the same shot, but it's just getting the yellow out of the way. Or just use it as a stopper and back to plan A.
It's a bit more work than I think Liam was hoping for there.
So I don't think he can quite get through to that, but it's, so he would have liked to have played that first. But the only downside as well, like Gapper mentioned before, is even smaller.
Yeah.
So. But he also, with that yellow going there, he could use that as an actual target ball in the stopper, so it might actually help him with position.
Well, he's tried to use the one into the middle. Does that go in the bottom? Looks tight.
Yeah, he's just put his hand up. I think it does go.
Yeah, it must.
Can't say I blame him for that. I think also as well, if he nudged the 8 ball up the cushion, it could have opened them both up as well. So I think he had that maybe in mind as well.
And he's got a bit of fortune here. Oh.
I think it was tight.
Yeah, it was definitely tight.
It wasn't easy. But what has happened, he's put them 2 yellows together. So that's going to be a problem Gareth has got now that he didn't have before.
I see a lot of players, if they'll come to the table here and they'll be shaking their head because their opponent has missed, but he's made a couple of balls awkward. Whereas over the last while, one of the guys I was doing a bit of work with, and he said, you've got to think about the alternative is that you were beat.
Yeah.
And instead of springing off your seat happy, you're coming off your seat shaking your head unhappy. And is that the way your mentality would be there? Well, you know what, I've got a shot.
I think it depends if it's Mission Impossible, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I suppose.
But you were 100% right. I think it's you're just happy to get back at the table and have a go. And you can also say to yourself, well, I had this frame lost, so let my arm go a little, and just I lost anyway, so I'm going to let my arm go. So you can do that. It's only when it's literally that's a brilliant shot, really well controlled. Yeah, I think that the only time you feel like that is when it's literally it's impossible to clear it. when you need to play like 3 shots and 1 or something like that, and you can't do anything anyway.
He has played 1 or 2 absolute world-class shots, and that's right up there to be controlling it. I know it's his snooker cue, and it might even be, I don't even know if he uses it when he plays snooker, but yeah, he's played some fantastic shots in this match, and that was another.
It was, yeah. He just had to make sure he nudged that yellow, and he was always going to be on or something.
And there is.
It's also harder for him to judge the side as well.
Yeah,
he's so used
exactly,
to it.
exactly.
So I know he uses this for snooker, but it's
totally different.
Yeah, it's an adjustment that he has to make in the middle of a match. It's difficult.
Yeah, going from playing snooker on a nap cloth, bigger balls, heavier balls, all the different things. That's, I know people can say, yeah, but it's Gareth, but it's just you know better than anyone. It's different.
Yeah, it's just different. And the thing is trying to adapt back to that in the middle of a match. It's not like you can have some practice frames before. It's like in a match, it's totally different.
And this is for 7 frames apiece.
Just want to cue this one more.
Yeah.
Great shot.
Keith Robertson, how are you? And that is Keith that won the amateur series that's on the chat, and he will be playing against you guys, Dave, next year on the pro. And he's mentioning there that the shot clock, because he played Chris Boron in his first match, really did struggle. Looked like he was maybe forcing things a little bit and maybe not wanting to hear that beep and what have you. But I had said to Chris, listen, Keith's at the top end. I think Keith will maybe tell us he's in the top 7-8 players in the Scottish rankings, which is obviously really stacked. And he'll be a good addition to the pro ranks next year, but maybe just a bit of work on the shot clock. What's your experience with that? And
yeah, firstly, well done. Welcome next year. It's good to have you on board, and hope you enjoy it. I think is the first time with the shot clock is just trying to remember it's actually you do get longer than you think.
Yeah.
Obviously, it depends on the shot. Sometimes it can feel like you've got no time, and in others you've got loads. But I think it's just realising how much time you have actually got, and then maybe have a set routine when you do play the shots, or you might want to play before the beeps so you don't have to listen to them. Obviously, sometimes you have to because you need that time, but so I think it's thinking about that. And I think the good thing about the shot clock is obviously it keeps things flowing, but it also helps keep the players in a rhythm as well.
Yeah. Good advice from a guy that's played under these conditions for so long. I've played on the shot clock once or twice on the outside tables, and I know that's different when the guys come over with the stopwatch and they're counting down your time, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and stuff. And I played once against Dan Davey in the Grand Prix in here. I did okay under the shot clock. I won the match, and I didn't struggle with it, but I used to play really quick. And over the last while, a few guys have said to me, Stevie, you're playing slower than I've ever known you. And then that match, when I went back and watched it, I think there was only twice in the entire match. Finished 8-5 to myself, and twice in that, on all those frames, I made it to the 22nd beat. And I think I only used my extension a couple of times as well. And I'm sitting going, I'm getting told I've slowed, but maybe I was just in more of a, because I knew I was on the shot clock. I don't know, but I didn't really mind it. But I think if you're going to be playing under it regular, there will be some getting used to.
I think you hit the nail on the head there. I think that's the danger. You tend to go into rush and panic mode when it's new to you.
Yeah.
I think the secret is to try and not do that, and just realise actually how much time you've got. Maybe even just have you're practicing at the club or something, and maybe have someone timing your shots just playing normally, and then you'll actually realise I did have more time then.
Yeah.
And it is part of my normal routine. I'm not particularly playing quicker. And then that will probably make you realise how much time you have actually got.
That's probably a fantastic point that most people don't realise that they probably play a lot quicker than they think. And when someone says you've only got 30 seconds, they go, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
That sounds really... When generally they're always maybe in and around that anyway, and if they just maybe... Probably the key word is practice it.
Yeah.
Work on it, and there's Keith replying to you. Felt like he was rushing and stuff like that, so...
Oh, you're very welcome. Hope to see you next year.
I wonder if that yellow goes. If it does...
And if I do play on the stream next year, Keith, 30 seconds is no time at all. So you got to rush.
Yeah. Just before the match, and there's a handshake. By the way, mate, this is quick. Just be careful you don't run out of time, Keith. No, there is another one of the pros. He's done it through his tour this year on the amateur, Greg McMillan. He's played one match. It was in here on the... Oh, he's missed it. Wow.
Was that tight, or was he just trying to do too much?
Yeah, I think it was tight, but maybe he's guilty of trying to get the other yellow out at the same time. And I think if Liam's played that, it must not have been tight, because I don't think he would have forced that.
He's missed it on the thin side.
Yeah.
I thought he'd have missed it because he was trying to hit it too thick and then clip the yellow on the way, but he didn't. But I think it's just one of them. It's easy to take your mind off the the part when you're trying to think position.
Yeah, he's trying to do a lot there. I'm just looking at the yellows and thinking, did he have to force it? But listen, I'm not going to question Liam Dunster, and
I think he had to do something with it. It's just thought he missed it thick, but he actually missed it thin. Is this tricky here for Gareth to get out? Yeah, I thought it might be tricky with that yellow there, and then all those 8 balls surrounded by all those yellows.
Dan, the man, fairway, he's having a go at you, Dave.
Oh yeah, no change there then. I'll be taking 5 minutes a shot next time I play you. That's if he's lucky enough to get a good draw again.
Great to have Dan on listening. Anyone else on, you'll hear the big man's voice throughout the 2025 season. One of our seasoned commentators, and very good at it as well.
Yeah, he is. He's a godsend to the IPA team. I hate to say that in public, but yeah. But thanks, Dan. Yeah. Usually giving each other a hard time, so.
Yeah, Dan, trust me, he was gritting his teeth together there when he was saying that.
Oh yeah. Dentist tomorrow.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately for Gareth, Liam's likely to get these. And Mark Farnsworth is in the final.
Well done, Mark Farnsworth. There we go. When you actually look over the last 4 or 5 years, and I know it goes back further, but last 4 or 5 years is how many semis and finals that Mark Farnsworth has been in. It's quite incredible, really.
I actually spoke to him just a bit of tongue-in-cheek after a match not so long ago, and he was saying about, I think it was maybe 5 out of 7 finals or something he was in, and they had lost them, every one of them, in a decider or something. It was, and I'm like,
oh, that's cruel.
Yeah, it was. And then when I thought back to a couple of them that I did the commentary on, and I think he lost one to Gareth in a decider, and he was telling me some of them, and I'm thinking, I mean, that's some going. Never mind losing them. Getting to finals is obviously hard enough. You know as good as anyone. It's not an easy thing to do and to be that consistent. But he's obviously had some massive moments, but some heartbreaking moments as well.
Yeah, that's unfortunate thing with sport, and it's the highs are the high, but the low, there's plenty of them. Always too many because we're all greedy as players, but with so many players at such a standard, there's always going to be highs and lows, and lots of them.
Yeah, that's one of the things I always find. Even at the IPA Open, it's a tournament I really like. The fact that you can, as an amateur, go head-to-head with the pros. I know we've got tournaments like this and ourselves up here with the Saltire events, and so we get to tackle the pros and play the pros quite a lot. But in these events, on any given day, a good amateur performance is enough to win any individual match, but it's going the next one and the next one and having to beat these guys one after each other.
Yeah, I think it's great. The fact there's a mixed event. You've got your own section, and there's the Open, which is basically a pro-am, and I think it's good. We have that, and some players that just want to play it for the experience could then end up playing the IPA number one.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's just brilliant. Or the world champion. It's a lot of sports you couldn't do that.
No, that's it.
And that's the beauty.
It's going to be 8-7, Liam Dunster. And looking like this one is going to go all the way. Who join Mark Farnsworth in the final. One of us is going to be right.
Yeah.
Well, there must have been a lot of people watching that other semi-final. I'm just watching the numbers on this one go up and up and up as they all switch over to the other stream. Looks like Liam's going to have.
Are we all in from Newcastle watching?
The famous comfort break. That was a new thing to me. When I would hear Mark Pitworth go, yeah, he's away for a comfort break, and I'm a comfort break, thinking, is he going to go and sit on a couch? And to me, it obviously sounds better than going. He's away to the toilet. And that is the thing that I think Mark is amazing. I think he's very professional what he does. He goes into great detail, and he's always got his notes. He's always making sure he's got some of the statistics and things. And I've forever, ever since I was young, always been one of the guys that wings it and tries to use that. Put in my head, you coming in, mate? We're going to have Mark in then for a couple of moments. Dave will jump out for a second, let Mark in. We'll get a wee chat while this one's going on. Congratulations, mate. You look like you are in fantastic form.
Just struggling all weekend, to be honest.
Is that right?
I found a little bit there. Scott was on with his breaks and stuff, but I broke pretty well. But I feel as if it's been a bit of a long drawn out weekend, but just managed to get over the line a couple of times.
Well, that's an art in itself when you don't feel like you're playing really at the top of your game and you're still managing to get to a final. And there's a few people that have tipped you this weekend to go all the way for different reasons. And you're one game away from doing it. Again, you seem to always turn up when you're in here.
Yeah, it's a cracking venue, and the tables have been fantastic all weekend, so I had a nightmare last weekend, obviously losing a big money match, and my head was all over the place, I was in two minds whether to come, but Paul and Santa have done so fantastically well for the IPA and stuff, and the venue is absolutely fantastic, so obviously just had to dust myself down, and I've never touched a table all week. I think I had half an hour before I left on Friday, but I've put a lot of practice in the last few weeks. I was just so angry with myself, so I obviously let myself down, letting all my backers and all the rest of it down. But at the end of the day, you've just got to battle through it, and turn up.
Well, that's Morgan McInnes yesterday. You were his pick for the tournament. He said leading up to Mark's money match, he's going to be putting in some time, and that effort always seems to show up at some point, even if you want to lose that, maybe at the next tournament or something down the line. And I actually mentioned to Dave, me and Dave were in here talking, I said, I would actually wonder if Mark picked up a cue this week, and then you've just said you didn't.
Yeah, it was nearly through out the fire, because on the plane and coming over the Irish Sea, but and managed to survive the flight. So yeah, at the end of the day, obviously it's been a fantastic tournament. It always is. Always in McGoldricks, whether it's a Saltire or the IPA event. You know, the facilities is first class. The tables is absolutely brilliant. You know, so it's a pleasure to play on. At the end of the day, my head was all over the place during the week, but you've just got to, like you say, it's at the end of the day, getting beaten in the final doesn't, you know, you've got to win the tournament.
No,
so it's going to be a tough match whoever gets through, you know. So I'm up for it and I'm looking forward to it.
And it was a Grand Prix this year. You played Christian in the final and won, so this could be 2 in a row in here.
Yeah, I think maybe 3 I've won it here, to be honest.
Did you win one?
I'm not sure. I can't remember, to be honest.
I know this is one of the venues you seem to always turn up. So I know you beat Christian in the final not so long ago, and then obviously this one here. So if it is 3, that's some going.
Like I said, it's a pleasure to play on the tables and stuff, you know. And even with the stream, there's different stream tables and stuff. You know, go to some venues, there's only one stream table, and it's difficult. Obviously, not so much that you shouldn't concentrate as much if you're not on the stream. But the organisation, obviously, Craig does a fantastic job. The time for the formats and everything, you know, you cannot speak highly enough of the venue and the organisation.
Well, congratulations, mate, and good luck in the final. And who knows, I may be speaking to you after that one.
Hope so, mate. Thanks very much.
Congratulations, mate. Cheers, Mark. Oh, man. So that is Mark Farnsworth, who is our first finalist. And Dave will come back in for the end of this match. So, Mark thinks he's done 3 up here. And I tell you what, when I talk about Mark Pickworth being professional, Mark would already know. When I say normally, I just wing it and I know some stuff at the back of my head, and as I start talking, things come into my mind. Pickers would be sitting here right now with a pen and paper and he would know every detail. But I knew Mark beat Christian Phillips in the final of the Grand Prix, I'm sure it was this year. And then he's obviously in the final of this, but he reckons he's won a few up here, so he seems to like this venue, Dave.
Yeah, he does well everywhere, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, he does tend to have like good venues. I know he likes to do well in Newcastle. But yeah, he's gets to the back end of a lot of events, doesn't he?
He's actually just said there that he's just been winging it. He's not been feeling great. He's just been kind of floating through, and all of a sudden he's in the final. I wish I could wing and float through into a final.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's nice to get to the final, no matter how you get there. But that's the difference with the top players as well. You know, they've got that extra in reserve, and you know, sometimes you can look good and not feel good, and vice versa. So
has Gareth deliberately left? Yeah, I was going to say, is he deliberately leaving the yellow over the left middle so they can go up for the black? And I think the answer is yes. Yeah. Just the way he pulled the cue ball back a minute ago, and it looked a bit deliberate.
I wonder if he's just going to stop it or screw off the cushion. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it's just to get it a bit straighter. So I think he's looking at maybe if it was a bit straighter, he'd probably run off 2 cushions, but I think he's got to stun it down.
Yeah, I thought this might go all the way. Gareth Hibbett is making sure. And it's still in with a chance. And it's now a best of 3 match.
Wow, yeah, well, we knew it was close. We were torn, weren't we, when deciding this?
Yeah, there was a couple of people the other day. I think one of the matches, Ross Fernie was playing Stevie Cochran, local guy. Crazy, he beat Ross Fernie, and then he's managed to get himself through to this morning and didn't turn up. And you think, one of the locals, he's actually a handy player if he kind of concentrates, and then I think it got to a point at 8-8, someone said, well, it's ended up like a best of 3, and any local guy can beat you in a best of 3. But this, it really is anyone's game here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's anything could happen now. It's the only thing is how both players feel about it being 8 each. One may feel a bit more positive than the other. I think as well, you can always remember the chances that you've missed as well. So, but you got to put that to the back of your mind. And I mean, he's obviously the strike was nice, but it's just the control on that. It's, players hate that when it goes straight in the pocket. But like the driving range, in it, you know, you're trying to balance a tree and going down the middle and power and bouncing the two.
Yeah, that's a sore one. It's such a pivotal moment in this match. I'm just going to open up the yellow and red at the bottom, and then I'm sure he'll take yellows.
Yeah, he's just taking a bit of care here because he doesn't want the red to come back in his way. He also doesn't want the yellow on the side cushion. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, he's played that well. Double up the side cushion.
Yeah, now barring a very uncharacteristic mistake from Liam, really should be 9-8, but it's never easy at this stage.
No, it's probably about as good as he could have asked for, but it's, if you want to play this one as he's playing, then the one above the black next. And then the key shot after that is just to get rid of the two yellows in next to each other, get rid of one of them. I find that's where it can go wrong sometimes when you've got two balls next to each other and then you're having to like be straight on both of them.
Yeah.
So to take them completely different shots, like alternate shots, it just helps you not having to worry about like angles and the line of the shot and stuff like that. As you say, he's going for one of them, and I think he ideally would like to take one after the other, but he's just off angle for that, but it doesn't really matter.
The top one of the two now?
Yeah, I think the top one, yeah. And then the other one in the middle, and just come back a couple of inches and it'll be straight in the one in the middle of the table. Then it's just all naturals then, just natural stun shots.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to see where Liam would go wrong here.
Yeah, shouldn't do from here. Chance to get on the hill.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Gareth going in off. And it's not exactly what you want against Liam Dunster. 8-all, race to 10 semi-final, because he will 99.9% of the time punish you.
Yes, he does. It's his precise control though, it really is amazing. I know this is a clearance you'd expect most people to get, but he's just so precise. Yeah. It's just really is incredible.
I think when you talk about Liam, that finish there, if you set it up maybe 50 times, you probably find they would be quite close to the same areas most of the time, whereas
that's a good shout.
A lot of us could maybe take those out and go, right, well, I'll finish it every time, but maybe struggle to land on the same ball every single time in the same position and stuff like that. And I think that's where Liam's cue ball probably and his pattern plays probably a touch above maybe everyone.
Yeah. And, you know, for me, for a long time I've said he's like the number one for all those reasons, you know. But obviously, you know, the other top players, you know, they have their qualities.
Yeah,
they're the best as well. So it does always make these matches intriguing. I think as well, like you say, that everyone else who go for them clearances, you occasionally off will go, oh, that's close enough, or get like a bit of tension in the arm, a bit under pressure, and it'll slightly out. Whereas Liam doesn't seem to really be fazed by that. I don't think. You know, of course, he makes mistakes like everyone else, but less. I find less than others, and that's the difference.
And there's this one.
Be frustrated with that, especially if that. I mean, Reds are looking better, but it's just the 8 ball. So, is he going to go for the Reds? He's just lining it up now off the yellow, so that would open up all the Reds. There's a couple of shots down the line, or I think yellows are just too tricky. I'm saying that actually, he could have gone for yellows because the yellow in the right middle. Could have used that and to get the other yellow off the cushion, and then they all went. But
yeah, I think the one that closest to the right bottom corner maybe didn't go, but if it did, yellows might have been the balls.
Yeah, I think there's a shout for it. I mean, the good thing with Reds is they've got more space. The only downside is it's got to be good on that red to go off the yellow, and also the fact that the 8 ball will be moving.
Yeah, exactly.
So you just don't want that going towards the other red that's over the middle, or going on the cushion. If it goes on the cushion as well, that yellow could also go on the side cushion and unblock that. But I still can't blame him for going for reds at all. A little flick will just help give him a bit more control as well on this shot.
He actually had his cue at that point on the table, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on flicking that there, because he did actually come here and look at that angle, but either way he was trying to get to the top cushion so he can play it.
I think he'd have been there anyway, he'd have just been further away, but I think the fact he's close to his work helps. I just wonder if he was going to hit that a bit harder actually, to try and get the yellow to come back out and nudge the 8 ball out. But it's a tricky shot really, because he doesn't want to be moving things too much. No, it's really tricky now. It's probably going to have to pop this one here and then screw back into the 8 ball. Or he could, just line it up now to then use the cue ball to go into the 8 ball as a last shot.
Well, he's not on that.
I think he's just that worried of leaving too much angle on the red that he's just underhit it. And that's the thing with these really fast tables, you know, it's harder to get it on a sixpence.
It's so easy to underhit shots when
underhit, overhit. It's
you actually hear people at times going, I just struggled to find an in between. I was either overhitting or underhitting, and it's so reactive, and then so you take a bit off it and then you underhit it, and it's
one of them that shot would have actually been easy to judge on a slow table. Just to get that point where he'd actually needed, but I feel that was the only reason why he's. Not the easiest safety shot here, so I think he's going to try and pot one, then play safe maybe. He's not wanting to move the yellow by the 8 ball and snooker there, because that actually blocks the 8 ball from going in, so that gives him a bit of a safety net. He could actually attack here after this. He could have actually just rolled that in, bounce off the cushion, and then use the bottom right. Pop that in as a developing ball, because they're all there. Are these all frozen as well? That's going to make things even trickier to try and play a safety shot.
He has to watch his time here.
Yeah, and that's why I feel he's going for this yellow. I believe them 2 yellows are actually frozen to the cushion.
Not a bad shot.
Yeah, it's Gareth is massively up against it here, but it's a matter of just trying to stay in the frame as long as possible in case things change. So yeah, good shot there from Gareth.
Good control again from Liam.
We're going to see the same from Gareth, I think. Once he can get through. Maybe go after one cushion, try and put the red off the yellow, and then
smash the black as hard as you can.
Yeah. Get that break cue of his out for it. I think he wanted to try something there because with the 2 yellows on the cushion, it's only going to get easier later down the frame. So.
Still that one ball on the cushion. Wonder if he would have liked slight angle on the one to the bottom right to maybe just go into it, but it does go.
Yeah.
Would you be moving it? Would you be just dropping on it?
I'd probably move it just purely because of where the middle pocket was. Trying to play on it, you could have easily gone off there. But as I mentioned before, he is wanting to go for this because it's just the fact that the 8 ball doesn't go, so it's like a free hit.
Yeah, I think ever since Gareth played the shot to try and get the yellow out the way, felt the writing was on the wall. As I said earlier, Liam doesn't make too many mistakes. If he does, they're usually quite minimal, but right here, he's looking right in the mood, probably just in time, because he's got a potential final if he takes these out. Yellow is up the top. It's as good a ball for last as any.
Yeah, definitely. It's just a matter of just queuing this one well, and then he's got all the space in the world after that. As long as he's reasonably straight.
Absolutely perfect.
And hits it well, he does, yeah.
And Liam Dunster will join Mark Farnsworth in our IPA Masters final.
Well done, Liam.
Yeah, Gareth, you might feel hard done by for the type of weekend he's had, problems with the queue and stuff. But as I said before, I wouldn't mind being where Gareth was there, but he's a winner, and the semi-final is not what he came for.
Yeah, very much so. You know, he's played some good stuff there. A couple of mistakes, of course, but he'll still be disappointed. But I'm sure he'll be reasonably pleased with how he's got on, considering the circumstances. But he's always a contender. So, like you say, he'd love to take the trophy.
Yeah, that's it. I don't know if they're going to send Liam over or they're just going to get him ready for the final. They normally do. That Liam looks... Is he heading in this direction, or is he just... Yeah, he's just getting sent over from Kev Chalmers. I don't know if Dave will join us for the final, will you, Dave?
I may do, yes.
We'll find out. We'll find out if he's... He might decide to just run a mile, but we'll see what happens, mate.
It's been a pleasure. Thanks
Cheers,
so much.
Dave. Top man, appreciate it.
Very welcome.
Yeah, Liam came in there singing a Michael Jackson song. I'm sure I just heard Beat It, but congratulations, mate. You looked pretty solid again, and another final. And I did tip you to get there, so I'm on fire.
Aye, well done, Stevie. Well done.
You looked good. You looked good.
My breaks, so it was okay there. It was okay. I feel like I was hitting them good, to be fair, and just not getting a ball half the time. But when I was getting a ball, they were just so open. So I just hope my break works. Like I say, I'm playing well enough. Just holding my breaks.
That was one of the games where probably just couldn't really kick away, get 2 or 3 frames in front, and then it was always Gareth would come back, or it was always Ichi Peachy right up until 8-all, really.
Yeah, I think I made a few mistakes, he made a few mistakes, but I think what cost him in the end is he went in off 3 times at the start, and he only managed to get a 4-2 lead. In fact, so he went in off at the start, and somehow he's forced to be 4-2 up, and he's went in off at 8 each, I think it was.
Yeah, it was 8 each.
So I think that was a big frame, that at 8 each. But no, I'm playing well. Just hope it continues.
No, that's good, mate. I mean, I said to you in the last match that obviously towards the tail end you were breaking really good, but it was the way you're actually in here speaking about it. You just looked. I mean, a 30-second shot clock to everyone seems really quick, but you're so close to the beeps, and I know everyone talks about it. I know it's deliberate most of the time with you. Yeah. But a couple of times there, did you nearly get caught, or were you just,
no.
I better get a shot? No, is that just, that's just...
So the one I missed, I think it was at 7-5 up, something like that. I think I went down on it sort of too late, and I think I took like 1 or 2 strokes less than what I usually do, and I kind of threw in a quick one and missed it. But I felt like, so I don't know if you remember the frame, basically I'm putting the ball up the rail, and in my head it's frame ball, forget this, it's done.
Yeah, I know when you're talking.
So I've potted it and just playing ball just to try and get the pot.
And is that when you end up going high?
Yeah, I think I've hit it too hard or not low enough on the right or whatever it was. Before I know it, I'm like, there's 10 seconds left. I was like, Chris, I need to take this one quickly.
Yeah, so you've ended up playing the one to the bottom left rather than taking the next one to the same bag.
I mean, I could have took the other one, but I was losing the white ball a bit, come off a couple of cushions and not making sure as such. So I was virtually dead straight on that ball that I missed. I just tried to screw it back a few feet and missed it by a few feet.
Well, congratulations, mate. You are in the final. It's the final that I picked, so I've also tipped you to win it, mate, so don't let me down.
Aye, well, did you predict, what was your score predictions? Because I heard you can win a prize if you predict it correctly.
I mean, let's go 10-7.
All right, just 10-7, just no... Not to who, just 10-7.
No, well, I've tipped you to win it.
Okay, cheers, mate.
I tipped you for the very start, and you were due to play Morgan. Morgan was sitting next to me, and someone said, "Who do you fancy, Stephen?" I went, "I'm going to go Liam," and he just looked at me, and I went, "Sorry, mate, I didn't even think there." But he went, "No, that's fine. I mean, I expect that." So up to this point, I've done all right. I was asked in the final 4 who I thought would be the final. I'm doing not bad. So, look at this. I'm getting hurried up. Liam needs to get to the table, I think.
Well, Farnsworth said he wants to start in 10 minutes. So
yeah, maybe there's some kind of introduction. But we won't let Liam.
Music.
Yeah, that might be it. The atmosphere might get electric in here, guys. Here we go. Well, good luck, mate.
Thank you.
And there we go. That is the shout from Craig. Mark Farnsworth, Liam Dunster is going to be the final. I'm going to have a quick squat to the toilet, and then when I get back, it will be all guns blazing. Guys, I will apologise right now. I thought the guys who gave the go-ahead for the match to start would have at least allowed me to have a 5-minute bathroom break. But unfortunately, someone's given the go-ahead for the match to get started, and I just think in the grand scheme of things in a final, maybe, just maybe, I could have been given a few minutes, but it is what it is. And hopefully all you guys tuning in are going to be treated to one fantastic final. Whoa, it's a bad miscue there. I am going to have Dave Adenau back in for the final. I thought Dave did excellent joining me for the semi-final, and we had a little chat when I went out, and I said to him it would be great if he fancied coming back in. He has said he would enjoy that. And why would we go and hunt down someone else when we've got such a good character in Dave to come and join us? So that's going to be good fun. Get Dave back in, get his insight on these two guys as they go head to head. He's played many times. As he said, he's played Liam more than anyone. And I'm sure he's played Mark plenty of times as well. So yellow balls. It's not easy down at the bottom right. There is a couple of shots to be played. Yeah, I wasn't sure if Liam Lifted the head ever so slightly. But nonetheless, a miscue. And Mark doing the right thing, getting the cue ball cleaned. Now this is the key shot. Loads of right side here, loads of left. Try and head towards the one on the right hand cushion. Now for me, I think the shot would be to pop this in the middle bag and then play the double in this slightly biggish bag at the bottom left. So he has got this double. It's not easy, but he has got it. Be unlucky not to have a shot on the black. The toughest part of this one is, as I try and knock it in, I think you have to just knock it in clean, forget the red. What I was going to say, just do what Mark does, but the red came back off the cushion. I think if that red goes away, that yellow goes in, so it's a good effort. But it is Liam Dunster at the table. Yeah, that yellow was tracking. It was tracking. I've just had another look at it there. And now Liam has a great chance to get the first frame. And like I said, guys, absolutely delighted. Isle of Man's #1, Dave Adenau, is joining us for the final. And I appreciate that, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm back again, so thanks for having me. Another familiar final. Two of the top players in the game.
I don't know if you got to see anything in this frame, but Liam had a chance early. He had a bit of a miscue, lifted his head slightly, but miscued. Then Mark got a chance. Mark's ended up having to play a double after not getting the pot kick right. And then all of a sudden Liam's back at the table with a chance. So a first frame where both of them had chances. Mark's wasn't as straightforward, but an early kind of indication that there might be the odd mistake thrown in.
Yeah, there might be. You know, there's a tight one, the line here, and it's obviously not often you see that from Liam. The head lifting up, but I mean, what was the shot? Was he trying to really like a deft touch kind of?
It was one of
really
the
touchy feel shot, or
similar to maybe a mid-range screw, but it was like one of these kind of thin screws where he's just coming. I think he's trying to just draw himself to the opposite side of the black, but it's one of the controlled ones. He's not wanting to overly do it, so
trying to hit it like as soft as possible,
yeah,
but a little bit of screw.
The way he's done it, you can see it's like a
bit like a loop.
Yeah, and all of a sudden he's just kind of looks like he pulls out it slightly, but
yeah,
he's having a look at his tip right now.
I mean, that's the sort of thing that can happen with them. You're almost like trying to like scoop it a little, trying to like hit it as soft as possible, but still get that little bit of screw.
Yeah,
by the sounds of it.
Yeah, it looks right now like he's maybe done a bit of damage. Looks like he's getting some sandpaper or something out of his case.
He must have been hitting it harder than I thought then, by the sounds of it, if he's done damage to his tip.
It was, I mean,
let's hope not. You never like to see that for a player.
It was one of these shots. Liam actually plays it quite a lot, and it's like a controlled screw, but one of the ones where it looks like Liam's hitting it hard, but the cue ball only does maybe a 6-inch, 8-inch move to back into the side, and I think that's, I mean, one of the guys that's on watching said I think he just lifted his head and without getting to watch it back, it does look like he makes a tiny movement, but you know the wee Liam is usually so precise. I think in his case, the only thing he'll be thinking about is the fact that he's won the first frame.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but I think the main concern will be the fact that there's no damage to that tip.
Yeah. And I agree wholeheartedly, Lee Shepherd. Obviously, Mark was in for a quick chat and he spoke about the fact that he hasn't lifted a cue all week. He felt like throwing it in the fire, he said. He obviously struggled after that loss. And it is a massive test of character for me just showing up this weekend. And I said to someone, I think it was in here, maybe, I don't even know if it was in the last match, that
yeah, we spoke about it, yeah.
He could have been forgiven for not even turning up. So,
yeah.
And he has came, and all of a sudden he's in the final, and he actually doesn't feel like he's played that well. So it's I mean, it's a wonderful trait to have if you can play bad in a field as strong as this. And obviously he's not played bad. You've got to play decent to get to a final, but maybe not to the level that he feels that he can play.
Yeah, I mean, Lee's echoed our words earlier. You know, it really is a strength of character to do what he's doing. And, you know, sometimes you can get to a final and you're not playing your best, but that just goes to show how good Mark is, you know. And that's the thing, it's how players still win matches with the B and C game sometimes. And even if it can look like they're playing well, they might not feel it inside. But no, he's doing incredibly well. Tricky here for Liam now. There's red next to the cue ball. We need to get back there. Won't have to play the one on the lever cushion, to be honest, to get back there, but I think he'll take the bottom one. That was in. So it's how he's going to get onto this red by the two yellows. It's he either gets behind it and plays it in the middle, but he will need to be straight because the other yellows are all getting behind it on the right cushion. It's all about how he's going to get there.
Yeah, it doesn't look easy.
I think run it through a load of slide and get him behind it. I just don't think there was enough slide on that. The problem with that shot is he also didn't want to pot it too thin because that would have taken some of his angle away. So
he's trying to just pop it in, and maybe is that one of these? So it's new cleaned balls, well, newly cleaned balls for this match. So they've changed the balls that he used in the last match. Brand new cloth. Obviously, it's been played over the weekend.
Oh,
but
that's a brilliant shot.
Yeah, that's a great shot.
Could be a bit unlucky, really.
But is it one of the moments where Liam's maybe thinking, this might slide and help me here?
Yeah, I don't think it would actually, because I think what it would do is it would actually keep it more towards the cushion.
Right. Right,
yes.
That's because of the side on it?
Yeah, the side and the slide. So, yes, it's going sideways, but there's more chance it's going to keep at this end of the bottom end of the table because of that. So it makes the actual shot even harder. And I think that was just down to the worry of where the other red was by the 8 ball.
Looking at that SPR Mario pool, let's go Boyle. Maybe just switched on, but Mr. Magic, who is a good friend of mine, is not actually involved anymore.
Yeah, I hope he wasn't saying that before in my match. No, good lad, Mario. It's good to hear from you.
Yeah, we've got a couple of guys on from South Africa and places like that.
Oh, that's brilliant.
I had one of the guys, Sebastian. He actually gave me a message through the week. I was quite grateful. Called me a legend. Said he's a big fan of likes of Mark and that, and he asked me to say hi to Mark this week, which I did. And Mark actually said, "Oh, that's really nice." Obviously, if there's people from around the world that have got an affinity with you, it's a good feeling.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah, and it's just great that all the fans and people from other countries as well, you know. And we're actually getting more international players on the tour, so that's.
Yeah, one of the big names last year was Johan Attard, and just because you're mentioning international players, he was excellent.
He was, yeah. He was absolutely brilliant too. Like, you know, he does all the travelling, and it's amazing what he's achieved. So.
And there is another. Is it Leiden that's coming as well this year?
Yeah. He's played before. He got to Leiden, got to the last 16 of the Worlds. I think it was about 3-4 years ago. Really good player. So it'll be good to see him back in the fold. And Johan has done really well in his first season. I mean, in one weekend he got to a final, lost to the decider. And then he got to the final, won the other one, but he could have lost the second one because that's the one I was in.
Mate, I was going to say that. Was that not against you?
Yeah, that's not very nice of him, is it? Could have got it the other way round. But no, it just goes to show, like, you know, how good a player is. And, I've played him again twice since, and he's beat me in both. 2 mistakes in both. So it's. But no, he's been getting to like the back end of a lot of events, and coming all that way from Malta as well. And
I think that's. I mean, us guys that are relatively local, when you consider Malta and coming over, when yourself coming across the water, and numerous other players that do travel quite far. There's obviously guys in the deep south and other Scottish players up north, and they'll think, 6-7 hours drive, that's just a nightmare. And I understand that is, and it maybe sometimes is quicker to fly, but you've got a 4-hour flight, a 5-hour flight, but you've also got to go to the airport, get out from the airport. Now staying in hotels, the amount of travel these guys do, and some of us complain for driving a few hours. It is incredible.
Yeah, and I think the big difference is it's like everyone who's flying has usually got to travel back the day after the event.
Yeah,
because you can't change flights willy-nilly. You know, it's with the boats sometimes you can change your ticket quite easily. So, but the beauty of driving is, it's a long drive, but you can literally leave whenever you want. You can wait and find out your draw time. You can turn up last minute, and then as soon as you finish and you're out of the tournament, then you can leave straight away.
Yeah,
So
that used to be the beauty for me, but now I think I don't know if they're going to make me sign a contract to make sure I don't leave early on a Sunday now. They say, Steve, you're going to have to stay till Monday, because if you're involved in commentating on finals and presentations and stuff, well, you can't just be leaving.
No, you won't. We'll just be sticking you in storage, and we'll wheel you out for each event.
To be fair, I'm really, really looking forward to next year. It's been excellent for me this year. On the table, not great for different reasons. I had a whole lot going on, but off the table was one of the things that maybe kept my mind off some of the issues I had away from pool. So I'm looking forward to this year, concentrating a bit more on the table, and especially throwing all the things off it. So no complaints from me. I absolutely love it, and that means staying an extra day to do an extra couple of games and a final and a presentation. Then I'm all for it.
Yeah, definitely.
Who knows, mate? Maybe Sky Sports will come calling.
I know, yeah, exactly,
Or they might just say, we've already got Ali.
Yeah, exactly, yeah, I was just about to say that.
I remember it was really early, and it was one of the events in Scotland, and I had maybe 2 or 3 times into doing some commentary, and there was a guy on the chat function, and he said, someone's going to need to help me here. I've got Sky Sports on, and Ali McCoist is on my TV, and I've now got on my laptop the pool, and Ali McCoist is on my laptop now. But it was really early, and not many people were saying it yet, and I thought, but he was so sweet, and I was going, no mate, and he's right, and listen, you've got a voiceover, or he was not convinced.
Yeah, he'd have to come and meet you, and
I think the first thing we'll say is, we don't sound alike.
Well, I can confirm in the commentary box that yes, you do. and you are never getting away from it.
One of my mates, John Joe Kirkpatrick, he's Scotland international at pool and stuff, really good player, and he said, I think it's just when Scottish people try and speak for people to understand them, they end up sounding quite similar, but I don't know if that's the case. There's a lot of Scottish people on TV and they don't all sound the exact same, so. Is the one in the bottom cushion a slight problem here?
No, I don't think so. I think it'll be fine. Yeah, the yellow next to the two reds. I think just pop that now. Stun over to side cushion. Then the yellow down the rail, and then yellow in the middle or off the red. But I think it has to go clean really to avoid any problems. So he's controlled that well.
Exactly as you just said there.
All he wants is 2 or 3 inches off the cushion towards the yellow, leave himself plenty of angle, and that's only just because he makes the pot easier into the middle with being able to hit the centre of the cue ball. Or more at the bottom really, just because it's a problem. But it's gone a little to the close to the left cushion than he'd have liked. I think that's just, as you were referring to before, the slide on the cloth and the new balls.
Yeah, it seems to always add a little bit more when the balls are new. Good shot.
So he did go for that option in the end. He did want to avoid that in case he did overhit it, but still easy enough to control.
It's going to be 2-1 Liam. And you know, am I right in saying both of these guys are wearing the same top? I just noticed that there, just when Mark was walking towards the toilet. Both of them have got the purple on board. Yeah, I think they have.
Yeah, I used to have that shirt. I didn't win any trophies.
Yeah, there's Mark there, isn't it? Yep.
Don't think it was that easy, eh?
I don't know if you do this, right, but I've played football at not a bad level. It's not. But there used to be players that would wear certain socks they couldn't change their boots in mid-season, and even if they had holes in them or there was something wrong with them, loads of different superstitions. And I've heard of pool players, certain guys that will only wear a certain t-shirt on the Friday, and have you ever been that way, or do you just go with the flow?
Well, that's just the start of my problems. I'm absolutely dreadful. Yeah, about 100 times worse than that. So yeah, I'm pretty bad. Yeah. So the answer to your question is yes.
Yeah. I've had I have some strange moments where I've done well in a tournament. There was one in particular. It was last year. Got to the final. Lost the final in here, but I remember on the Saturday I was playing really well and I hadn't had a shave in a few days, so I looked a bit rough and I said, I need to get a shave here because I'm going to be getting my photo taken tomorrow in this final. And I did get to the final. I lost the final, but I remember after it going, I had my green and black t-shirt on and I said, right, I need to start keeping that for the later days. What t-shirt did I have on? And I tried that. The next tournament I lost straight away. I said, right, that doesn't work. Back to the drawing board. And all these daft things that go through your mind. But I remember it in the, as I say, the football days, there's always some kind of superstition, but it only takes one bad game and then it changes again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm just glad that this madness isn't just me. But yeah, totally with you.
Bushy.
You're literally scared to change anything.
Yeah, it's mad. It is so mad. And maybe that's one of the big strengths that Liam's got is he's created such a habit for himself that it's just became part of him rather than chopping and changing and trying different things.
Yeah.
What you see is really what you get with Liam.
Yeah, it's very robotic, but he's in very control of it, with his emotions and the playing side.
Yeah. Bushy on the chat. Yeah, Marcy's he's okay, mate, but he's having a wild one today because he doesn't come home till tomorrow, he said, and he mentioned something about you sending a private jet from Wales to get him, so I don't know if that's true, but he's having a good time, mate.
One of the characters on the IPA, we can safely say.
He actually gave it a go this week, although it didn't go well for him. He only had a few pints, I think, up until he was out the tournament. When he spoke to me about next year and the buzz about all the new players coming and what the future holds for the IPA, that he's got a bit excited about it, and he was considering maybe not playing next year because this year and maybe the last couple of years he's not gave it his all, and now he's got in his words, a new lease of life. He's got excited about it and he's going to put in some practice, and so he thought what better time to start than this weekend, and unfortunately it didn't go his way, but hopefully he starts as he means to go on, because the top form Craig Marsh is unbelievable to watch.
Yeah, exactly, and it's it can be quite easy to fall out of love with the game occasionally, whether it be for reasons on the table or off the table, but no, it's great to hear that from Craig, and sometimes you do just need that spark to just suddenly give that interest back again and want to really give it his all. But you can understand why, with the changes in IPA the last few months.
Yeah, I mean, I'm one of the guys that's going to be on the amateur tour, obviously doing the TV and the commentary stuff and everything behind the scenes, but for the amateurs it's already a great buzz. But every day when we were seeing the different players coming in and getting involved, it's just an exciting time on the whole for the IPA, for the Pro Tour, the amateur tour, for everyone involved, and I can only really see it getting stronger from there. And the thing I like about the guys that are leading the way is they don't get greedy. It will be step by step, the right way, and it really is limitless to what's possible when you've got guys like that in charge.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to have them in charge, and like I said before, there's been a lot of changes already in such a short space of time. Which actually gets quite exciting to what the future could potentially hold. But obviously there's only so much you can do, but as long as we're always making steps forward, and then it's always positive.
Yeah, that's it. Absolutely spot on. And
just can't do too much too quickly.
No,
I think that's the main thing.
I think that's what gets you caught, isn't it? And,
yeah.
And you get too greedy too quickly, and then all of a sudden it's like everything comes crashing down. And if you just put the building blocks together properly, then you can do something special. And it's a good time to be part of the IPA. I'm pretty sure that everything's almost, or I think everything's full, and I know the pros were announced full. I think they were just tying up the ladies, and as far as I'm aware, the amateurs full as well, so it won't be too long before it's all go for next year, and it's the World Championships around the corner, so
yeah, not long till World Championships. Yeah, it's great that everything's all full. It's so quickly. I think obviously with it being capped next year, so obviously people want to get in quickly as well, not to miss out. It just goes to show us how quickly and how keen people are to be involved and on board.
And that was another good finish from Liam Dunster. He's 3-1 in front. He's looking quite good here. One of these games that, I know it sounds like an old cliche, likely to go all the way, but both of these guys are capable of ripping off a 10-0 in no time if the break's not going your way, and it's very unlikely, but you do see it every now and then.
Yeah, exactly, and all it takes is a few dry breaks and you get like a swing of frames, and especially when someone gets the break going.
And that is another dry break. doesn't look straightforward. In your professional opinion, what are you looking at in this kind of situation? Nothing stands out, but is there an opportunity there?
I think with Reds there's two main problems. One close to the cue ball, that's a bit of a problem, and the other red by the other yellow. So I think yellows is probably best. It's just the first shot, which I think he could. The one to the right of it, I think maybe pop that and screw into the red as a stopper, and then it's trying to develop the other yellow. Jeez. I think he'd have a shot before. Yeah, he's hit that fall. So yeah, he's got the yellow down on the left rail. We could use that to then go and disturb the other yellow. The only issue is you could potentially lose the cue ball or push the yellow into that red. That's the only issue, but I think it's a chance that you just might have to like roll the dice and have it come out well. But no, Liam actually could actually just use the cue ball to go and sit on that red we mentioned. He played it well, yeah.
Yeah, good shot. Right on the 1 second. I've never known anyone to time it so well.
No, he timed it really well. In fact, he hit that so thick as well that made that shot come out really well. And yeah, like you're saying about the shot clock, you know, he was one that people were talking about would probably struggle with it.
Yeah.
And yet he's mastered it.
Yeah, he's done it again. The beat was already on the go. There was a time when it used to bother Liam, and instead he learned how to play using it. And as you said there, he's become the master of it.
Yeah, he's mastered it, and I think he's actually helped with his rhythm, I think, as well, because he's playing the shot at the exact same time. It's amazing that it doesn't distract him because he plays so many shots on it.
I have to say though, and it's not even anything to do with, I think it was a shot before, he just didn't get over far enough. I think he wanted to take the 2 yellows at the bottom.
Yeah.
He's just not made it over, so.
Made it, just left too much of an angle, which made it a much harder shot.
Mark getting the ball cleaned again. So Liam uses, I'm not sure the name of the chalk, but the type of chalk he uses marks the cue ball up quite a bit.
Oh, right, okay.
And only reason I know, I was putting some of the balls away last night and I picked up the balls off one of the tables, and it was one of the tables Liam had just come off, and I wasn't thinking at the time, and I went, whoa, look at that cue ball. It was blue marks all over it, and Renzi says, yeah, that's the chalk that Liam uses. And I says, well, that makes sense, because I think he was playing Mark in the Scottish Championship, and he says to Mark, don't worry, I've got the chalk that you like. And Mark saying he was making a joke because he's got a chalk that marks the ball, marks the cue ball. So I don't know what it is. I used I've never really played American pool, but there was a singles league in here on a Monday night when the pub just opened, and I came to play, and I was using a Predator chalk, and I couldn't believe how much it marked the ball. So I can't believe that dropped.
No, I was about to say, yeah, it's just.
Cannot believe that dropped.
It's actually caused him a bit more of a problem though. He got an out. That red goes, he's still got an out, but caused a problem. He decided to pull back. Yeah, the bit of a debate with the chalk in the pool world these days, isn't there? And some clubs are actually banning the old style chalk, which I can understand why.
I was speaking yesterday about it because I use Triangle Pro, light green, but I've got, as you know, I've got my own table that I play on. It's in the pub that I play the game, and I've got this cloth. I've got decent balls. The chalk I use doesn't mark the table. On the odd occasion I'll get a mark, but I'll have guys in that use Talm or Talm, whatever you call it, and all different chalks, and it marks the table just depending the way they cue. You know, you get the guys that hit bottom on everything, and so you're going to get marks regardless. But there is a Triangle Pro. One of the guys, Fraser Patrick, played a high-level snooker. I think he was on the Pro Snooker Tour before, and he was saying, "Oh, Stevie, I hate that stuff." But there's two different ones, and one of them, for me, is just normal Triangle chalk with the Triangle Pro sticker on it. I'm convinced it's a bit of a scam by the company Tweetins or Triangle that make it, because it's just the normal stuff in a different wrapper. It's the same colour, it's the same feel, it marks the cue ball, it marks everything. But yet the light green stuff that I tell everyone that I use, it is the polar opposite. It doesn't do any of that, so there's no doubt that both of them are totally different. But I do understand, like when you walk to the table and you look and it's just marks everywhere and the balls are all marked, it can be annoying, and I do understand some of the clubs, but it's just hard to police, because we can come in here and there's marks on it. I go, look at the colour of that, that's strange, and they go, oh, that's the V10, it's just because some people they can't cue properly.
Yeah, I just find that the tone like now, it plays as well as anything else.
Yeah.
And I think more for like long matches, particularly the Worlds. That was first that got me giving it a try. Was you can be playing up to 35 frames, and yet can you imagine the state of the table with both of these are using the old style chalk? And
what a shot that was, by the way.
He's hit that brilliantly.
That was some effort from Liam Dunster. Yeah, I think he did use that, but he's using a different one now. He was using Russian Magic. I tried that as well, and it wasn't for me. I felt like I
remember that one. Yeah,
I was getting a different reaction off the cue ball when I was screwing or putting side. It was like it was going in a different place that I was used to. It was just different.
Yeah, I remember he showed me that. I was trying to think of the name, but yeah, I was talking to him about it 2-3 years ago that he was using that.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I'm not really sure the one he's using right now. I think I was hearing a bit about the Ding Junhui one. It's a square block of the Talm stuff, and it's 25 quid a block. And I'm thinking, but how? I don't mean how different can it be, but the process to make it, throw all the ingredients in a big mixer, bring it out and put it in a cube or a circle, and then sell it. And I'm thinking, why is it so much more expensive?
Yeah.
But
I mean, I've also heard the theory that like the tome can just do as much damage really, because it's just finer and we just don't see it. But we'll never know unless we can properly inspect it. I mean, I had a tournament back in the Isle of Man a couple of weeks ago. I was trying to convert someone to tome, and we had 2 matches on, both start at the same time. And I said to the mate in the corner, I says, look at our table, then look at the other one. It was night and day. We'd only been playing for about 20 minutes. The state of the other table.
Yeah. That's one of the
it's
problems.
Like a crime scene.
Mate, it's one of the. I think the original, and the thing is, I keep saying, if Ronnie O'Sullivan uses it, then who am I to argue? But the fact that the old one does make a hell of a mess. The pro stuff that I use, I'm not arguing for it. It's not like they're sponsoring me or anything like that. It's just, in my opinion, I think I paid £33 for 12, and I've got 9 left. And in my view, it doesn't, as I say, I don't think it makes much of a mess. It doesn't mark the balls. It doesn't. The darker stuff, which is like the normal Triangle, makes a hell of a mess. And that's why I think the both of them are just totally different, because they've both got Triangle Pro stickers on them, but they're not the same. They're not even close to being the same. And I think the likelihood is, when I use those 9, which might take me 10 years, because I get a Stanley blade and I cut round the chalk and I use it till there's nothing left. So it might take me a decade to eventually use Tailm, unless someone goes into the drawer in my house and steals it.
I think, to be honest, they last they last a lot longer, you know, in comparable to price. It's probably a little bit more expensive, but I think the actual chalk itself lasts a lot longer than other brands. But the price will always put people off, unfortunately.
It's strange. See, it's never been the price for me, Dave. It's always been like, I guess I've never really been caught up using it. I've never really felt the need ever since I changed from Triangle a number of years ago, and I started using Triangle Pro Light Green, and I've always enjoyed it. I've always liked it. I've never really had the necessary need to go and change, but when you think, say it's 15 quid a block or 20 quid a block, if it lasts you a year,
Exactly,
and you
yeah.
think of how many frames, how many shots you play in that year, what that equates to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Exactly.
like decimals and decimals and decimals of a penny for every single now visit to a table. It's
Exactly.
so.
Yeah.
I don't think the cost. When people mention the cost, I
This
think,
one there, it's
yeah, that's
a
bad.
chance for,
Yeah, I think that's just maybe an excuse for quite a lot of people.
I think as well, it's like, I thought, how much we spend, on pool coming to these tournaments every year, and I was like, well, I can't spend £15 on a block of chalk.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah, so I justified it that way. But it's one of them. It's hard to introduce people to make them use it in clubs because the cost, and it's also hard for clubs to leave it out for people as well without there being a deposit, because otherwise you do go missing. But
well, I've seen that's happening in quite a few places, and I think is it the one at Mark Farnsworth? Is his place doing that now? I think.
I don't know actually, but I wouldn't blame them at all. I think it's the way forward. Yeah, do a deposit on the chalk or something like that.
I think that's the.
Of course, mayhem here. There's loads of messages about chalk. I knew we shouldn't open this can of worms.
No, listen, that's that. Liam's using a Kamui chalk right now. That's right.
Well,
I know.
That'll match his tip then and his sponsor.
Yeah.
So,
But no, each to their own. And as I say, listen, people will say, oh, that's 15 quid a block while they've just ordered 40, 50 quid worth of food on Just Eat. And you think, mad. Yeah. Absolutely mad. But no, I don't. To me, it's not about the price. It's just I've never really used it to actually go, oh, wow, that's for me. I think that's the only thing. So maybe if I started using it, I would end up going, what have I been missing? But
yeah.
Big shot here. Can I get out
I'm not
towards
one
the
for
black?
I'm not one for gimmicks, but I've liked it.
Yeah. No, that's fair enough.
So, Mr. Mark.
Does it depend on how close this is to the top cushion, or does he just play it the same no matter what?
I think what it is he's thinking about the angle.
Yeah, so he's thinking
to get back down for the yellow down the bottom of the table, because he'll need an angle from that for the last one.
Yeah.
Unless he's going to try and bump into the 8 ball here, actually thinking about it. No, he is coming down. So he wants to be straight or just off straight, but going upwards, up the table ideally.
Is he slightly wrong side? I think he might be, but should at least give himself a shot just dropping this in.
I think he's just dropping it as dead weight as possible.
Okay, mate, I will have a wee check on that and get back to you. Oh, he's missed that.
I think there was so much going on in that shot. Trying to avoid the red and get the gap. And chance here again for Liam. Good chance here to take a 5-1 lead. So far so good for Liam, so he'll be wanting to continue stamping his authority on this match.
Yeah, 5-1. Although not insurmountable, it's going to be a tall order against Liam. That was 5-0 behind against Cian Monaghan. Ended up winning the match 10-7. And not in any disrespect at all to Cian, Liam is a bit of a different beast. It's a tougher plant than it looks.
It is, yeah. 'Cause it's one of them you want to leave plenty of angle on it.
Yeah.
Because once the plant's played, it's going to go to the left. So it's making sure he pots it really thin. The plant, or the cue ball comes out wide. So I think this is pretty good. It's so easy for the red to hit the cushion first and just go to the left and have no shot. So take a bit of care, this one.
Yeah, I think it was.
I don't think Liam could be guilty of not doing that.
No, and that's it. And I think it's quite important that he left the angle so that if the red does just maybe clip the jaw and then come towards the left-hand side, that he brings the cue ball in that direction. I think he'll bring the cue ball towards the black here.
Yeah, exactly that. It's almost like you're going to over hit it, and then if you pot it thin, even better. And she's hit perfect.
Yeah. Ali McCoist and Dave Adenau. Isle of Man's number 1, an IPA professional. And he's joined by Stevie Walker. Walker the Talker, a.k.a. Ali McCoist from Wish.
I never thought I was going to meet Ali McCoist, but how wrong could I have been?
I remember doing one of the Black Ball events down in Blackpool, and there was quite a few of the guys. Jordan Shepherd was there, I think Dave McNamara. There was quite a few of the guys there, and so I had done maybe the first couple of days, and then I walks in and and I'm looking at there's a bunch of the guys all looking, and one of the guys points over. I think it might have been Dave McNamara, and he's went, Ali McCoist, and I went, yeah mate. Well, that was a good guess, but Ali McCoist and Mark Haitley. I suppose it could be, yeah. Haitley with an accent. Mark Haitley and Ali McCoist were the strike partners at Rangers. And Haitley was English and McCoist was Scottish. And I suppose it could be.
Could be, yeah. The only downside of that is Manx. From the Isle of Man. So.
Fair to say, Mark hasn't really got going here at all. I know the scoreline would suggest that, but he's had a couple of chances at the table and just hasn't really got in the groove.
Yeah, I think at this stage, he just wants to make sure he gets a good break and gives himself a chance and gets going. It's one of them. It's obviously you're now hoping for your opponent to make mistakes, but only halfway through the match, and you've just got to keep taking your chances. Ask the question, put the pressure on. Especially if you come back, it puts the pressure on your opponent. So you just got to keep going. It's the thing with these quality of players is it really could be any score. Oh, the 8 ball goes in and re-rack.
Well, we know what usually happens here, and it's quite strange how often it does.
Yeah, it is scary. I've known a couple of people. I've done it myself. Actually, do it twice. Then get the dry break on the third attempt. Also heard us when we're talking about it, apparently it happened to someone 3 times.
3 times?
Yeah. But I think it's only one person I've ever heard that from. It's just when we got chatting like this, and it's apparently that has happened.
It was years and years ago, and Renzi, who's obviously in the building, I was breaking. It was just in the local pub where we used to play pool, and it was the old striking, was it 6811 gold cloth, the snooker cloth that was on the tables, and we were. So I had broke a few times in the black, kept going to the to the left middle from where I was breaking, so it kept just going. All the balls would open, it was going straight in. And he said to me, Stevie, you should put a bet on with somebody that you can do that so many times. So I actually said to her, bet you I can do this 5 out of 10. And they were going, no chance. What, in the same bag? And I actually did. Got it 5 out of 10, but I actually got it 5 out of the first 6.
That's crazy.
And then the next 4 after that didn't get it, but it was...
That's incredible, that.
The mad thing is, obviously I know the cloths changed, the balls are different. It's, on occasion you knock the black in, but it could go anywhere now. But it used to be, you mentioned it earlier, the table, the cloth, the balls, everything can be so different. And that was my family's pub, and that's where I played pool. I was on that table every day. Maybe you just get used to hitting the sweet spot and stuff like that. And it was mad how often it happened.
Not the best layout here for Mark. You were saying about the 8 ball going in there. It's yes, he's potted one, but these are horrible.
Yeah. And it's not...
It's hard to even attack from here, but might also have to, really.
Yeah, it's not the layout you want when you're 5-1 behind.
So many problems to fix here.
Yeah, 4 balls on the left-hand cushion. None of them go anywhere. I mean, you could double one, you can kick some, but is he looking at dropping this in the bottom right and then playing a pot kick type thing?
Yeah,
or is he?
I was going. Well, yeah, I don't blame him for this, actually. Yeah, I was going to suggest something totally different, but yeah, I don't blame him because whilst playing that, he was more of a chance of leaving himself on the ball than later on, a couple of shots later.
Someone clean the camera lens. I can see that is exactly the view that everyone else can see. So I don't know if it's maybe something on your TV or your phone. We can't see anything at all, obscuring the vision here. So using his head there, Mark. Sticking in. Nothing easy. Playing a containing snooker.
Yeah, just the right thing holding back there. He's got a couple of problems still. He's the one down the row should be okay. Potential issue just getting position on it, but it's the yellow by the red of middle. He just feels like he needs a couple of shots to try and manoeuvre that, so he's holding back.
Yeah, Mark doing all he can in this frame. It was never an easy layout from the break.
Total snooker there, so he didn't have to hit a cushion after contact. And the referee clearing the cue ball again. After discussions earlier on.
And we do say Liam does everything by design.
Well, yeah. Well, here's a theory. What we could do is we could actually keep getting the cue ball changed, and they can play with their own cue ball.
Could you imagine that? Everyone turning up with their own cue ball.
I know, yeah.
After every shot, we would mean the referees would be busy.
They would indeed.
Yeah, Liam is definitely still using the Kamui chalk. And I think, from what I was told, it's pretty good chalk. I think it gives good grip and stuff like that on your tip and when playing the shots. Obviously, I mean, Liam wouldn't use it if it was just a case of making a mark on the ball, but I think that's the one downside, is it does seem to mark the cue ball. But there's a lot of chalks in the American pool. As I say, I was using the Predator stuff, and it's supposed to be one of the best. The mess it made of the cue ball, and I bought 5 blocks. I think it was, I don't know, Stevie Slater, that's just he'll know more than me how much it is, but after I used one, I was going, what a waste of money that is. I just wasn't keen on it because it's just too messy, far too messy. Your hands are covered, the cue ball, it's just, some of them might be good, expensive type chalks, but just not for me. I prefer it, and that's probably one of the reasons why I would probably like the Tailm stuff, because it isn't, and
yeah, it's just preference, isn't it?
Oh, that's unlucky.
I don't know if you need to have the Kamiri chalk with the Kamiri tips. I don't know if it works better or not. But,
yeah, maybe.
But I've heard someone had this chalk on. I can't remember what it was called, but you didn't have to chalk it. You only had to chalk it every 40 shots.
Yeah, I've actually heard that Scott Anderson has got a tip on his cue that, although he chalks it every now and again, apparently you don't really need to chalk this tip. And it made me wonder what this tip is. Actually, I was hoping to ask him before he left today, but because I mentioned the fact that he's a really quick player, and over the last while I've noticed him that he maybe only chalks his cue once in a frame.
Once a day.
Yeah, honestly, it's absolutely crazy, and how quick he goes and plays. And then it was someone says to you, I think he's got one of the cues, the tips that you don't actually have to chalk very often, maybe once every now and again.
I couldn't do it. It's the
habit, innit?
Yeah, it's part of your pre-shot routine, and that. And
you can imagine if there's anyone from Aramith right now, they will be sitting going, whoa, what have we've missed an opportunity here.
I know, yeah.
Don't get caught out using someone's messy cue ball by your own.
Exactly, yeah.
What a shot, Liam. And he's got just the right angle, I feel.
Remember this date, yeah, when Dave suggested use your own cue ball.
I just expect to see a billboard with you and a spotted white.
Oh, yeah.
By your own from Dave Adenall. That wouldn't be fair if anyone else ended up on it.
A nice shot there from Liam. It's a good chance to take another one and further his lead.
Yeah, it wasn't a nice table for Mark after the break. He was always up against it, and he actually at one point looked like he turned it round, but
I think the problem is like, this is the tricky thing with Poole sometimes. Is he would end up having to go for a clearance. He kind of didn't really want to.
yeah.
The times we find ourselves in them kind of matches, it's just like horrible, and you know you don't feel like you've done really anything wrong. It just feels like Mark's had a couple of them.
Yeah. And there is Scott Anderson. He's trying some type of new tip for someone, maybe future sponsorship. So, yeah. But he's holding the cards close to his chest.
Oh yeah, he's get the deal over the line first.
Sign on the dotted line. Did you just pull that right out your pocket there?
Could take a picture of it and post it.
I think these guys, once I get started in the new year, everyone in Q Sports is going to want a piece of Walker the Talker. Watch this space. I was actually saying the other day, there was a couple of people talking about sponsorship with different people, and someone was saying, don't worry, I'm going to keep an eye on you, I think I'll sponsor you, and I've went, there's one person you should be sponsoring, and it's the guy that can shout your company's name every 2 minutes on a live stream, not the guy with a tiny badge on his t-shirt.
It's so true,
and he said, do you know what, that's actually true. I says, well, give me a call. What have you missed? Whoa. That's a strange one. I've heard of bright lights and flashing lights and stuff like that, and I've got an well, he's not a nephew, he's my cousin's boy, but he has problems with that, Dave. That's quite surprising. Right, you haven't missed, you've not missed too much, just the entire tournament. But here's the final, and it's Liam 6-1 in front.
Yeah, I have that same issue, so but luckily I don't suffer from that. I say medical condition, sorry, so I'm surprised. I've not heard of that, so it's quite severe.
That is, it must be.
I'm very mild, but
yeah,
it's, I can understand it. So,
I've seen my cousin's boy when they're driving, even driving in the car, he's got these, it's not even sunglasses, it's basically like, see the things that people go to sleep with covering the eyes, because of in the night time when the light's coming towards them, it really knocks them crazy. So
totally get that.
But yeah, that's that must be really severe. So
yeah,
not an easy table here again. There's Socko asking if someone can clean the lens, but we've got this. I don't think it's the actual lens, to be fair, because we've got the actual camera view right in front of us, and I can't see any issues with it at all. I've actually just put it on my phone there, guys, to have a look, and I still can't see any major issues. So yeah, I'm not sure what you guys are seeing. Well, apologies for any issues. Socko, see you. He's obviously seen someone else's and then just joined in. Oh, what a shot. He has worked these out very well. Whilst myself and Dave are in here looking through our phones trying to find a mark on a camera. Liam's been banging away here. And from a position that didn't look like there was a finish on, all of a sudden he's got a chance.
I'll tell you what, wasn't Liam playing a wild shot, was it? And his tip hit the lens or something like that, maybe. Maybe that's what the mark is.
Maybe a bit of Kamui chalk just thrown up and landed on the lens, but if anyone from Camui's watching, that's because it makes it better, and Walker the Talker's available for sponsorship as well. Yeah, Liam's. He's in. I mean, he's been good all weekend. He's been in here a couple of times, and he said to me, he's had a problem with this, that, and the next thing, and his break was one of the big ones, but he's never really felt in good flow. And I said to him last night, I went, Liam, I thought you were absolutely ruthless there. He went, well, do you know what? You're watching it and you're maybe seeing a bit better than me that's at the table. There's probably tiny things annoying him, and then when he's sitting down, he's not realising he's actually played, well, maybe by his standards, he's not thinking he's at the top of his game. But I mean, the field of players to come through to be potentially 7-1 up in the final against Mark Farnsworth, it just shows you the standards that Liam's got.
Yeah, I think as I mentioned before, like sometimes from the outside looking in, you can look absolutely brilliant, but you don't feel it inside.
No.
And I think maybe that's a little part of it, but like you say, it's also coupled with the fact his standards are so high.
And it is 7-1. Liam Dunster is only 3 frames away from victory. But Mark Farnsworth's been here before. But he's going to have to get some kind of run. I don't think much has gone his way so far. The opportunities haven't been easy. There he is, 7-1 down now. And there is the man that is pushing for the Masters title. Live on the IPA Pool YouTube page. We're in McGoldricks Pool and Sports Bar on the outskirts of Glasgow. Stevie Walker the talker with Dave Adenau for the final here and the semi-final. And it has been great having Dave here for the whole time. He could have done a run-up after the last one, but he's been absolute class act joining us for this. And it's good to have you in here. The insight is first class, mate.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been great to be here. Boat home tomorrow to the Isle of Man.
Yeah, the long journey. Hopefully it's a nice calm trip across. I know it's been some mad weather lately, so...
Yeah, it's been some real mad stuff, but it's should calm down for tomorrow. So Mark's got a ball off that, so he'd be hoping he has an opportunity, but it's not looking good. Inviting. I think it's all about if he can get to the yellow in the left middle, but I don't know if he can. I think it's too tight, but he'll certainly be eyeing that up first to see if it goes.
Yeah, he is playing that one.
And he does, and a great shot it is. There's a bit one of them in between. He's whether he can drop it in with left-hand side to come around the back of the red, or if he's got too much angle for that shot and has to do like a little soft screw to avoid it. It'd be interesting to see which way around he has to play it. Yeah, he tried to run inside and played it well.
Yeah, he'll definitely take that. I think
he'd have loved to have been a tad straighter.
Yeah.
Just for the pure control on this shot, but you can use the red as a stopper if you want to really get into it. So he could hit it with conviction, and he's played it really well.
Yeah, all of a sudden, just what Mark needed, a really good break. And it wasn't easy from the start. But from here, he's not going to make any mistakes. The only issue he has is his Liam is playing well, and he's really far in front just now. But the old 7's not 10, and while it's not, Mark's still in this match.
Yeah, there's been a couple of stories like that today.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Whose idea was this wasted 10? It's been a fantastic weekend.
Yeah, not a bad way to end the IPA calendar year. A lot of the guys from the Glasgow Pool League playing in the background, very concentrated, Wonder if it's just practice or they're in catching up on some singles ties. And believe me, I know those guys. They have picked those tables directly behind the camera so that they can tell their family and friends, look at us, we're players, we're on the camera. There is no doubt in my mind they have picked those tables for that reason. But all good guys, every one of them.
And I'm sat here, so I can say off the camera.
He's going and off.
That's going to frustrate him. I know this is still early days, but Liam will not want to be allowing Mark back into this match. Good chance here for Mark. I think he'll take reds. Yeah, he's just going to remove that yellow, I think. So all looking good here for Reds.
Yeah, and I was going to say on the break, just what Mark needed here was a mistake from Liam on the break. He's going off the side through the gap into the bottom left, but it was going to be dry anyway. Two shots, the one free shot, one visit.
I think as well, the two shots didn't make much difference, but one difference it made is he could just move yellow out of the way at the top of the table, so I think that's really helped Mark. He's not had much to go out at the start of frame, so he's safe to say he's probably due on a chance like this.
Played that shot well. That yellow, so close. And having to find what looks like a big gap, but the angle he was playing in that red. And quite a fast finish, 2 in a row from Mark, and he breaks here. Like I say, still a long way to go in this match.
Yeah, as I said before, he's Liam's not want to be letting Mark back into this match. It's only I know there's a 4 frame gap, but all it takes is to do that, what he did the last frame, another couple of times, and then it can easily be level. So it's.
Yeah, and you actually mentioned not so long ago, you're only 1 or 2 dry breaks away from giving away so many frames.
Yeah, and you've effectively done nothing wrong.
Yep.
I've had it so many times. That like kind of happened a few times to me this week. You know, of been like 3-0, 3-1 down, and I've not done anything wrong. So it's.
Mark to break. What can he come up with here? Mark having a little laugh as Kev struggles to get the balls tight with the smart rack. I've only actually just mastered it myself. It took me a bit of time to really get the hang of, and now that I do, what Lee Shepherd said to me, Steve, there's nothing better. Once you get used to it, there isn't a better triangle in the market. And I thought, fair enough, but for me, I was really struggling, and now, I must admit, it's pretty good.
Yeah, can you show me?
You me about 6 months ago.
Well, I have actually got a title. It's not an IPA title, but it could be. But I actually got the title of the worst racker in the Isle of Man. So yeah, any coaching is welcome.
That could drastically improve your game. It's not cueing coaching or pattern coaching, it's just racking the balls.
Yeah, just racking the balls. Yeah, it's a common joke in the Isle of Man.
Well,
and they did actually break well today for the first time in IPA history, so mark this date in the calendar. So another chance here for Liam.
yeah. Just what Mark didn't want after getting a little bit of momentum. And the thing is here, the pattern is pretty obvious for Liam. He just has to be within a couple of certain areas. And I find it hard to see where he can go wrong.
Yeah, it's. I think it's all about pace control, and that's about it. It's the only thing that can go wrong. And I think with the 8-ball as well, when it gets that far, you'd want to play him behind it, because that just gives you all 3 pockets, 2 pockets. Sorry.
Martin Jones says he's sure Paul Buchan is the worst rack. I actually played Paul in Isle of Man there. I think it was maybe the last 32 or something like that, and he actually potted quite well. He snookered himself on a couple of balls and missed a couple of tough ones, but he didn't lose the plot, I wouldn't say that, but he did get a little bit angry with himself on a couple of shots. And then he says, I actually played really good, took some nice stuff. Gio ended up beating me in the quarters that weekend, and he said after it, he went, listen, you played all right, but if I play better than that there, I don't lose that match. And I was like, okay. Okay, mate. But then I was talking to Renzi, and then I got to know him over the weekend, and he says, no, I've known Paul a long time, he's a good guy. And
Yeah, totally. Yeah, well, it's one of the top players on the Isle of Man. There's a few of us, probably about 4 or 5 of us that are really like always in contention for titles. Played Paul last week in their Ireland Championship. He beat me in the semi-final, 7-3. Played a good match.
yeah,
He just, unfortunately for Paul, he just lost out in the final.
that's gone in as well. Is Liam just trying to cushion on the yellow? He's come past. And
I think
landed.
it's just gone past,
Yeah, and a bit of trouble now.
I think he's completely had to take the route he didn't want to. Ideally, what the other red first, then play the red down the rail, but it's just obviously. This is what I mean about people coming back into matches. You know, Liam hasn't actually really done anything wrong.
No.
He had his in-off wasn't a bad break. It went in at a strange angle, didn't it? You know, and yet at the moment it's particularly more so if Mark takes this chance. It's changed momentum so far, and it's weird how that can happen, even though it's nothing you've done
And it's
yourself
mad.
to inflict it.
You actually said about the finish there, it's about pace control, and then just one shot that he didn't get right with the pace, and all of a sudden he's given Mark a chance.
So the only problems here for Mark is, I feel, with these 2 yellows on the left cushion, he'll need to take the bottom one first, get in the cue ball on the side cushion, and play the bottom one first to open up the other. And I think he's just about got it right.
Yeah, he's tried to do that. I think he's just.
And because he's so straight, it gives up an option of playing the yellow next to it, up the top, or even screw into it, which with this kind of shot you'd more think there'd be a bit more angle. It wouldn't have hit it that perfect, if you know what I mean, but he really has hit it perfect. Unless it is tight and he has to literally just drop it in dead weight, maybe, just to make sure he gets past the yellow. I'm not sure. But
Is he considering maybe playing a snooker here?
Maybe he can't get through to it.
Yeah, it must be. He just looked up the table at the angle to see where the red was.
I thought it might be worth even just playing it a bit of side through, because even if you miss it, you're going to get the snooker.
And if he pots it, he's on the one to the middle. Yeah, he has played the snooker. But as he left...
Camera angle deceived me. Has he
left just a simple top cushion and maybe nestle on the red? Easy for Mark with the amount of yellows on the table, but I wonder what way Liam will play this.
The thing is, what would you do here? I'd be tempted to hit and hope, I think. I understand why he's doing this, but... And for that reason, I did think it could sit on that yellow, but...
I mean, I think that...
I just feel if Mark hits a yellow here out of the snooker, then it's worse. What do you think you'd have done?
Well, I mean, I think looking at the scoreboard, Liam's maybe thinking, do you know what? I'll just touch it and then see where Mark leaves me. But again, at 7-3, he can be forgiven for just giving it a smash.
Yeah. But then I suppose, like, by playing the shot he had, he's still asking Mark the question and not like just gifting it. So. Oh, they've done what I said before. They're giving them a cue ball each.
This is the beginning. I mean, I think it looks from here that he can't get through, but
I'd be amazed if it goes through there, but it's quite right, it's checked because it is tight.
You know what, it might just go through it.
Just the camera angle just makes it look a bit tighter, doesn't it?
There's Liam. Gonna try the same shot again. If it's a total, I seen him laughing, and I don't know if he was laughing because he was told it wasn't. But we're gonna find out with the pace here, and it is. And that's heavy, but it's okay.
I think that was the right shot on that occasion.
I think he's gonna be in a very similar position. Is Mark going for the thin cut here? Is he on the one to the bottom? He is. He is, you know. And I don't know if he played it with a trace aside. I'm looking at the slight delayed cam that we've got here.
Yeah, I'd say a bit aside just to get round it and help the potting angle as well.
Yeah.
The side on the cue ball onto the object ball. This shot here, he'll just want to...
Want the cue ball cleaned again?
Did you not bring your own, Mark?
You didn't get the memo, Mark. Come on.
I'll bring your own cue ball. So just about pace control here, looks good. If you got the wrong side of that, then it's been potentially faced with a difficult shot or go around the angles, but it's absolutely perfect. It's exactly what he wanted as well for the 8-ball. Just to bounce off the cushion a little bit.
Yeah, and although Liam is still in the lead here, the momentum looks like it's shifting.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, it's all down to that in-off from Liam that he got kicked in off. And It seemed very strange, didn't it, how it went in that pocket at that angle. It just went off got kicked in off a few balls, and it's not often you see that go in there from that cut break from that side.
Exactly.
So it's not a mistake. It's just incredible how something like that can change momentum.
Cue balls on eBay flying through the roof right now.
Oh yeah, I've got the shares up. Competitions up and down the country now, everyone using their own cue ball.
And I guarantee over the coming months that is going to happen. Someone's going to go, well, we heard it from you guys first.
I know.
I want to use my own.
Yeah, I'll get the blame for it. Yeah. Imagine on a pool night, 9-a-sides.
Oh, mate.
And like 18 cue balls instead of just sharing one between us. It's the future.
It might well be. People saying, listen, I need to use mine. Yours is in terrible condition. Mine's is brand new. Yeah, it's I wonder if it, although he's getting the cue ball cleaned, do you think it's bothering him?
I don't think so. I think maybe the odd time it could probably be a bit frustrating if it's like an important shot and he's having to get off the shot and then get straight back on, having to wait for it to just knock out for rhythm, but sometimes it can actually give you a bit more time to think about things.
Oh, it's a dry break. And another visit to the cue ball from our referee, Kevin Chalmers.
Hey, what's happened? There's only one dot left. It's been clean that much. New retail price there. A good chance here on the reds. I assume that red next to them 3 yellows goes. I think it must be tight the way he's looking at it, but I'm sure it goes. I'm pretty sure if he would have tried to attack it there, but albeit it's still been difficult to attack it. So, and that's what we're doing.
And it just goes to show 1 or 2 problems on your break, and matches can turn just like that.
He's hit that well.
Yeah. And this gives us an indication. He's having a close look and maybe have to play it in off the bottom side of the pocket, but I think it flies in. He did play it that way.
And I think with the pace he played it as well, he just had to take a bit of extra care because it just makes the pocket a little bit tighter. He couldn't just roll it in dead weight. In low to side. I think he'd love to be straight on the left of 2 reds, but I think he's still okay.
Can you just screw on and off the cushion? Can you just push off the top?
Might just push off the top looking at it.
Yeah, he's okay. And just like that, it's going to be 7-5 here. And a few moments ago, it looked like Liam was going to run away with things. But Mark Farnsworth is never beat. As I said, 5-0 behind against Cian Monaghan earlier today. And all of a sudden, he's on the comeback trail again.
So Mark's break again. He'll be looking for a good break here. Continue this momentum.
That's a big break to keep momentum.
He's hitting well. Another chance. I think the problem is... Oh no, it's not too bad. I was thinking it'd have to be yellows at first glance, but red's not looking too bad. I think the issue with the two reds on the left is the fact that he needs to take the lower one, but it's getting the other one out.
He might have the yellow to the left middle as well.
Yeah, I think yellows is the ball, yeah. Didn't see you could get that one actually.
And dropping on the plant makes life a bit easier, getting that yellow, which is the most awkward one now.
I thought he could have just dropped it in a bit softer, then
Yeah,
played the
and
one
then
in the middle.
then to the top right, but
Yeah, but
it's
worked
worked
just
out
as well.
Yeah, it's worked out for him.
He may have had more angle than I thought as well, but maybe. But yeah, good shot. Yeah, get on there. The awkward one early.
Fantastic shot. And Mark Farnsworth is starting to get ahead of steam here. And what, if anything, can Liam Dunster do to stop the train coming? Because Mark is starting to fly.
Needs to play a couple of, well, at least one good shot here.
Yeah. It looks like he deliberately played to come further out there, the way he powered that in, but
because I think ideally he'd love to just drop this in and then hold for the next yellow, but now I feel he's going to have to come across between the red and the yellow, the gap, or into the yellow. Or even if he hit the red full ball. But, I feel we'll play for the gap between the two.
one of the staff there, Big Rammer, comes over and points in and says 7-5. Like we haven't got the score in front of us.
What is the score?
Fantastic. I'm actually not surprised that he played that.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, but just makes this shot a bit more difficult. I'd have fancied the other way around, but then I suppose with the shot I'm suggested, if he hit it too hard and left it too thin, it could have been a problem. Oh, he had cued that well. Would have liked a bit more pace, just to make it easier to stay on the 8 ball. That's what I mean. He's just left a.
Has he took his medicine a bit there?
Yeah, he has. It's all down to the shot before. It's the yellow he had down the rail is needs to come out a bit further. So he played it well.
A good black, and this is turning into some final. Looked like a rout was on the way as Liam Dunster raced into a massive 7-1, and all of a sudden it's 7 frames to 6. Liam will have the chance here to try and kick on. It is his break. The last couple have deserted him. Let's see what the Duster can do here. What you're thinking, if you're the man at the table, you're 7-1 in front, and all of a sudden it's 7-6. Are you feeling it? Are you trying to relax? Are you just thinking, just get on with the next frame?
I think a bit of both, really. I think you've just got to say to yourself, right, get a ball off the break and clear it. And just get one back on the board. And the thing is, as well, is you're also then only 2 away from the finishing line. At this stage, it's not just getting one back on the board, it's just a step closer to the winning line. And, it's almost like to send the message out going, yeah, you've done that, but I'm doing this. Doesn't bother me. We'll carry on.
And I think that's probably one of the things that a lot of pool players, maybe even all people in competition sports, that maybe get themselves a little bit affected and flustered by what their opponent's doing, and rather than what only they can affect, rather than worry about what someone else does.
Yeah, it's easy to just think, I've done nothing wrong, and yet I've got no reward. It is easy to think all the negative stuff.
Let's try again. And the yellows. Yeah, I think he's on the one to the bottom left, so the yellows look okay. The tide has drastically turned here.
Yeah, the yellows definitely look the better ball. I say the only issue is the yellow by the red should be okay. It's the yellow on the right cushion next to the red. I think that's getting on that. You've got to pop one of the other balls to then get in behind it to clear, to open a pocket for it. It's quite tricky, this.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at it, you think, so the one closest to the red over the middle, at first glance I'm thinking, okay, so you can drop that in after you've played the hanger. If you can drop that, play the one to the bottom left, but then I'm thinking, well, all of a sudden the connectors to the black are disappearing. The one on the left cushion stuff, it's actually not as straightforward.
No, but it's definitely the colour set.
Yep, and I'm not surprised that he's just bouncing this.
Yeah.
He's just playing over the black. I'm not surprised at that at all.
No, I can understand. And the other thing as well, you may have mentioned, but his first ball would have to have been the one over the pocket.
Yep.
Which means the one on the left cushion has become harder.
Yep.
I mean, ideally, I'd love to have played the plant, but I don't know if that could have double kissed in or not, but it's been a bit of a gamble.
Yeah, definitely. Understand the shot. I think if Liam can somehow get a yellow here, he maybe, in fact, Liam, he might consider just going reds, and he's got a couple of balls that he can maybe open the one in the middle up and then double the black, but just knowing the way Liam thinks, I don't think having a double for last would really fluster him. Yeah, it looks to me like he is going to go reds.
Yeah, I don't blame him, because the most awkward ball on the table is actually the yellow of Mark's.
Yeah.
So he's leaving it there. The double on the 8 ball is going to be a lot easier than Mark would have on the yellow. So I think he does right, and he might be able to open up the awkward red next to the yellow by clipping off the yellow now.
Yeah, so he's tried to play that off it thick, so he makes sure the yellow comes away and the red doesn't end up stone dead. And I like the way he played it. I understand the way he played it. I just had a feeling that it had to be just a little bit more thin than it's turned out to be the case.
I think he's hit it too hard, to be honest. I don't think he needs to hit it.
We get to see it again here. I think he was worried about killing the red, and he's ended up not even touching it until the way back.
He kind of hit it quite thick, really.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was needed at all.
I thought he could maybe just play it nice and easy and just maybe slide the yellow onto the cushion, opening the reds up, but
it didn't need much of a contact for separation, did it? So, like you say, a lot thinner, but surprised he hit it that thick.
I tell you what, I'm looking forward to seeing Kevin's gloves after this. They started out white before this match. again, as the professional in the box, these yellows are still an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, they're horrible. It's getting onto that yellow, then you leave, having to come back out to then get on something else. Oh, it looks like he may play the double next to the 8 ball. Or he could play a safety, but by clipping off it and behind the 8 ball, but potentially even leaving a shot then. So I think double on the yellow is the shot. Cue ball off 2 cushions for the one down the rail.
He's got the double.
There he is. That's there it is.
There's still so much work to do here. But the man they call Big Ray is having a go.
Thing is, all the 3 yellows on the right hand side all have difficulties. Trying to get him behind is very difficult, and especially with the red next to the yellow on the left cushion, that's making even more difficult. He's played that really well. He's so good at them kind of shots, Mark. So I think he's looking for the yellow off the side rail, off the red.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you there, what is he playing from here? Because it's still not easy, and the red is quite far away.
He wants to get him behind him, but he just had no choice.
He's in off here.
Oh, wow.
The cue ball has gone in off.
That could change everything. That could change the momentum back into Liam's favour.
No, I don't think Liam will even consider touching the black. It'll be the 2 reds at the bottom right, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think it'll be them 2. Yeah, it's yes, it'll mean leaving the 8 ball, which I think he'd ideally like to move, but I think the 2 reds are more of a pressing issue.
It's not bad there.
Thing is, if he didn't want to leave the 8 ball down the rail, he could actually probably off the last red bump into it.
Yeah.
I'd probably suggest bumping into it if it was a tad closer to the cushion, but because that bit of a gap, it's a bit of a risk, but I'm sure it'd be fine with either anyway. I won't phase him, the 8 ball down the rail.
He's overrun that a touch, I think, but I don't think he's got any major issues. Just looking at the comment, basically telling him to take his time now. I mean, he is on a 30-second shot clock. It's pretty quick, 30 seconds a shot, whether you like the style or not.
Yeah, he might use all of it, but it's still only 30 seconds.
Yeah. And there's many average player on the outside that at times can take a minute, 2 minutes without even batting an eyelid. We've probably all been there on certain shots.
Yeah, we all have. Yeah. I'm certainly guilty on occasions. Yeah. But I do like the shot clock in the main arena. It's I think the good thing is it helps keep you in a rhythm.
Yeah.
I think it's obviously better for all the viewers, even the players themselves, everyone involved really.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that if you didn't have a shot clock on a TV table, which has been the case in other tournaments in the past.
It's just as time's evolved, isn't it?
Yeah.
New ideas come on board.
And that's it, and it's refreshing, because the big thing for me, there's people going to complain about stuff no matter what, but if people are complaining about someone using the 30 seconds that's allocated to them, I mean, I don't know how you make everyone happy, but 30 seconds. The actual black ball rules is a minute, so technically, if he wanted to, he could take longer. obviously not on this TV table, but in the actual rules in any other tournament if you're playing them to black ball. So
no, totally. You can see it. It's, I think it's just some of the shots where it feels. I think the point they're getting at is when it's really like not a problem.
You know, I played Mark Boyle in a big tournament quite a while back, and I learned a lot in this match. There was a ball just like this hanging over the pocket, and I watched Mark give it so much respect in the shot he played for his next shot, and I remember thinking to myself, why is he taking so long? It's just such a simple shot, but then the positional shot he played off it for his next ball was so perfect.
Yeah.
And I've actually said to people before, I'm usually terrible playing off a ball hanging over a pocket, and I think maybe not giving it the respect it deserves.
I think as well that I've said this to a few people over the years. Oh, the great shot. One back on the board for there, Liam. He had much needed that. I've said to people many times over the years, I feel like a better player sometimes does take longer purely because they understand what can go wrong.
That makes sense.
And obviously, like the other side of it, totally away from that. You know, it's just some players are quicker than others, and some are obviously slower. You know, it's just
people have got.
We're all built differently.
Yeah, you've got a natural game, a natural flow, and everyone's different, as you say. I just think that taking the ultimate care on any specific shot, whether it's hanging over a pocket or the longest, toughest pot up the rail, I just think that when it's welded to the cushion or it's in the middle of the table, if you're in the habit, like Liam or like Sir Mark, and the guys at the top of the game, then it's tough to criticise when these are the guys that keep winning.
Yeah, you know, it's obviously they're obviously playing to what suits them, and I think as well sometimes it could be like a confusion of what you are going to play, and also like readying yourself for the moment. Yeah,
exactly. 8-6, Liam needed that. I know that sounds mad. It's 7-1. Mark needed one, and it just goes to show how things can change so quickly. But from 7-1, it is 8-6, and the happiest of the two will be Mark Farnsworth right now.
Yeah, but
obviously
I don't know.
From behind, he won't be pleased. But I just mean he was maybe forgiven for thinking the match was going to be over soon.
Yeah, because he had not a great chance in that frame, but because he got involved in that.
Yeah.
I actually think now maybe Liam, because he stopped that run now.
Yeah. There'll be a spring in the step.
Yeah, he stopped that run. I think this next frame is a big one, as they all are now. But just the fact that Liam has stopped that now, I think that could favour it back to him.
It's a good break. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, good break indeed. It's the cue ball, as you say, is
actually
not in the best places, but
it looked like he was going to have a chance. I wonder if he can cut the yellow back and play the plant over the middle.
I think that's what it might have to be. There's no future in reds because you can't really pot one, and if you potentially did in the middle, that you could be snookered anyway. I think the shot, as you called, it's go for it full-blooded.
Maybe he needs to watch the cue ball to the top left, depending on how he plays it. But I think he's okay. I think he just has to concentrate on making the pot.
Great shot, disturbed the. He put his hand up, but I thought he played for that, to be honest. but there's always a chance. But obviously the main focus was making sure the pot and worry about the rest after in that kind of situation. And
and that's the cue ball was always going in that direction.
Yeah.
So every now and again, a little bit of fortune, but I don't think the yellow was going to cause him too many issues anyway.
The yellow in the left middle, I thought you would have hit it a bit softer and got that one out of the way first, but I can see also why he didn't. It just depends which one of them left two by the middle which you'd wanted your link-up ball to the 8 ball. I think that's the... I may have preferred the other one, but I think he prefers...
Yeah, I mean, a bit like yourself, I'm thinking if he just, same way he's went, but left the one that he's going to play next for last, just a little screw across, but...
Well, I preferred the easier way around, but then I also see... I don't think it's much difference, really. I think he just finds this a bit easier to get onto the 8 ball, I think.
What a final this is turning out to be. And now Mark is off.
Looks like it could be going down to the wire. Eight-7, Liam Dunster.
Yeah, what a match this is turning out to be. Both of these guys having problems on breaks, and there's been the odd little thing here and there, but it is looking like it's going to go all the way. This break is absolutely huge. They usually all are, but we are at the business end. And it is 8-7 Liam Dunster. Wow, let's try again.
He's not had much luck at the break in this match.
I've noticed in the past he normally has a little change either to the other side or down the middle. He has persisted though on that side of the table.
He must be happy with it, how he's hitting them, and what. I mean, that red looked like it was about to drop. It is hard to let go of a break you feel like you're successful with.
The thing is, I don't know about you, but I've been criminal for doing it myself though. I'll be complaining about my break, yet I've done the same one every single frame and then come off and go, oh, my break was terrible. And I don't know how many players, whether pro, amateur or indifferent, actually change mid-match, but I know Liam has done it. Well, the only reason I know is because he was telling me earlier. I've seen Morgan McInnes do it. Sometimes he's down the front and then he'll go to the side break, and Gio's been doing it lately. But one thing I have noticed here, after 15 frames, Liam hasn't changed one bit, but the break hasn't been great.
Yeah. I think it's hard when you it could have been working for him all weekend and it just happens to not be this match, but what's the cut-off point to like changing it?
Yeah.
It can be so difficult. I mean, I've had it over this weekend. The points I've been struggling, and then see my opponent like doing really well on the cut break. But in the second half of the match, then they struggled with the cut break.
Yeah.
So, was I right to then stay, or should I have switched? But hindsight's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, so one awkward.
Yeah, trying to say it. I think the thing he needs here is.
Does he come down for the one round about the black spot, then use the one closest to the bottom right, kick the red out while he's got the one at the top left?
Yeah, I think go for this. Yeah, like you say, the red by the 8 ball spot. Just a tad too hard.
He's really get into that.
Yeah, the problem was he was so worried about under hitting it and having no shot. But if he got perfect on that, then it kind of potentially all opened up quite nicely.
I mean, he might. It's tough from here now. Does he play the double plant? I mean, that's me talking kind of crazy, but he's going to play the cross double.
Yeah, I think this is the shot. If it just sneaks by, gonna have some.
Has he found the gap?
Oh, if he's found the gap, that would be massive. He's looking at it.
I think he has.
He has.
has. Well, this match has taken some turn. And Mark Farnsworth is really in the groove now. Liam's break has eluded him for most of this match.
I think he'll be looking at running this through off the side cushion with right hand side.
Yeah, it looks like the black flies in the bottom right, so not much work to do. He get himself a shot on the black.
Missed the yellow here, but that's fine, just a thin contact. Just does mean he's got to pot this red a little thinner than he wanted, but which just makes the pace control a little more difficult.
He's played that very, very well indeed. And it is going to be 8 each here. I don't see Mark missing from here, so we're going to have another best of 3 match.
Yes, they like doing this to us, don't they?
Yeah, I mentioned it. I was putting the balls away last night, getting them off the table, and I picked the cue ball up that on the table Liam just came off, and I could not believe. And the only thing I could think of is that Liam, it looked to me as if Liam had just been playing for 4 hours himself, because it didn't look to me, it looked like every chalk mark was like a different shade. So some were fresher than others, and I'm thinking, wonder if his opponent just didn't care. Because it did not look like it was only maybe hit a few times. It was absolutely covered in blue spots.
Yeah, I suppose the problem is in that table would need a ball marker to change it. So
yeah, well, no, that's true.
I think
exactly.
that's the part of the issue as well. So there's the next invention. We'll all have to bring ball markers as well as our own cue ball. What have we started?
I think we're all going to be playing with combat trousers on, because we're going to need some extra pockets.
Yeah. Also gloves as well.
Yeah.
Playing it.
It's going to be a strange game in a few years. He's got one again.
He's hit them well.
And he's got a fantastic chance here.
Yeah, he's just worried there for a moment. The 8 ball would go in front of that yellow, because that would have made things a bit more difficult and give him less choice. I was thinking yellows originally, but it looks like reds, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the red at the bottom of the 2 will go in both bottom corner bags. I could be wrong. I think it will.
Ideally, I'd love the top one to go, but I don't in the right corner. But I don't think it does. The one below has just got a bit too much angle, so that might be why he'll go up. Yeah, and go up for the one and ball.
Yeah.
Wants a bit of a bounce.
That's all right.
Should be okay. Should just be able to drop this in dead weight and be on the bottom of them too.
Yeah, it's not cheap chalk, I can assure you of that. It just doesn't seem to do the non-transfer. I think this will give us an idea of whether the bottom red goes or not. If it does, he would probably drop on it now.
I think the only reason he's not took it yet is just because there's not enough.
Tighter than it looks.
The shot's getting onto it has been too much angle to hold for it, but then look at this camera angle. They don't actually look
yeah,
like
it looks really, really tight. He's tried to move it.
Says it all. Yeah, great shot.
Fantastically controlled shot by Mark Farnsworth.
Now down your local pub, you'd have seen some people just smashing into them too, but all it needs was a little subtle touch and to open it up.
Oh, he's missed it.
Oh, Mark. We did not expect that.
Liam was off his chair so quick there. He's got nothing easy. Does a yellow pass by the red at the top right? Looks very tight to me.
Yeah, it does look really tight. I think it does, but I think it's one of them that you have to drop in.
Yeah, if you're right behind it, you're okay, but
which is not what you'd want to do with a shot like that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm expecting Gio's extension. He's eventually called it. So, Stevie Slater's saying you could grab a racker, chalk it once and hit 10 shots with side and you won't miss cue once. Best chalk on the market. The only thing is it makes a mess of the cue ball.
Yeah, it's...
Okay, I mean, I think to be the best chalk on the market, it would have to tick every box.
Yeah, I think so, actually, yeah.
I mean... If it's based on the best grip on the cue ball when you play a shot, fair enough, but that's obviously only one specific box that it's ticking kind of thing, so...
Good feedback though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Different chalks.
How does he get? I'm asking you here, Dave. How does he get from the top to the bottom to the... I mean, there's serious work to do here.
Yeah, this is so tricky.
Now, I know a lot of players that would just knock that yellow over the pocket.
Yeah, I still...
I'm not saying it's a shot, but
yeah, I can't say I blame him. I really can't say I blame him, but I could have attacked, but I think he'll buying himself a bit of time here, and I think overall it's the right decision. I think the thing he's been wary of, which I think is good, is the fact that he's left it so he can still pot it. If that was touching the 8 ball, then he would have problems himself.
Well. Is that just about perfect? He's got options, top right, or the one to the left middle.
I just think it's too straight. The one left middle, the one over the corner, the other yellow's in the way. So, although you can play it, you'd have to hit that yellow first. I don't think you can go around the back of it.
Cue ball cleaned again. Now I understand that everyone complains about different things. This has got to be the most I've ever seen a cue ball cleaned in my entire life.
Yeah.
And I don't blame Mark.
No.
Obviously, the cue ball is marked, but it's actually mad to see every time he comes to the table, the cue ball's cleaned.
Them red dots are permanent, though.
He's almost in the exact same position he was a moment ago.
Yeah, this is the problem, isn't it? It's
probably a good bit of business if Kamui starts selling this chalk with a free ball marker. Make some extra money.
and a free cue ball.
So 2 cushions. Any kind of contact could possibly do here.
I think he has to get it on properly on the plant, and also the pace to cause a bit of separation between the cue ball and the 8 ball. So this isn't guaranteed.
Oh, I tell you what,
He's got a shot.
yeah, he's quite fortunate, but he's just playing it to an area.
This is
I
not
think
easy,
Mark
though.
would tell you, listen, if I get the plant, great. If I just get the black out, great. He's just
Yeah.
playing it towards there.
They could have worked out they're a lot closer than this, and they're still a lot closer than ideal, but he's got a shot. Yeah, great shot there from Mark. He had to roll the dice, didn't he, and try and do something with that 8 ball.
And Liam, I don't know if he was saying to Liam, a bit fortunate there, sorry mate. Him and Liam having a couple of words. Yeah, it was some shot from Mark Farnsworth. Liam now has to break to stay in this match. He's 9-8 down. His break has not been the best, and probably, even though he was quite far in front, he wasn't breaking great. But at that point, Mark wasn't breaking great, and the game was a bit scrappy, and Liam was just maybe getting over the line in most of the frames. So all of a sudden, it looks like Liam Dunster's 9-8 up, but they're going to have to fix that any moment now, because it's 9-8 Mark Farnsworth.
Well, it's can't rule Liam out. After all, he only needs 2 frames, so it's the last 2 frames, so it's still anybody's at this stage. But Mark's done so well to get back in front, and I keep going back to it, but it was all because of that break that he done nothing wrong. I think if that cue ball had stayed out, he'd have cleared that frame, and could have been a totally different story.
I'm sure someone will fix it. Oh, he's double hit the black, and Mark called it on himself.
Oh, wow.
Well, that is news to us.
Fair play to Mark, he called it on himself. It's that'll be that's tough for him, that.
And
shows how sporting the Mark is in the sport, and that, you know, it's good to see that the players are calling this on themselves, and we wouldn't expect anything else, but it's still good to see.
Always at the wrong time. My daughter trying to call me to ask me if I'm on my way to pick her up. She is safe though. She's not standing on a street corner. She's in my aunt's house. Not the children. They don't really have a filter. She knows where I am, but that doesn't matter. When she calls, she expects me to pick up, Dave.
Nearly left me on my own then.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go back to it. What a call from Mark Farnsworth. He's already got some of the biggest respect that you can get in the game. None of us saw it. Obviously, it was known at the table. We're thinking there's a joke because he's got a bit of fortune in between him and Liam, and then obviously he's called it on. And I actually said, I seen him talking to Liam. I just didn't know what he said, and he was calling it. That's just unbelievable stuff.
I just thought it was just something that made them laugh, and they're just having a banter. There's good respect between all the players, and you know, I just assumed it was that, but I obviously didn't see it. But
the thing is,
it
guys,
needs to be said though that Mark called that himself.
Yeah.
You know, it's great to see.
Yeah, and I mean, some of the guys are asking if the referee saw it. Now, I don't know if Kev might have seen it, but it was one of the guys that came over to the box and said to us, Mark called it on himself. He's maybe called it before anyone else could even say a word. So, but I mean, we've both watched it, and we actually seen it on like a delayed bit of footage as well, and I never seen anything.
Yeah, I think we're just so fixated on the 8 ball that
Yeah, exactly.
we didn't look for it. And I did mention it was a bit.
Wonder.
I did mention it was a bit closer now, but I didn't think that would be an issue as regards to a foul. I thought it'd be more seeing the potting angle. Oh yeah, another nickname to the list for you there. Yep.
You know, the thing is, I don't know if anyone's... listen, you call me Stevie Wonder all day. That guy can see. I don't care what anyone said. I seen someone blow him a kiss and he blew one back. So I'm not having that. I'll take Stevie Wonder. Well, I don't think I was the only one to miss it. But fair play to Mark. He's used the full... he's used the full...
Yeah, a couple still not sure on the live stream, but yeah, Mark did call it on himself. Very sporting. Really like to see.
So Liam is going to just drop past the red here. He can't really widen his angle, but he's just going to drop past it and take the yellow in nice and thin. Not easy, but if he controls it properly, I think he'll get these. Yeah.
Just middle balls and sends the cue ball a little bit wider, which he needs. Getting this as thin as possible. Make sure he overhits it and underhits it, and he's on the 8 ball. This for the title.
Liam Dunster. What a turn of events it has ended up, and Liam Dunster is your IPA Masters champion. Congratulations and commiserations to Mark Farnsworth. I have to thank you, Dave. You have been an absolute pleasure. The semi-finals.
Just wait because the presentation's coming.
Well, guys, what a weekend we have had. Championship day on the Sunday. We've ended up coming to this Liam Dunster, Mark Farnsworth in the final. What a final it was. It came down to the last couple of frames. It was epic. It was absolutely phenomenal. I'm delighted to give a shout to our runner-up, Mark Farnsworth. So Mark, I might as well start by the way it finished. A lot of people watching, they were surprised, they were shocked, but you've called a foul on yourself.
Yeah, well, it was obvious. I don't know the referee didn't see it, to be honest, but obviously I made a stupid mistake early on. I'm concentrating on the white early on the frame to get a decent angle. Totally took my eye off the pot. Unfortunately, I got another chance, and a little bit awkward angle. I thought I'd go off the angles and try and obviously pot it, but it was clear as day the foul. You know what I mean? I don't know what the referee was watching, but obviously I called it myself, but everybody else in the room saying it's one of those things. I've concentrated on the pot. Totally didn't realise the balls were so close together, but silly mistake.
Yeah, I mean, over the course, I spoke to you after your last match. You were saying you weren't exactly feeling in great form. You looked dead and buried at one point, and then all of a sudden just came firing back.
Yeah, to be honest, I know you said in the interview after the semi-final thing, but I have struggled all weekend. To be honest, I've just tried to fight a little bit at the beginning of the final. I just couldn't get going. Obviously, Liam's plays to his strengths, like every shot, obviously on the shot clock and stuff like that within the road. But I just found as if obviously I don't know what chalk he's using, but I couldn't get any rhythm. But he just kept punishing us, I was sat in my chair so far behind him. Obviously against somebody like Liam, you don't think you're going to get a chance of back in the game. So I've just obviously picked a couple of frames here and there to get back in it, and then obviously I've getting a chance to go like 9-8 up. But over the match, obviously Liam was a better player and deserved the win.
Yeah, I was actually going to mention the chalk. We've got loads of people that watch these finals, watch these matches on the chat function. They're going, what chalk is Liam using? Why is he getting?
I thought it was a blue time. I don't know what it is, but it was literally chunks every single time I came to the table. You know, obviously not Liam's fault or whatever it is, but it was literally chunks all the time. You know what I mean? I think the balls weren't reacting as well as they have throughout the weekend, but at the end of the day, it's one of those things. You know what I mean? It's Liam was a deserved one at the end.
It's been not a bad year. You've been runner-up numerous times. You've won the Grand Prix in here. You won in Isle of Man. And obviously another runner-up spot today, but mate, you've been absolutely phenomenal. So
yeah, at the end of the day, it's a good tournament, cracking weekend. Like I said, facilities and everything else is absolutely top-notch, you know. But obviously disappointed with the final, but it is what it is.
Congratulations, Mark. Cheers, mate. And unlucky, top man. Well, it was commiserations to Mark, but it's a massive congratulations to our winner, Liam Dunster. Well, massive moment towards the end of that match. Did you see the foul that Mark called, or was it just a shock to you?
Obviously it was a shock, yeah. I immediately jumped up, started looking about like a fucking meerkat. I was like what happened there? I was looking at Kev, looking at Mark. Mark's obviously straight away went, yeah, that's a foul sort of thing. So, yeah. So I think I spoke to you earlier on about a game of two halves, and that's the definition of that, to be fair. I think the first half, everything went my way. 7-1 up, absolutely cruising. Next thing you know, it's 1 frame in it or something like that. I think I only made one mistake to let him back in. That was, I think it was at 7-3. I've got 3 balls left. I've got one in the cushion, one here, and I said to myself, as long as I'm not straight on this one in the cushion, just anywhere's fine. Whereas I'm usually like, right, I want to be there.
Yeah, so precise.
Yeah, so I've kind of landed in between the two, so I've got a thinner cut than I wanted to be, or I wasn't on that one. So I should have just went to my instinct, is just bounce it off a cushion, give yourself that one, then take that one last and do whatever with the black. You know what I mean? It goes in like 3 bags. But it's a bit careless for me. But other than that, yeah, I played well, and then credit to Mark. Felt like he's played well as well. Pushed me all the way. Pushed me over the line, to be fair.
We've spoke a couple of times about your break. Did you ever consider, I know it wasn't going great towards the end, did you ever consider changing? I noticed, and I think everyone else did, that you stuck with it throughout.
I stuck with it because I felt like I was timing it really good. I was busting them really well. The white wasn't sort of going anywhere near the bag. The one time I did get kicked on off, it was like, it wasn't just straight off, you know what I mean? It was coming back virtually over the black spot, and the ball was kicked into the corner. But like I say, felt like I was timing it good, so I was like, we'll just stick with it and hopefully you'll get a ball. And obviously it was dry, and I was like, oh, here we go. But thankfully, like I say, I got pushed over the line.
Well, it is some way to finish the year. You won in Newcastle. I think you've had a couple of runs to finals and stuff like that. You've obviously won Scottish titles, and you are now the IPA Masters champion.
Thank you. Cheers.
Congratulations, Liam Dunster. He's been a worthy champion. Thank you very much, guys. And we will see you guys again in the new year. Thank you very much, guys.